So, someone's got word about this little delivery. Look out for these assholes coming after you. Then the sale is made. You get the cash. I get not to worry about being caught with that stuff in the club and sent to the can. It's a win for both of us.
It's there for taking. Get it and bring it back to the warehouse.
got home.
My Lord and Savior. What in the hell?
What you need, boss? Some wheels? I can bring them round. It's on the way.
All cleaned up. This is Army grade, limited edition. You'd need a rocket launcher to put a flatten those.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. We got what we need. How about this? The supplies we need just... Resupply. We've hired one of our rivals guys to come with the supplies and do some work on the equipment. Pick him up and bring him in. We got... You doing this, huh? The product's in the back of the truck and ready to move. Get it to the buyer, and you're done.
At your stick-up can.
have a sale. So, if we want to keep cutting this Colombian flake,
Motion detected in the front yard. Motion at your stick-up cam.
Stab him with? I stabbed him with his own fucking knife, the big silver one. Alder and Adam exchanged glances again. Only this time, their expressions hinted at panic. Is Xavier dead? Adam asked. No, he's in the hospital.
Stick-up cam.
You know he's in the hospital, right? You know, so like the police know. Yeah, genius. Do you have a math degree to go with those PhDs of yours? Get up, Alder said to Brian. Adam, go get Detective Klauser the necessary gear and bring it to the car. Adam turned and ran out of the room. Alder struggled to stand, then came down the stairs towards Brian. The cane, once again, being used for his form rather than its hidden function. What's going on here? The police know Erickson is in the hospital. That means word will get out. We have to get him out of there. I'm afraid I can't help you. I'm suspended. The cops there will arrest me on sight. Alder Jessup finished his slow walk up to Brian. Then he reached down and slapped the younger man's face. Brian just blinked. Do I have your attention now, you stupid man? Let me make this clear for you. If Marie's children find out that Xavier is hurt, they will try to kill him. If he's in a hospital, they will stop at nothing to kill him there. People will get hurt. People will die. And if they do kill Xavier, this city will pile high with corpses. You are a police officer. You are sworn to protect the public, yes? Brian nodded. You are the only one that can do this. You will help us get Xavier out of that hospital. And you will do it now. But I don't have the authority to do that. I mean, if Marie's children attack, I don't even have any fucking weapons besides this little pea shooter. Authority is a relative term, Alder said. And you leave the weapons to us. Chief Amy Zoe pulled into her garage. She didn't click the remote to shut the garage door, leaving a way out, some maneuverability. She came out of the car with her block up and at the ready, sweeping the barrel in a 360-degree arc around the garage. Nothing. It seemed cliché for someone to threaten the police chief's family, like something out of a bad gangster movie. And yet, in her entire career, it had never happened. No gangster threats, no drug lord promise of revenge. Not even some thug receiving a sentence of 20 to life, looking at her and saying, "You're gonna pay." Nothing. Not until she got that call. She felt a terror in her chest that surpassed anything she'd ever felt before. way beyond being shot at. Some motherfucker had her whole family. She hadn't called for backup. She wasn't fucking around with us. Whoever it was, they didn't want Jack and the twins. They wanted her. Probably. Amy Zoe was willing to die for her family. She was also more than willing to kill for them. She walked into the house through the door that led into the kitchen. She could hear some movie playing in the living room. She moved as silently as she could, not really knowing why, hoping maybe the criminals were dumb enough to be overconfident, to let their guard down, that maybe she could sneak up on them and end this quick. She could hear something else, too. She could hear her daughter Tabs crying. A soft, muffled cry. A constant cry. Amy Zoe moved into the living room.
Okay, well,
barrel of
the
her Glock
supplies we
leading the
found
way.
are in the hands of some pretty
What she
nasty
saw
people.
stopped her cold.
Feel-
Monsters. Her husband on his knees, a gag tightly wrapped around his head and into his mouth. His hands tied behind his back. On his left, a whimpering, gagged Tabs, face streaked with tears, her arms wrapped in a death clutch around a teddy bear. On his right, Myrrh, who didn't really look scary. She was also gagged. Her face was also streaked with tears, but her expression reeked of anger and hatred. Her head tilted down, eyes glaring out from under heavy black hair. And behind her family, monsters. 2 of them. One so big his head seemed to reach up to the ceiling. The thing had short brown fur and a long mouth, the bottom jaw skewed to the right, a long pink tongue hanging down off the left side. It wore a black tuxedo jacket and held a stockless AA-12 automatic shotgun. A shotgun pointed at the back of her daughter Tabs' head. The other monster, a man with a snake face and a bodybuilder's girth, wearing a pinstripe suit. No tie, his white shirt flared open at the collar, showing thick, green-skinned muscle beneath. This one held a .44 automag to the back of Myrrh's head. And in between them, standing as calmly as you please, standing behind her bound and gagged husband, stood a teenage boy, also in a pinstripe suit. Like the green-skinned man, the boy wore no tie. His white shirt flared open at the collar, showing a bony, hairless chest beneath. She knew instantly, without being told, that this boy was Rex, and that Rex was in charge. So she pointed the gun right at his face. "You're going to put those guns down and get out of my house," Zoe said. "You're going to do it now, or you're going to die." The boy just smiled. It wasn't an evil smile or anything like that. It was a pleasant smile. Tolerant, but not quite condescending. The kind a nice kid gives to adults that he thinks are way uncool, but still okay. "Then both your daughters will have their brains blown all over your living room," the boy said. "It's up to you, Mrs. Zoe." Amy realized her hand was shaking and would throw off her aim. With a flick of her wrist and a pull of the trigger, she could kill the tall one, the brown, furred one, then maybe get a snapshot at the snake man. But could she do that before either of them pulled their triggers, murdering her beautiful daughters? She couldn't take that chance. Chief Amy Zoe uncocked her Glock, then knelt to set it on the carpet. "Over here, please, Mrs. Zoe," the boy said, pointing to the carpet in front of her husband, Jack. Amy tossed the gun. It fell with a light thud on the carpet. The boy calmly walked around Tabs, picked up the Glock, then walked back behind her family to once again stand between the 2 monsters. Amy just stood there, feeling naked, feeling violated, feeling helpless. "What do you want?" "I want you to contact Dmitri Vasilov," the boy said. "Then, I want you to arrange a ship for a meeting between the Russians and the Mud." "Ship? What are you talking about? I don't know how to reach Vasilov." "I think you can figure it out, Mrs. Zoe. I want the ship for tomorrow night at midnight. It has to be big, like a cargo ship. Plenty of room. Kid, I'm the chief of police, not the harbor master. Let my family go, and I'll do whatever I can." The boy's smile faded. "Choose," he said. "Choose what?" The boy spread his hands, the gesture taking in Amy Zoe's daughters and her husband. "Choose which one dies." Amy's throat tightened. She tried to speak, but nothing came out. She had to get control of the situation. What was the first step in hostage negotiation? Why wasn't this boy cooperating? "Which one, Mrs. Zoe?" No, just don't kill anyone." The boy shook his head. "It's too late for that, Mrs. Zoe. You can either choose one, or I choose 2. vision blurred briefly before a hot tear streaked down her cheek, leaving a cool feeling in its path. No, please, just kill me. Let them go. Her husband tried to shout something, but she couldn't understand him through the gag. I'm gonna count down to 0, Rick said. Then I'll let my friends choose. I'll let Pierre go first. He's the one with the shotgun. He can kill whichever one he likes. Then Sly will pick one. The one that's left, that's my hostage to make sure you contact the Russians. But I told you, I don't know how to contact Aslov. If I did, he'd already be in custody. You'll figure something out, the boy said. Ready to count with me? No, look, I'll get the Russians, I swear. The boy nodded. I know you will, Mrs. O. 5. This couldn't be happening. This just couldn't be happening. 4. Monsters with guns counting down her family, her daughters, the love of her life. 3. Look, I swear I can make this work. I can get money. I can get anything. 2. Amy's gaze snapped back and forth across her family. Tabs, then Jack, then Murr, then Jack, then Tabs. 1. Oh, Jesus Christ, how could this be happening? Not her daughters. Not her daughters. 0. Take Jack. Amy screamed, cutting Rex off before he could utter the second syllable of 0. Jack's eyes went wide with terror, maybe anger. She couldn't be sure. And he started to scream, but she couldn't understand him through the gag. Do what Mrs. O says, Pierre, Rex said. Sly, make sure she stays honest. Mrs. O, if you make a move, your daughter will join your husband. Sly picked up Murr with one arm, pinning her arms to her sides. She looked like a frail little doll. Sly put the barrel of the .44 under Murr's chin, pushing her head back just a little. Now the girl looked scared. She still looked angry, but the wide eyes betrayed real terror. Pierre reached out with one giant hand and grabbed Jack by the top of his head, the big, furry brown fingers wrapping down across the man's cheeks. Effortlessly, the monster lifted Jack right up off the ground. Jack started to kick, but his feet were bound as well. His body thrashed as he fought to break free. The boy stepped back to avoid Jack's kicking heels. Pierre never took the AA-12 off the back of Tabs' head. The girls started to scream against their gags. Don't! Was all Amy could say. Pierre tilted his dog head to the side, so the skewed jaws opened horizontally rather than vertically. The long white teeth glinted colored plasma reflections from the reservoir dog's movie before they closed on Jack's neck. There was the briefest second as the teeth penetrated the skin, a second that strung out like a DVD on pause. Then came the blow. Then, spraying jets shot out of Jack's neck, splashing against Pierre's face, splashing on Tabs, falling on the carpet. Jack's body thrashed in a desperate, instinctive, helpless bid for survival. He screamed through the gag. Knees came up, then down, feet kicked back and forward, shoulders twisted, his arms fought against the ropes that would not break free. Amy heard herself screaming, heard words torn by panic and denial and anguish. Oh God, no, no! Pierre let go of Jack's head, but the man didn't fall. His neck pinched tightly in the skewed jaws. Then Pierre shook his head like a dog with a chew toy. So fast, his head and Jack's head looked like a blur. The shake lasted only a violent second, then stopped. He shook again, this time with a growl. Amy could hear her husband's gag screams. Any defiance gone. Now there were screams of pure pain and terror. Pierre shook again, harder, longer, and blood splattered on the flat panel TV screen. Amy heard a cracking sound and saw Pierre take a deep breath. The monster shook again, even harder this time. And Jack's head sailed across the room. Trailing blood, it landed in the lazy boy.
What's better than resupplying?
His mouth seemed to chew weakly on the gag for a few long seconds.
At the same time.
Then the head fell still. The girl's screams brought Amy back. She found herself lying on the carpet. She'd passed out. For the briefest of moments, she allowed herself to imagine it had all been a dream. But then she saw Tabs, gagged and screaming Tabs, her father's blood matting her black hair and dripping down her face. She saw the monster behind Tabs, a monster holding an automatic shotgun to the girl's head, a monster soaked with that same blood. She saw her daughter Murr held in a huge arm against the suited Snake Man. Murr kicked and fought, but Snakeface just ignored it. And in the middle of it all, Chief Amy Zoe saw the most evil creature in the world. A teenage boy wearing a pinstripe suit. The meeting takes place tomorrow, Mrs. Zoe, the boy said. The ship needs to board at 11:30, sail at midnight into the bay. Dimitri and all his men need to be on it. If these things don't happen, and happen on time, I'm afraid you'll have to choose again. I'll get it done. I swear. Just don't Diamonds flashed from the watch's gold face. Call the store number on this phone when you have the information for me, Mrs. O. Now, if I was you, I'd probably get going. Amy nodded, then stood. I need my gun, she said. Her voice sounded hoarse, and her throat hurt. The boy tossed her the Glock. Amy turned and staggered towards the door that led to the garage. With each step, she could hear the screams of her daughters. The gag screams that said, Mommy, don't leave us. Mommy, save us. Those screams yanked at her adrenaline-stoked heart, almost as bad as the unforgettable horror of seeing her husband torn apart. There was no question who was in charge. That boy called the shots. If she wanted to save her daughters, she had to do what he said. She would save them. If the boy wanted a ship, she'd find one. If he wanted the Russians, he'd get them too. And Chief Amy Zoe knew exactly where to start. Sean Robertson walked through the halls.
Which one of my skills is required?
With Chief Zoe,
Give me a shout when you've made your mind up.
Robertson had known the call would come to him. He'd made sure he was close by. Not close enough to arouse any suspicion, but close enough to be at the scene shortly after the criminalist arrived to document the evidence. He walked up to the room that had belonged to Francis Parkmeyer. Had belonged, because Francis Parkmeyer was dead. Dealing with death at San Francisco assisted living was nothing new. Old people died all the time. That's just how the world works. Most of them, however, died from normal old age shit. They didn't die from gunshots. The door to Parkmeyer's room was propped open and marked with yellow police tape labeled, Do Not Touch, Police Investigation in Process. The door handle hung loosely from the wood, evidence that someone had kicked in the door. A man with a huge keychain pulling down on his belt and a weird hairline receding only on the left-hand side stood outside the door, shifting from one foot to the next. His hands fidgeted with a clipboard. The man saw Robertson coming and quickly walked up to intercept. Are you Sub-Chief Robertson? That's me. I'm Chuck Baker. I'm the manager here at San Francisco Assisted Living. I want to say that our entire staff is at your disposal. If there's anything that you need, just let us know. Thank you, Mr. Baker. Would you mind staying out here for a little while longer while I look at the scene? Chuck nodded quickly and stepped aside. Of course, of course. I'll be right out here. Robertson walked through the door. The photographer he didn't recognize was popping pictures left and right. Pictures of the dead old man on the bed. Pictures of the broken window. Pictures of the Smith & Wesson Model 4006 laying on the carpet at the foot of the bed. He did recognize the criminalist, Owen Kiefer Jones. It was rumored that Owen was a major pothead, but he never got caught and always did his job well. Owen, what do we have? Hey, Sub-Chief, Owen said. Seems you can't even get hold of peace these days, man. Herb broke in, popped the Vic in the head twice. Then looks like he dropped the piece and went out the window. Robertson looked at the bed. Parkmeyer looked peaceful. He even seemed to have a small, relaxed smile on his face. He would have looked asleep, were it not for the bloody black spot in his forehead where one bullet had hit, and the bloody, empty right eye socket that marked the pass of the second shot. It was a shame the old man had to go, but even if Chang and Klauser went down, there was no guarantee that someday someone else wouldn't come to chat with Parkmeyer. Robertson checked the window, hoping that monster got it right. Looked like he had. Most of the glass was gone. A few small, jagged chunks of the tempered material stayed stuck in the frame. The metal hooks of a rope ladder hung from the window. Sean walked to the window, making a show of not touching anything, and peeked out. He already knew how long the ladder was because he'd bought the fucking thing. 40 feet. So what happened? Owen stood and checked his notepad. Seems pretty straightforward. The perp kicked in the door. The criminalist walked to the open door and started pantomiming the assumed course of events. The locks are decent, enough to keep old people from breaking out of their rooms, but not enough to stop a good kick. He raised his right foot, kicked at the open air of the door. Guy smashes the door, walks in. He took 4 steps to the middle of the room, turned and pointed his finger at Parkmeyer's corpse. He fires twice from a distance of 6 feet, scoring 2 headshots. Probably the Smith & Wesson, of course, but we'll run ballistics as soon as we get it back to the lab. He snapped his hand open like he was dropping something, then knelt and reached into an imaginary bag. He drops the gun to get the rope ladder out of a bag, or maybe a backpack. Maybe he also has something to smash open the glass, because we didn't see any blood or fibers on the window shutters. He walked to the broken window. He smashes open the window, takes his time to make sure most of the glass is gone so it won't get cut. Then he puts the rope ladder on the sill, scrambles down, and he's gone. Happens at maybe 2 a.m., maybe 3 a.m. If anybody else saw him go out the window, we haven't heard about it yet, and probably won't until the news broadcasts the story. Maybe somebody will call in.
Well, it seems simple enough. Probably some old criminal hired a hitman to take Parkmeyer out for revenge. Someone would need detailed knowledge of the room, but if he knew what the room looked like, if he knew what floor he was on, it wouldn't take much planning.
Owen nodded. The only thing that's weird is why would he break the glass? I mean, he came prepared with a rope ladder and all, man. The window has a latch. All he had to do was open it up, hook up the ladder, go out.
Sean shrugged. Maybe he got too excited. Granted, he did drop the gun after all, and that's not exactly a rational thing for a hitman to do.
Which means it probably wasn't a hitman. Someone came here specifically to kill Parkmeyer. Obviously, they weren't a pro. Maybe they had some info about the room but didn't know the window would actually open. So they came prepared to break it. They weren't someone who does shit like this for a living.
We run the serial on the gun?
Already on it. Called it in first thing. They're running it now.
Good. I'll be outside, talking to the manager. Let me know as soon as they call back. The old man may have been retired, but he was still a cop, and we're still gonna get the bastard that did this.
Robertson walked out of the room. Chuck Baker was waiting, hands still twitching on the clipboard.
Mr. Baker, I saw security cameras coming in, and I see him up here in the hallway. You have a recording of tonight?
He already knew the answer, but it never hurt to be sure. We don't keep recordings. We usually don't even have any security issues. The patients, you see, they don't cause a lot of trouble. The cameras cover the front and rear doors and the hallways, but our security is, how to say this delicately, not very attentive.
So your security guard didn't see anything?
Well, our security guard is also the night nurse, you see, so he had to attend to several patients through the night, and was therefore, away from the camera bank. Repeatedly. The murderer could have entered it several times. Robertson nodded, satisfied. He'd counted on that for his plan. It was an old folks' home, for God's sakes. They had no reason to keep a tight lid on security. What was the worst that could happen? A few tapioca pudding snack packs being stolen from the kitchen? Even if they had recordings, they'd just be wondering what technical glitch resulted in showing no perp entering Parkmeyer's room. That would have to be the answer, of course, because the only other way to get into a sixth-floor room with no fire escape was to fly. And no one could fly.
Mr. Baker, I need to know who's been here to see Parkmeyer recently.
Well, he doesn't get a lot of visitors. Just those two detectives that visited a few times.
Detectives? You mean San Francisco police detectives?
Baker nodded. Yes, Brian Clauser and Pookie Chang. They visited here at least twice in the past week that I know of.
How can you be sure it was those two?
Because I helped them. They said they were investigating a case. I could also check the visitor's log to see if they came in more often than that.
Would you do that, please? Check the logs and give me dates and times of any visit by Clauser and Chang. Anyone else, of course, but especially those two.
Baker nodded and walked off. Cell phone pressed to his ear. Owen came out of the room and ran toward Sean. Sup, Chief? We gotta hit back on the weapon serial number, man. It's pretty messed up. The weapon is a police issue. It's registered to Detective Brian Clauser.
What? A ninja? That can't be. There must be some mistake.
Owen shook his head. No, sir, I had him run it twice. Then I reread the serial and had him run it a third time, just to be sure. It's Brian Clauser's gun.
And the manager just told me that Clauser and Chang have been here at least twice to talk to Parkmeyer.
Get the fuck out of here, Owen said. Why are they talking to Parkmeyer?
That's what we're gonna find out.
He pulled out his cell phone and dialed dispatch.
This is Sub Chief Sean Robertson. I need an APB out for Detective Brian Clauser and Pookie Chang. They are to be taken into custody immediately. Be warned, Clauser is now wanted as a suspect in the murder of retired Detective Francis Parkmeyer. If he killed one cop, he'll kill another. Clauser is to be considered armed and extremely dangerous.
Ooh,
junkies, 1 hour and 4 minutes of nothing but pure story. I don't know if that might be an indoor record. I think it's a world record. A galactic record is what that is. Now, since this beast of an episode is already choked out your podcatcher and is so huge, we're going to make this quick. I wanted to let you know that Infected is now being published in Taiwan, in Chinese. This is freaking awesome. It joins the list of languages that are publishing Infected. I have a list of flags for countries that will be publishing the book in the show notes at SgtScreed.com. But more importantly, junkies, now that we have crushed Taiwan, we are closing in on my invasion of mainland China. The most populous nation on the entire planet in the history of mankind is very, very close to falling under the boot heel of General Siglarissimo and his battalions of planned tanks. I already had Japan. Now I have Taiwan, effectively giving me a full blockade of the eastern coast of China. I've got them boxed in with Russia to the north, which I have already conquered, and Australia to the south. Thanks to the Incas Publishing House in Taiwan, who will be publishing Infected either at the end of 2008 or sometime early in 2009, we've got China boxed in. And to all of my Chinese fans that can listen to this, to all of you who are being persecuted for your belief in Siglarism, because the Chinese government doesn't want me in there, because I'm subversive, I've been blocked out of the Chinese version of Google. You can't even find Scott Sigler in the Chinese Google, because they know what I'm going to do when I get in there. To all of you secretive Siglerites hiding in the mountains of China, lurking in the tunnels in the cities, in the abandoned buildings, and the good buildings, because you didn't tell anybody, you still live a pretty good life. Anyways, to all of you who are following Siglerism, Pope Siglaricus is coming. He will be there to rescue you. Just hold on. Keep getting your pirated podcasts. Keep downloading your PDFs. Keep getting all of that Siglarism stuff, and the Pope will march on China. That's it for this week, junkies. Catch you next week with episode 29. You have been listening to Nocturnal, written and performed by Scott Sigler. For more information, go to ScottSigler.com. All music in this podcast provided by Uncrowned off their album Devils and Angels, available now at the iTunes Music Store.
This episode of Stuff They Don't Answers to Boys. PG.
That's what we were looking for. LJT over.
From UFOs to psychic powers and government conspiracies, history is riddled with unexplained events. You can turn back now or learn the stuff they don't want you to know. A production of iHeartRadio.
Good news, we located some supplies.
My name is
Bad news, they're in
They
the
call
hands
me
of
Ben.
a
We are
rather
joined as
serious
always
stick-up
with our super
operation.
producer,
Get a hold of them and
Control Seconds. Most importantly, you are here, and that makes this Stuff They Don't Want You to Know. Long-time listeners or recent listeners, welcome. You'll notice that we are continuing a bit of a maritime trend today. We didn't plan this, it just happened. We're tackling one of the oldest oceanic questions in human existence. For thousands and thousands of years, human beings have both feared and worshipped the ocean, as well as, of course, the things believed to live within it. So fast forward to the current day. Good for us, human species. We have learned a great deal about the ocean over the past several millennia, and we still rely on it for food. Nowadays, we can pretty often travel across it safely, but we have by no means conquered the ocean. In fact, we know more about the moon right now than we do about Earth's oceans. The briny deep, in short, is still
flooded with mysteries. That was not an intentional pun, but here's the point. Today's question, is it possible that sea serpents, the legendary sea monsters of old, still exist today? To answer this question, we have to learn what little we do know about the ocean already. So here are the facts.
And just to be clear, when we're talking about the oceans, we really mean the oceans, the seas, the places where there's briny water, right? Where it's very deep. That's what we're referring to today. So anywhere in the world, not just in one particular place.
Right, yes, not just the Pacific, not just maybe the Indian Ocean, but the whole shebang. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like literally all of the water, or as we'll come to find out, 97% of all the water. So we've often heard people say things like, we know less about the ocean than we do about outer space. That's a little misleading. But we definitely do know more about Earth's moon than we do about Earth's oceans. I mean, when you think about it, the numbers get weird. If you believe the official stories, that's for a different episode, we've sent 12 people to the moon since about 1969. Yet, in comparison, we've only sent 3 people to the deepest part of the ocean. One of them being James Cameron, who makes an appearance here. As a matter of fact, the old Hollywood legend is that James Cameron mainly wanted to do Titanic as a way of getting support for his trip to the Marianas Trench.
Which is very cool.
Yeah, he had a cute little, pod thing that he went down in, right? Like a kind of a future-y looking under the sea mini sub with grabber claw arms, or maybe I'm hyperbolizing here.
No, that's a pretty good description. I mean, that's the only way to get down there. And those people who've gone to the deepest part of the ocean, again, we're only counting the people who came back. It's completely plausible that a lot of people died and their bodies eventually drifted to some very deep part of the seafloor.
Well, and the ones that did come back were all completely mad.
There we go. Nice setup. We know that despite the fact that there have only been a very, very small amount of people who went to what we call the deepest part of the ocean, we know that there is a lot down there. The ocean takes up about 71% of Earth's surface, and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, whose research we lean on a lot in this episode, they note that about 95% of that oceanic surface, the seafloor, they call it unexplored. And it depends on what you mean by explored, but I think it's a fair way to look at it, especially when we learn more about the stats and geography of the ocean.
Quick question, guys. Do you think they worked backwards from that acronym to, what words were going to be in it? Because Noah's Ark and all that. And they're like, okay, we got to make this Noah thing work. It's such a good image.
I thought about that, but I didn't nail down the story because it would be my speculation. It feels like if they're trying to purposely spell Noah, then they would have done a better job. There's so many things that begin with H.
Well, some mysteries are just better left unsolved. So it's true. What we loosely describe as the ocean, in swishy quotation fingers, has a volume of around 1.332 billion cubic kilometers. I say that doubly because the word is spelled out several times in this research materials that I'm looking at. Just to drive home, that's a lot of cubic kilometers, my friends. That works out to be about 352 quintillion gallons of water. That's just like a completely unfathomable number right there, in my mind at least. And that's 97% of the water on the entire planet. Another 2% is locked up in glaciers and ice caps, and a tiny part is in water vapor floating through the atmosphere. And an even tinier part is inside of us all.
Oh, man. That's
It was
nice.
there all along. It was there all along, you guys.
It's the majority of the human body, actually. About up to 60% of you, specifically you, if you're human and listening to this, about 60% of your body is water.
We are water beings on a water planet, gentlemen. And when we're talking about, the actual volume of the oceans, we're talking about 95% of the ocean floor, quote unquote, unexplored, right? Because we're talking about actually going and exploring there the way you would the moon or another place. It's crazy to imagine that that's just the floor part, and then there's all that volume of water with all that depth. And think about attempting to explore somehow the surface area at every depth that you possibly can, and it just feels like it would be impossible for humans to do, because the average depth of the ocean is 3,795 meters, or a little over 12,450 feet. And just like the Earth's surface, life is not distributed evenly across the ocean, right? You don't just have whales every X meters or something, or fish every X centimeters, whatever it would be. They could be anywhere within that depth.
Just for comparison there, when we're talking about the average depth of the world's oceans, consider, let's see, Matt, the number you gave us is average depth of 3,795 meters, or a little north of 12,450 feet. The current tallest building, tallest skyscraper in the world, the Burj Khalifa, is 2,716 and a half feet. So tiny, tiny, tiny in comparison to not the deepest part of the ocean, but just the global average. This is a big place.
We know a security company is moving what we need. We just don't know which band they're using.
Good job for our species. But we did it at a really, really low resolution. I'm not going to say we cut some corners, because again, it's a very big place. But if you look at the overall mapping of the ocean floor, and you take all of the scientific progress that every single civilization has made up to now, most of that ocean floor mapping has a resolution of 5 kilometers or 3 miles. That means that if something is so ridiculous, but that means that if something is smaller than 3 miles big, then we could totally miss it. So that's the threshold for size. So just to set up our question, or address our question a little more here, if a sea monster existed and there was a breeding population, and they were less than 3 miles big, not even long, they were just big. If they were less than 3 miles big, then it's possible that we could have missed them.
Think about all the crashed extraterrestrial craft that could be down there. We'd have no idea. They're not 3 miles long. Well, maybe.
Matt, are you proposing aquatic extraterrestrials?
Yes, USOs, my friend.
Oh my gosh. I don't even know how to start wrapping my head around that idea, but probably a discussion for another day.
Check out our episode.
Yeah, we have a previous episode on these USOs, and I don't know. Maybe we should revisit that one, because there's some new information I found on that. But yeah,
clearly I should revisit that one, because I do not recall its existence at all.
But you're right, Noel. That's an episode maybe for another day, which you can find now wherever you get your favorite podcast. So this mapping, it's something that can be misleading, I think, when you first hear it. It's kind of like, say, a radio telescope. A radio telescope gives you information about space, but it doesn't necessarily give you a visual picture. And this ocean floor mapping doesn't necessarily give us what you would think of as a visual picture. The job is accomplished using radar. It measures the sea's surface, so it gives us this kind of rough topography, the idea of where the bumps and the dips occur, and that's pretty cool, right? But that means that the maps of the ocean floor still are not as detailed as some of the maps of planets in our solar system, which is insane. We know a little bit about Mars. If this holds true, we know a little bit more about the surface of Mars than we do about the surface of the ocean. Nuts.
Okay, so just for like a audio visual aid, let's just talk a little about the layout. So just like the surface of the globe, the subterranean globe, I guess we could call it, is divided into different zones or regions. Each one has their own unique ecosystem, specific creatures that are native to each of these areas, adapted to live in these particular conditions. Of these zones in the ocean, there are 5. We'll start from closest to the surface and dive down. I'll start with this one because it's really fun to say. The epipelagic, or sunlight zone. And that ranges from the surface of the water to 656 feet below. It gets plenty of light, plenty of heat, and of course all of those things decrease as you head further down. And this is where all the cute little babies live. The fun, cute kind of Finding Nemo-esque figures of the sea. A lot of oceanic life that humans actually interact with.
Like sharks.
Sure, they're cute in their own way. Let's be nice. But also like coral reefs and all these amazing built-up layers of coral. It's very much like, think of it as like the metro area of the sea. This is like the Tokyo or the New York City or the Atlanta.
Nice. And then if you go down a little bit further, you get to the twilight zone or the mesopelagic zone. It's between 656 feet and 3,281 feet. There's still a lot of stuff living in this area, but stuff's getting a little different, a little weirder. Like wolf eels. Sure you're familiar with those wolf eels. You can hear them howling in the seas no matter where you are. Swordfish.
Why, hello, how you
scary,
doing?
terrifying creatures
How can I help?
that you can hunt for,
Okay,
fish for them.
some other time.
But it's a difficult process. The light at this point, as you're going down, is dying. Sunlight is getting fainter and fainter as you submerge.
If you mapped all this on a chart, you could definitely correlate depth with weirdness. Just putting that out there real quick.
I want to point out, for anyone who is hearing of wolf eels for the first time, please do yourself a favor, use your browser of choice to check out some images of wolf eels. They do not look like what you might assume a wolf or an eel looks like. I had to put them in there. And their life is getting weird with it.
And you can't actually hear them howling. I apologize, I was joking.
Well, we don't know. We don't know. So let's continue this journey into the murk. Now we're stepping into the midnight zone. To bastardize the phrase from that song, we're at the bathypelagic zone between 3,281 feet to 12,124 feet. This part of the ocean is like that old line from Method Man. It's a cold world. You have to bring your own heat. This zone is largely dark. This is where you start to see some sea creatures emitting their own light through phosphorescence. It's also like that Queen song. Doom, 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 doom. These creatures are under pressure. The pressure in this zone reaches almost 6,000 pounds per square inch. And that's just because what you alluded to earlier, Matt, there is so much water on top of you here if you live in this area. And then next to this, our next step, should we continue James Cameron-esque down into the depths, is what I think personally is the coolest zone.
Is it cool as ice, Matt? Sort of like that Queen song was repurposed to be?
It's very cold. It's not quite freezing because the water is still liquid, but it's very, very cold.
You're going to have to convince me that it's cooler than high-pressure bioluminescence, but let's do this.
Right, so this is the abyssopelagic zone. Did I get that right? I think I got it pretty close. And that's between 13,124 feet and 19,686 feet. And as the aforementioned Vanilla Ice reference implies, this is a very, very, very cold part of the deep sea with no natural light. Over 75% of the ocean floor is in this zone. So this is essentially like, for all intents and purposes, the bottom, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, loosely speaking, this is one of the things I thought about a lot in younger days. I always thought, where's the bottom of the continents? You know what I mean? Where can you walk? Like if you could walk on the ocean floor and you could see, oh, there's where the floor has kind of a corner, and the wall there, that's North America, or that's Australia. You would find it in the abyssopelagic zone. That's the the place from which sprang the continents, but it's still not the bottom. It's just most of the bottom, right? Because just like the non-water-covered surface of the planet, there are peaks, there are valleys in the ocean. We call these trenches.
Yes, the hadal pelagic zone that lies down, way down, 19,686 feet to 36,100 feet. Now imagine that. What did we say the average was? Around 12,000, 13,000 feet?
That's correct, 12,450 feet.
So now we're way down there. And the pressure in these areas is insane. It's more than 11,318 tons per square meter. Or, essentially, think about this, the equivalent of one person trying to support the weight of 50 giant jumbo jets. You know, we all know somebody who can bench press one jumbo jet. But imagine doing 50. Yikes.
Yeah, it's impossible. It calls to mind the old mythological figure of Atlas holding the world atop his shoulders. And mythology plays a huge role in today's episode as well. The actual depth here gets tricky because it depends on, the trenches or the valleys in the area. Of course, the Marianas Trench, which is the deepest area of the ocean to ever be explored by humans, sits at, it's definitely 35,797 feet deep. But that might not be the entire story because, again, there's a ton of stuff we don't know about the ocean. Just for comparison, like we did with Burj Khalifa, the tallest mountain in the world on Earth's dry surface is Mount Everest. That stands at 29,026 feet. So this means that the deepest ocean trench, as far as we know, is deeper than the tallest mountain on this planet is high. Even with scale comparisons, this quickly becomes mind-boggling. We're just telling you this to give you the map, the lay of the land. Now we have to talk about the things that live within this strange world. Estimates show that somewhere between 50 to 80% of all life on Earth is found under the ocean.
And we'll tell you about that life right after a quick word from our sponsor.
This episode of Stuff They Don't Want You to Know is brought to you by Audible. Everybody who listens to podcasts is familiar with Audible, right?
Oh yeah. Audible has been around for a while. They have so many things to offer. And when you think of this brand, you may think, oh, audiobooks, yeah? But that's not all they have. They do have those amazing audiobooks, but they've also got podcasts, guided wellness programs, theatrical performances, A-list comedy, and exclusive Audible originals that you can't find anywhere else.
A recent Pew study found that 27% of adults say they haven't read a single book in the past year, and that's up from 19% in 2011. But the main reason for that is lack of time. So why not, maximize your time? Listen to a book on Audible while doing your chores around the house, or while working out, or
We're all good.
Multitasking is the new way, so why fight it? Audible is the way to go.
One thing to bring up here is stories.audible.com. It's a place where you can go to stream hundreds of Audible titles completely free, no strings attached, as long as the quarantine lasts. I would highly recommend this, especially for parents.
And just a reminder, stories.audible.com isn't the main site. It's just an extra added feature where you can get all of these incredible stories. So get started today by visiting that main site at audible.com/conspiracy or text conspiracy to 500-500. And if I'm not mistaken, fellas, that gets you a free credit to start?
Yeah, you can try Audible free for 30 days. With that code, audible.com/conspiracy, or just text conspiracy to 500-500. It's been a while since we've been out on the road. It's all still out there. Say hello again with a Mazda. With the most incredible CUV lineup in the market, features like available eye-active all-wheel drive with off-road traction assist provide more control and confidence in all road conditions. They also have more 2020 IIHS Top Safety Picks Plus models than any other car maker as of July. In the most recent episode of Stuff to Blow Your Mind, the hosts dive into reawakening those senses while being on the road again.
It's the time of year that a lot of people would traditionally be thinking about summer vacation season. You know, they'd be thinking about how this is when they would be trying to get out of the house and go somewhere and see something new. And that underlying urge might still be there even as we grapple with all the risks and important precautions that you would need to take if you were actually going to travel right now. And this has gotten me thinking about what travel means to us and why it is that our brains keep trying to compel us to visit far-off places known and unknown.
For more information on the Mazda CUV lineup, including the first ever Mazda CX-30, go to MazdaUSA.com/iHeart. Don't forget to explore some of our strongest finance options. And we're back. Now, over the commercial break, I'm sure many of us had adventures. Perhaps some of us are on the ocean right now. And we're probably wondering, hey, 50 to 80%? That's a hell of a range. Hasn't somebody done any kind of more robust research on this?
They were probably also thinking, wow, should I really be out right now? Especially, I mean, I am on the ocean, kind of isolated, but still. But yes, Ben, I mean, really, we keep talking about this. Just given the sheer size of the oceans, of the seas, what we're talking about here, it's impossible to know exactly how many different species live out there and all the different types of species, right? And humans, the scientists, people who've been studying this for, hundreds and thousands of years, estimate that between a third, maybe 2/3 of the things that live in the oceans have yet to be classified. Maybe they've been spotted, a few of them, once or twice, but they haven't actually been, written down and cataloged as, hey, this is another new species. But even more just have never been seen.
Yeah, that's interesting. I love that you point that out there, Matt, because we know that there are tales aplenty, big fish stories abound, but having something scientifically classified means that someone has been able to fit it into a taxonomy of some sort. This is related to these other things that we know, and this is kind of where it lives and what it does before it dies. So we might not know 66% of that easily. We do know for sure two things. First, we know that populations of undiscovered maritime animals are probably in decline the way that populations of discovered and classified maritime animals are. Secondly, and pretty disturbingly, we know that we don't know everything that's out there, but we have a wealth of scientific research and a wealth of historical allegations, if you want to call for something a little more spicy. And what's interesting about all of humanity's research into the world beneath the boats is this. It quickly descends into legend, into mythology. Sailors have been reporting tales of gigantic sea monsters since pretty much the first time human beings got onto boats, got into the ocean, and then made it back to land alive.
Just think about the first time someone saw a whale. The first time someone saw a whale while on a ship. Whoa. That must have been mind-blowing. And because you have no way of imagining even what it is when you observe a creature, a sea creature like that. And that's kind of what we're going to be talking about here. The early visions of something underneath the water that we don't know what it is.
Can you imagine being that first person to see the whale and then immediately, after being stricken by awe and majesty of it all, thinking, man, it sure would be cool to murder that thing with a pointy stick?
Yeah. Yeah, murder it. There might be a lot of food, perhaps. That could be a motivation.
One of the first encounters where it was if what we know about humans rings true, then probably one of the first encounters was somebody seeing it while they were on the shore from a distance, and then finding it was edible, maybe one washed up on the shore, which could happen even before the days of widespread sonar.
Absolutely. So let's get into some of the specific examples of strange reports of gigantic things within the water. Now, the first one we're going to talk about here is something called Leviathan. This is probably a word you've heard before. For me, I got it from magic cards and the Bible. It's a fantastic word. It's been used in the past to describe all kinds of different purported massive sea creatures. Leviathan was described in the Bible as a giant primordial, sometimes multi-headed sea serpent of sorts. It makes 6 appearances in the Old Testament, and according to biblical scholars, in some places within the Bible, Leviathan, the word, refers to an actual physical creature, and other times it functions more as a symbolic representation of God's power or wrath, which, those two different things many times are where arguments lie within translations of the Bible. I was wondering, guys, could I just give you a couple different descriptions of some of the Greek mythology descriptions of sea monsters, just really fast?
Please. But can you slow it down a little bit, Matt? Not too fast. I want to be able to keep up.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give you a quote of a monstrous fish that was written in 1555 by Olaus Magnus. Quote, "Their forms are horrible, their heads square, all set with prickles, and they have long sharp horns round about like a tree rooted up by the roots. They are 10 or 12 cubits long, very black with huge eyes. The apple of the eye is of 1 cubit, and it is red and fiery colored, which in the dark night appears to fishermen afar from under waters as a burning fire, having hairs like goose feathers."
What is that describing, Matt? That doesn't sound like any living sea creature that I'm familiar with.
It's describing a giant monster fish.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Basically.
Just making sure I was keeping up. Okay, all right, what else you got?
But it's thought that perhaps what was actually seen there was a giant squid, just due to other descriptions.
Well, but it's got horns like trees, though. What on a giant squid has horns like trees?
I don't know.
What's a cubit? That's a big measurement, right? I mean, I know it's like an ancient form of measurement, but it's like a yard, right, or something along those lines, I believe.
We've talked about that in a couple other episodes, exactly what a cubit is in the measurement.
It's like the length of your arm.
Yeah, that's what it is.
From your elbow to your fingers. Okay.
Yeah. Just one more here from the Odyssey, if you guys are cool with it. There's a sea monster called the Scylla or Skia. Skyla, maybe? I can't remember from my days of learning about Greek myths. But here's the quote. "Her legs, and there are 12, are like great tentacles, unjointed, and upon her serpent necks are borne 6 heads, like nightmares of ferocity, and triple serried rows of fangs, and deep gullets of black death. Half her length she sways her heads in air." Again,
deep gullets of black death. I like that one.
Really creepy, but again, it sounds a little bit like it could be a giant squid that was observed and just there was no understanding of what it was.
And so there are multiple examples. Typically in the West, we tend to think of things that occurred in the Atlantic or Mediterranean or the Middle East, from Middle Eastern cultures, Phoenicians and so on. One example from Nordic folklore would, of course, be the Kraken. I think a lot of us were waiting for the Kraken to show up. This was a cryptid before the word existed, wreaking havoc from Norway to Greenland, but the vast majority of Nordic people believed in this thing, and many thought they had seen it. Its MO was to attack vessels with its tentacles wrapping around a ship, and if unable to pull the ship down, this creature would begin circling the vessel, creating a maelstrom or a vortex that would drag the ship beneath the waves. Legend said the Kraken could devour the entire crew of a ship in a single go. One of our first documented allegations of this creature's existence dates back to a story written in 1180 CE by a King Zver of
Well,
Norway.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know where to
point
get
out
those
here, and
supplies.
I talked about this in a
I do
previous
know who will
episode.
tell us where to
The
get 'em
idea
if we
of a creature devouring an entire ship might seem outlandish now, but we have to remember the average size of a ship was much smaller back then. So what would have been considered a big ship attacked and destroyed by a fish is, it's not as big as the mega yachts of today. But still, these people, again, they're people. They're as smart as anyone listening today in 2020, right? The brain, the hardware hasn't evolved all that much. So we have to ask, if these things are so dangerous, why would you mess with them at all? In the case of the Kraken, it's because there was enormous profit, or potential for profit. The Kraken was accompanied by large, ginormous schools of fish that would follow it around. And when it surfaced, when it breached the water, fish cascaded off the creature's back. And that meant that if your boat was around, all you had to do was literally have a net in the water, and then you could get more fish then than you would in months otherwise.
Pretty cool. That's a kind of a net positive sea monster side effect. I'd be good with that. Oh man, I didn't even catch that. But no, the Kraken definitely sounds like a giant squid, no?
Yeah, we see a lot of descriptions of tentacles. You know what I mean? We see a lot of descriptions of a pretty aggro, pretty big, many-armed thing. And of course, at this point, finally getting to say this on air, Hail Hydra. Shout out to the myth of old. More on that later, but that's another Greek myth, I believe, in the story of Hydra. The idea is that you lop off one head. It's a multi-headed beast. You lop off one head, and two grow in its place. It's also done a lot for the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which I'm sure is what the Greeks were thinking about when they wrote that.
No question, they were laying the groundwork. So next we have something from Japan. A creature, a sea-wrecking creature known as the Umibozu that was rumored to attack specifically in calm waters where it would rise up, creating this kind of self-contained maelstrom, and described as a black phantom with two huge eyes. Okay, just phantom. I'm picturing like ghost-shaped, So let's just, again, we're going to come back to this. Two huge eyes, and in the lore of the time, this Umibozu was thought to be a spirit of some sort, rather than an actual corporeal creature. And the only way to escape this thing was to kind of almost like distract it, like a cat, with like a mouse toy or like a feather. But they would use what they referred to as a bottomless barrel, and I had to off mic ask Ben to clarify what the hell that is. And it's pretty simple when you think about it. A bottomless barrel is a barrel with no bottom, a cylinder. You take out both ends and it becomes bottomless and infinite. And then it would just like be all, what the hell is this? Oh my gosh. And then you just sail away while it's confused.
That's the thing about folklore, right? We see the truth but told slant, as Emily Dickinson would later go on to note. What's odd about this, and what differentiates this folklore from a lot of other folklore throughout human civilization, I almost said human and pre-human civilization, but no spoilers, that's a different episode, is that the folklore here does have often provable seeds of the truth. There's the little grain of sand that makes the pearl of legend. Research shows the ocean has indisputably been home to enormous, dangerous creatures in the distant past. It's home to enormous, dangerous creatures now, of course, but it was also home to things like the Megalodon.
Yes, the Megalodon. That was a big old shark, 3 times the size of a great white with teeth as big as your hand. Woo-hoo. Hope they're really extinct.
Oh, man. I don't know, Matt. I kind of hope they're still around. not around me specifically, but just like out in the world, megalodon. Even
we don't need them. Look, you said it yourself. The populations of sea creatures are declining. What's that megalodon doing other than just slurping up sea creatures or mashing them violently with its teeth that are the size of fists?
My heart goes out to sharks. They're amazing animals if you look at the mechanism of their evolution and adaptation. And also their existence seems very stressful to me, since the way that their gills are structured, they can't stand still. They always have to keep moving and forcing water through the gills. It's stressful. But even if a megalodon was around now, it would not be the largest creature. The ocean is home to proven, like, kaiju size things, right? Like the blue whale is, sorry dinosaurs, officially the largest single animal ever confirmed to exist, ever.
Ooh, by the way, guys, I remember there was an episode a while back where space whales came up, and I was trying to rack my brain, like, where have I seen space whales? And I said I thought it was this artist, French artist Mobius, and then I thought it was maybe Salvador Dali or something, and a listener wrote in and said it was actually from an episode of Futurama. I wish I remembered the listener's name, but if you're hearing this, thank you, listener. My brain was eating itself over that one, basically. But yeah, it's true. And I've mentioned that I'm also, I have an abiding fear of large things that lurk beneath the depths, and that I often have had dreams where I feel myself as this speck in this massive ocean with like huge unseen things kind of lurking about, and then like a whale will come up under me and just sort of scoop me up, and it doesn't eat me. It's just more this like kind of fear of its sheer size. And it's true, the blue whale is absolutely massive. I mean, you're gonna know it when it comes up under you in the ocean, or when you see it, hopefully from the safety of, like, one of those tours, those boat tours. 100 people can fit into its mouth, not its guts, its mouth. Its heart is the size of a small car. Maybe not even a small car, Ben. What do you think? A medium car? Like a mid-sized SUV?
It's a car that could comfortably seat 4 to 5 people.
Got it. Okay. And the beat of that heart can be detected from 2 miles away. But we've got some other things on the list of massive underwater dwelling creatures. Things like sperm whales, the whale shark, the basking shark, and of course, our pal and yours, the giant Pacific octopus. Not to mention the lion's mane jellyfish, which can reach more than 120 feet or 36.6 meters in length.
But that lion's mane is mostly creepy tentacles, right? Or not tentacles, creepy... Are they called tentacles in a jellyfish? They're tendrils.
Tendrils.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Terrifying lion's mane tendrils. Those really freak me out. Do jellyfish give you guys the same kind of feelings when you're thinking about swimming in the ocean?
I think they're beautiful to look at in an aquarium tank, but yeah, I mean because they're stingy boys, right? I mean they will mess you up, and then you got to pee on yourself.
Not all hashtag not all jellyfish, right? Are poisonous, but I personally love them. I think it's like watching a cloud underwater, or a nebula through a telescope. Also, jellyfish, at least one tiny species of jellyfish, occupies a top 10 position in Ben's list of top 10 animals because it's functionally immortal. You remember that one, Matt. It grows up, and then if it's injured or something, it returns to a juvenile phase and lives its life again. We did an episode.
We got what we need.
Real life
LJT
immortality.
signing off.
A number of years ago now, and there is real life immortality, at least for some animals, and they're all pretty crappy versions of immortality. So, but yes,
I will say though, jellyfish outside of their waters, they don't hold up so well. They're super blobby and like a thing that you'd want to step over, on the beach. And if they are stingy ones, you definitely would want to step over them. But it just goes to show how specifically adapted they are for life in the ocean, as the case with all of the creatures we're talking about today. They cannot hold up outside of the water.
But some of those manowars are very difficult to detect, and they've got really long tendrils, and you would never know it was there, and it could kill humans. Okay, maybe I just have a weird thing with jellyfish.
Well, also, that's not to sound like a jerk, but one of the reasons I really wanted to hit the idea of specificity of adaptation is, should humans be under the water? How far should we be under the water? You know what I mean? Like, if you're... I don't want to, like, victim blame or anything, because I know life is crazy and everybody's the main character of their own story, but maybe jellyfish and attacking leviathans are a sign that we shouldn't go too far into the depths. I mean, the more you think about it, it makes sense to ask, could there still be enormous creatures out there in the brine? One of the things we talked about off air as we were diving into this episode was Jules Verne, of course, his famous 1870 novel, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Don't think too much about the unit of measurement there. Just enjoy the poetic title. There's a quote here from Verne that applies to this episode, and it's this. Either we do know all the varieties of beings which people our planet, or we do not. If we do not know them all, if nature still has secrets in the deeps for us, nothing is more conformable to reason than to admit the existence of fishes or cetaceans of other kinds, or even of new species.
So, could sea monsters be real? We'll dive right into that after a quick sponsor break.
This episode of Stuff They Don't Want You to Know is brought to you in part by Indeed. What does 2020 mean for small businesses? You have to do more with less. Suddenly every single hire is critical, but there are fewer resources to find the right people. Thankfully, Indeed is here to help.
That's right, Indeed.com is the #1 job site in the world because Indeed gets you the best people fast.
Unlike a lot of other sites, Indeed gives you full control and payment flexibility over your hiring.
You only pay for what you need, and you can pause your account at any time. And there are no long-term contracts. Plus, Indeed provides powerful tools to make your search that much easier.
For example, sponsored posts, which are shown to be 3.5 times more likely to result in a hire. And with 73% of online job seekers visiting Indeed each month, Indeed is going to get you the important hire you need, just like they have for over 3 million businesses.
And right now, just for hanging out with Stuff They Don't Want You to Know, Indeed is offering you a free $75 credit to boost your job post, which means more quality candidates will see it fast.
Try Indeed out with a free $75 credit at Indeed.com/conspiracy. This is their best offer available anywhere.
Head over right now to Indeed.com/conspiracy.
Terms and conditions apply. Offer valid through September 30th. It's been a while since we've been out on the road. It's all still out there. Say hello again with a Mazda. With the most incredible CUV lineup in the market, features like available iActive all-wheel drive with off-road traction assist provide more control and confidence in all road conditions. They also have more 2020 IIHS Top Safety Picks Plus models than any other car maker as of July. In the most recent episode of Brain Stuff, our host dives into reawakening those senses while being on the road again.
Here in the U.S., international travel may be out right now, but the good old American road trip still offers amazing sights and learning opportunities. Because there's a whole other country out there to see within our borders, one that's older than the blacktop itself. It's the America where dinosaurs once thrived and mammoths were as common as road signs.
For more information on the Mazda CUV lineup, including the first ever Mazda CX-30, go to MazdaUSA.com/iHeart. Don't forget to explore some of our strongest finance options. Here's where it gets crazy. And it does get crazy. Could sea monsters be real? This genuinely depends on how you define monster. If we're talking about monsters, as in creatures of monstrous size, then our odds of finding one understandably go down. But they don't go down as far as you might think, because we still have a lot to learn about the ocean, but we're learning more about it now than ever before.
Yes, that is correct. Numerous governments and their militaries are able to detect the movement of very large objects from far away when it comes to things submerged in the ocean. And as we talked about in our episode that we covered not that long ago about sonar and its effects on marine animals, Earth's oceans essentially have like roaming detection networks in the form of submarines, which is very, very true, and commercial shipping vessels. And there's also purported technology that maybe the U.S. military and other militaries have mic'd up the oceans to a large degree. So there's
confirmed. I think it's confirmed.
I think it is confirmed too. I know it is confirmed, at least from the U.S.'s side, but I wonder how many other countries have something similar in place.
I mean, yeah, that's a very good point, Matt. And we essentially have some form of roaming detection networks. They're meant to detect other works of humanity more so than other animals, but they work. That's why we spent billions building them, and we still have found huge, occluded, disturbing things. So one thing that was tough for us to not spoil in the Year of the Facts portion of today's show is that the source of many, many sea serpent and sea monster myths across the centuries turns out probably to be the real thing, the
Hey, man.
Argent!
What is up?
Yo, I'm listening to a couple new tunes.
You ready for some
War Pigs by Black Sabbath.
Business is black, okay? We've got no growth.
Right.
And according to the
I'm not a huge fan of
nails in the
Sabbath,
junk box, growth is everything. So,
They'll do in a
hire some
pinch.
new bodies. Let's see some alpha. Okay, out for now.
Hey, fine, I'll hire more bodies when I have the money. I actually have the money, but I want to buy a hangar.
I'm gonna sing a lot of this song right now because I just like it a lot.
So, how you been, man?
I'm good. Just chilling. Talking to a girl.
You closed that deal, all right.
Cool.
Yeah.
You seen either Gunner or Snot this last week?
Yeah, I talked to Snot a little while back, about 5 days ago, and then Gunner was on last night, but he didn't join my party. He was just chilling, listening to podcasts. So he wouldn't join my party.
Okay. Ooh. Yeah, he's not as social as he... He's not so social anymore, is he?
No, he's not. Destruction! Got construction.
Yeah, you see, usually when there's nobody else on, I'll have my podcast go on, but...
I usually listen to music when I'm with myself. Ta-da! The machine keeps turning.
Oh, you're listening to some old Sabbath.
Oh yeah, War Pigs, baby.
Nice.
This minds. Oh yeah. I'm sorry, I'm just in love with this song, man. I listen to a lot of Black Sabbath, a lot of Pennywise, Blink-182.
Hello, Boo Boo. My dog came down to see me. And
I'm gonna join your session.
Okay. Yeah, I may end up
Are you
having
in a go session?
Yeah. Oh shit! No! Don't go in there! You don't go into the water!
I bought an old school Ferrari. Oh my god, that's a beaut.
Damn it.
I would assume you've heard of War Pigs, right?
Huh?
I would assume you've heard of War Pigs.
What about War Pigs?
I would assume you've heard of it.
Oh, yeah.
Good song.
Shit, how do you dive? I forgot how to dive. There we go.
My dad's in Cali right now on a surf trip, so I'm home alone.
Oh, shit.
But I'm not home alone, but my brother's at work right now. So I got the house to myself, made myself some dinner.
Nice. Oh, let's see. Should I steal? Yeah, I'll steal one of these trucks.
Man, dude, the guitar solo and the drum solo in this is just amazing. Oh yeah.
See, if it doesn't let you join my session, I may have to change my settings again.
That's fine. I'll probably be able to join. Yeah, I'm joining it now. I'm getting an electric guitar for my birthday.
MMI.
Nice.
We expect the
So
unexpected.
excited!
I think we can handle that.
Very cool. You know what kind?
No, I don't. I guess I'll find out. I was just told that I'm getting an electric guitar.
It's all good. Yeah, and you know, and you know, even like the no-name brands.
Yeah.
That most of the time doesn't even matter because I've got one. The guitar I've got is, you know, I've never heard of the brand, never seen it. And
Hey, stay where you are. I'm gonna come to you. Or are you getting supplies?
Oh no, I just spawned my terabyte.
I'm gonna come to you and show you my old school Ferrari.
Yeah, I've seen it. You bought it last time we were playing.
Damn. Me.
Oh. Yeah, I gotta start resupplying all my my wheat farm. I opened up my my counterfeit money thing back up again just so I can make more money.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, and then I figured instead of upgrading all of, you know, the rest of those, I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna buy a hangar.
Nice, yes, do that. You can get some jets like me. Stay wasted.
I think it's gonna be a while before I can afford a jet.
Yeah, mine was 7 million.
Ouch.
Someone, I don't watch it. Keep it 100.
I need to find a way to make more money. I'm not making I'm not making enough money fast enough with just these little businesses.
Really? Honestly, if I were you, I would just wait. Like honestly, just get it to where the product says 80K, and then you get 100 for it. It's like 2 vehicles, or it's 1 vehicle.
Yeah, but you know, at the same time, it's either I make a little less more often, or I make more less often.
And bruised internal organs, huh? Okay.
So,
Well, the lost are...
No, don't. It's my car driving time, not my get on my oppressor time. Are you coming over here where I'm at?
Yeah, I'm trying to make... Of course, my freaking...
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. How close are... Damn it.
You sound tired.
I'm always tired. Let's see,
Well,
where...
when are you gonna have to hop off?
Oh, I don't really have a specific time.
Alright.
I'm not scheduled to work tomorrow. I'm going to.
So you can stay up for a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna start streaming then.
Cool. Yeah, I'm
Can you hear my
streaming
music?
right now. No.
Okay. I got my AirPods in, so I'm just hoping you couldn't hear it.
Yeah, meet me up at the Tequila La, there where you gotta go to beat up all the bikers.
Okay. Do you need
Let's
help?
see. Shit, couldn't hurt. Those guys usually whoop my ass pretty good.
I'm needing you.
Although I did have one time where I went in and beat all their asses without dying once.
That's good. Are you on your oppressor?
No. No, I'm in my my Elegy RH8. One of them, I've got 2 of them.
Nice, nice.
And they were both free.
Yeah, I had a Paul Walker car that was nice.
Do what?
I had a Paul Walker car that was nice from Fast and Furious.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Let's see.
But yeah, I'll do one round where I go do all my businesses, and I'll do that on the oppressor, and then I'll go through the next time I take one of my cars. I've only got a couple cars left that I haven't used. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Whew. My shit froze for a second. I thought, no, don't die on me now.
Gang out the marbles, you thinking? I'm gonna beat everyone up for you.
Huh?
I'm gonna beat everyone up.
Works for me.
Wait, hang on. Seems how I'm not in the mission, I might be able to bring a gun in there. hang on. Let me go in, Let's see if I can bring a gun in there.
I was gonna say, you're not in there. I just watched all the girls run out.
No, I can't.
Oh, okay.
Why are they going after me? I didn't do anything to you guys. I didn't do anything. No, stop. Go away from me. There are so many of you. You're on your own.
Okay.
You're a jerk. Fuck off, clown. You punk of shit. Get lost.
Oh, okay. I've got the supplies. I'm out of here.
Yep, me too. Out the way. Cool. Why is it even full? All about the council mistake.
Get out of my way.
Reflections, fuck it. Keep it light, stay out of the fight. No one's gonna listen to me. The song preaching what is wrong, but they let me see me on TV. Like that, right? Where we go? Way up and down that road. Way up and down. We gon' burn the whole house down. Watch me standing in line. We only serving life. We got something to hide. We gon' burn the whole house down. Burn the whole house down. Looking up the tricks up your sleeves. True, more love in the world. Foreigners and looking and thieves. Oh no. Way up we go. Way up and down that road. Way up and down. We gon' burn the whole house down. Watch me standing in line. You only serving life. Something to hide. We gon' burn the whole house down.
See, I need about $90,000 more before I can get a hangar.
That's it?
Yeah. Yeah, I finally got my million for the month.
Watch me standing in line. You're only serving life. Got something to hide. We don't burn the whole house down.
And we're still in business. All right. LJT with the sign-off.
I finally built my first 100 rounds of 45 caliber.
Whole house down. Where's the guitar? I need to.
Okay, right now I've got about $60,000 worth of weed.
It like cost me because why did we say 17? They're gonna be a millionaire.
We've hired one of our rivals guys to come with the supplies and do some work on the equipment. Pick him up and bring him in.
I'm about ready to start some production for my gun running instead of just doing research. Just so I can make a little more money.
gonna try to make this at least a 3-hour stream.
I will get some value if you don't.
Ooh, I'm about to get me like 42,000.
Say again?
Yep, $42,000.
Nice.
It's almost like our squad split up, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and then when do you start school?
The 24th.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're not starting up. They're not starting up here till September 14th.
We got what we need. LJT signing off.
Hey, miss. How was work? Dang, that sucks. You're going out with your friends? Alright, bye, dude. Love you. See you later tonight. That's nice.
I forgot. I've got coffee on.
NSCEE.
All right, so what's better than resupplying, I hear you at?
I'm just getting some quick little money right now.
You know what? I'm using my oppressor on this one. We're gonna chase around those damn dudes on motorcycles. I'm not doing it in my car again. Shit takes too long. Coffee. Best coffee on the planet right here. And no, it's not Starbucks. That's the only thing I don't like about the oppressor is that, you know, you spend too much time on it and it just feels like you're going so slow.
What's up, Gia? What you doing? Hey, Sarge, I gotta go.
Alright, dude.
Hey, you have a good night.
Hey, man. You too.
Fossil with the giant squid. Today it's known as Architethus dux. It's as old as, like, rumors of this are as old as the first days of sailing, honestly. But for centuries, the only proof we had was really creepy, really circumstantial, disturbing stuff. Nearly unidentifiable carcasses wash ashore. The lone survivor of a shipwreck shows up with, with missing crew members and a 19-foot tentacle that's rotting in the sun. And then we find, giant known creatures, especially sperm whales in the era of whaling, right? The Moby Dick days and beyond. You would find whales that had scars, like gigantic sucker marks that were wrought by some unknown animal, where you would find these gigantic beaks. They looked like kaiju beaks. They looked like the beaks of a squid that no god would ever put on this planet, right? Because these are very religious people finding these too. And it wasn't until maybe in your lifetime, fellow conspiracy realists, that scientists finally got a photograph of a real-life kraken. And that was just like one blurry paparazzi under the seas photo,
That was alive, right? It was, there's one swimming around. It wasn't a carcass, it wasn't some remnant, it was an actual thing swimming around. And then, think about this, it wasn't until the Mayan apocalypse, 2012, when we acquired actual video footage of a live giant squid existing in its environment. Because there was another time earlier than that where a giant squid was, I believe, caught essentially and pulled up to the surface
by the Japanese fishing vessel.
That was the one we were just talking about, right? Was that 2006 maybe? I think something around that time, where one got pulled up from the depths to the surface, just in the act of a large fishing operation. But yeah, 2012, 2013 as well, we acquired actual video footage of a giant squid. Ooh, and it was creepy.
And, if you guys have ever seen that Noah Baumbach movie, The Squid and the Whale, it references a diorama that you can see at the Museum of Natural History in New York of a massive sperm whale essentially doing battle with one of these kraken-like creatures. And it's pretty epic to look at. Still on display there as far as I know.
Yeah, it was there the last time I went. I love that museum. It's, I don't know. A lot of that museum is dark when you get into the exhibits. I like dark museums. These creatures like dark areas of the water. They live in very deep areas of the ocean, as far as we can tell. Again, we know very little about them. They're anywhere from 1,300 to 3,000 feet down. We know that they can grow larger than some whales. The only predator of theirs we know about is the sperm whale. We don't know how large these things can get yet. We know that they are stronger than an elephant. We know that a bite from their beak has enough force to sever steel cables. This means that if one of these made it to the surface in the days of wooden boats, that boat would, in short, well, it's a family show. So I'm just going to say they would be in very deep trouble.
Yeah, well, what if your ship has a steel hull? doesn't seem to matter. These dang beaks can go through anything.
You can puncture that, yeah, just stay on their good side. I mean, the craziest thing about this, it's a real-life sea monster. It fits some of the qualities we described, right? And we know so very little about it. We still have a lot of questions about large sea animals that everybody's kind of familiar with, right? There's a lot of stuff we don't understand about whales. We know even less about these things. As recently as June of 2020, of this year, last month as we record this, we learned new stuff about these monsters. A juvenile version of them washed up on the shores of South Africa. This is not the first time it happened, but this creature was already 13 feet long. That's baby size for these guys, right? It's a mini-me of a giant squid. But it was just about 2 years old. We also don't know how long they live. We don't know how big they grow while they're alive. And they're not the only thing out there. I mean, I say we go full Lovecraft. Well, let's point out that the ocean is also home to giant deep-sea worms. When we say giant, we mean giant. They also glow in the dark.
So, these guys, well, as individuals, wouldn't necessarily be considered in the same league. That's a sea pun as well as the rest of these animals that we're talking about today. They're called pyrosomes, and they're free-floating tunicates. They're also known as the unicorns of the sea. But they're pretty big. They're big enough for a human to ride, but they also kind of create these massive swarms. They're soft and delicate, like some sort of like feather boa, perhaps. And again,
We got what we need.
Off
LJT
mic,
signing off.
pointed out that these are really in kind of on a technicality, sea monster by default. That's because each of the worms is actually a colony of thousands of individual creatures, and the individuals themselves are super tiny. It's almost like they operate in this crazy hive mind type situation.
Yeah, they're like a big commune, and jellyfish often also are creatures of colony or hive. But these giant sea worms are also, we should mention, because Chekhov's gun rule, right? We did name drop Lovecraft, so we have to follow up on that. These worms are not eldritch objects
just
of
because
worship,
it's almost
sleeping
legitimate,
beneath the waves
don't mean
for
the kush growins
aeons,
for
waiting
peace
for the
next.
stars to
We
be
got some
right.
nasty
This is not a
rivals,
case of
and we're
that
gonna
is
have to
not
raid
dead
them
which
for
can
supplies.
eternal lie, and
When you
with
have the stuff,
strange
bring it
aeons
back.
even death may die kind of thing. We're not at Cthulhu level yet, but Matt, Noel, while we are on the subject of waking ancient creatures, it's time to ask, what about the other monsters? We have sea monster news for you.
Well, as we stated before, we've been talking
What you need,
about
boss? Some wheels? I can bring them
giant
around.
monsters, right? We've been describing monsters as something that is monstrous
I'll bring it to you.
in its size, but there could be something very dangerous, very frightening, that isn't giant, that could be discovered down below the depths. And we have some news for you this year. Scientists made a discovery that future historians will doubtlessly call classic 2020. You know why? They found 100-million-year-old microbes beneath the seafloor in the South Pacific Gyre. This is a site east of Australia where ocean currents intersect, and this is considered to be one of the areas of the ocean that has the least amount of life, right? Some of the deadest parts of the ocean, where there's almost no nutrients here that animals need to survive. These scientists dug down very far, 5,700 meters below sea level, and they found something that had been, in a Lovecraftian way, slumbering since before the age of men.
Yeah, these things looked as though they were dead. And it's already a great find. Go science. This is already a groundbreaking discovery to find evidence of these things that were once alive. So they brought them back to the lab. They brought the clay cores they had dug up, as you had mentioned, Matt, back to their lab, where where they found these microbes, and they said, oh, wow, this is amazing. There was once life in this part of the South Pacific Gyre. I don't know. Let's feed them. Which sounds weird, right? It's a lot like finding a dead body and saying, let's put a sandwich by it. Let's just come on, let's put a sandwich by it. It's just between us. We're all buddies here. And what happened is that these microbes, these dead bodies, got up and ate the sandwich. And what happened after that is they started reproducing. They started breeding something that had been dormant for millions of years. Just came back to life. One of the scientists, and I love when scientists talk this way, one of the scientists said that this indicates the insane possibility. Whenever scientists use the word insane, something rocked them. This scientist said that these very same microbes must have been, or may have been, probably were, sitting in the same place for aeons. And that is pure Lovecraftian stuff. Lovecraft was a terrible person, not a great writer, but a fantastic world builder. And the idea of undersea creatures slumbering and being awoken by man. Now we can say, in 2020, this happened. This happened. Lovecraft is, in a way, real now. And that's just the beginning. If we go back to the statistics that Matt and I talked about at the beginning of this episode, we see some possibilities. This story isn't over, given what little we know about the ocean. Again, very little. It is scientifically indisputably true. We do not, at this point, know every single species of life currently living in there. Or, sleeping for dreamless dark millennia. And given the global reach of sonar and other detection methods, radar, etc., sure, it's plausible to say we have a solid chance of detecting an undiscovered life form if it ticks a few boxes.
That's right. It really needs to have a relatively large population. It needs to be pretty frequently on the move and spend at least some time in that smaller part of the ocean that we talked about, that metropolis that we study pretty extensively. And it also is helpful if it preys a lot on other easily detected species. But if it doesn't exhibit these traits, our odds of finding drop quite significantly.
Yeah, it's true. It's going to be hard for us to just accidentally stumble upon something new, right? If it doesn't have that large population and all those things we just listed. Does anybody else feel like it's a bad idea to awaken aeons-old microbes? Just in case maybe there's something involved there that happened to help the extinction process with life on Earth?
Yes, I do. I do think that thing, Matt.
Roll the dice. You know what I mean? We are seeing this happen in other places. It's not just underwater. Well, I guess it kind of is because
under ice.
Yeah, because ice, it's just fancier water. So ice is fancy water. Great, that's our takeaway. Please just remember that out of all the stuff we did today. But yeah, you make an excellent point there, Will, because this isn't just speculation on our part. We know that the discovery of extremophiles took forever. Creatures that live by these geothermal vents on the ocean floor. They are living off the energy exuded from those vents, so they're not consuming very well-known other species. They're not moving around a lot because they have to be by those vents to survive. So with those two pieces missing, it would take us a while to find them. And this leaves us with two notes. One is disturbing, one is distressing, or one's a little more emo, a little sad. Let's go with that one first. It may well be that we do discover some gigantic species, real-life sea monster, sea serpent, what have you, but we discover it after it becomes functionally extinct. We find the last of a relic population. We find that they are unable to breed. We find that the Anthropocene has signed their death warrant, and we are just seeing the dying echoes of what they once were. our species.
Look at that poor coelacanth.
Yeah.
There's only one.
Yep. Look, it's The Last Kraken, the new film by Wes Anderson. The Kraken is played by Edward Norton.
And as it turns out, the Kraken, a perfectly symmetrical creature. So that really works out for his mise en scène.
I was really hoping you were going to say Bill Murray, but we can go.
Oh, no, wait, change it. Kraken is Bill Murray. You heard it here.
Oh my God, this can be a crossover between the Stuff They Don't Want You to Know cinematic universe and the Ridiculous History cinematic universe, where we have a movie coming out in the December of this year for Christmas called Hans, about a horse that can solve math problems, played by, who did we say, Daniel Day-Lewis?
Two people.
Yes, that's right. Finn Wolfhard as the young clever Hans, and then he grows up into a Daniel Day-Lewis sized clever Hans. But yeah, I love this idea.
So, it's not as Wes Anderson cute if this happens in real life. Our species will encounter a macro level of a type of sadness known as sonder. If you guys have ever heard this, it's a manufactured word. All words are manufactured, so, tintinnabulation, I don't care. Make up your own words. It's a living language, but sonder is a really neat word that means the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own, populated with their own ambitions, friends, routines, worries, and so on. A story that continues invisibly around you like an anthill sprawling deep underground, and they live a life that you'll never know existed. You might only appear once as someone passing by or a lighted window in the dark. So, not to be too waxing poetic, but how terrible is it that we might find something right after we've killed it? The second thing we have to remember, and this is the real conspiratorial stuff here. It's a bit of a thought experiment. A lot of the knowledge that we have about the world's oceans comes from private corporations.
Pretending we're the Postal Service. Got it? Okay. The product's
Hey,
loaded
what's up? Who
and
just
ready for
came on?
delivery.
Couldn't say hi in the chat. Fucking mail vans.
It comes from blue ocean navies, both of which are incentivized heavily to keep secrets. So it is possible, not plausible, but possible, that something might have been found already, and the cost of revealing it to the world were outweighed by the profit motive of keeping something else. A margin, right? Or a promising dig. Or maybe, you're a military, you've detected something. Detected some big animal on its last legs, but if you tell people you discovered it, then they'll know you have some sort of classified detection technology, and then boom, billions of dollars down the Marianas Trench there. That's not happening. It's like a comic book level exciting world.
I don't think you're off base there at all then. I feel all of that. Specifically the classified detection tech, because I want to believe that there are more efficient forms of the kinds of detection technologies that we have now that they can't be shared. You're right, for proprietary reasons.
I'll definitely be lucky
now,
if he's done.
Again, like you said, Matt, I really appreciate that support there. Or dare I say, enabling. You might be enabling us a little bit, and listeners,
And that doesn't mean extraterrestrial technology. It just means advanced technology.
Yeah, agree. And while this idea of sea monsters, to put it in a sentence, this idea that sea monsters exist and are being hidden by, an oil conglomerate or a navy, a blue water navy of some sort, while it definitely sounds like sci-fi, comic book stuff, or fodder for an excellent screenplay, a sci-fi channel screenplay, the truth is, stranger things have happened out there beneath the waves. So what do you think, listeners? Now we hand, like the meme, you're the captain now. So what do you think could be out there?
You have the trawler. You're in control. Yeah, honestly, what do you think is out there? Is there anything that you have seen when you've been out on the ocean, or maybe in the ocean on a dive? Maybe you've been in a submersible before? We would love to hear about your experience, or maybe you've worked on a rig. Ooh, that would be cool. Tell us about that. Anything you want to mention that we've discussed on this episode, or if you want to give us a suggestion for another episode, you can find us. We're all over social media. On Instagram, we are Conspiracy Stuff Show. On Facebook and Twitter, we're Conspiracy Stuff.
Yes, all of these things are true. And in addition, if you want to get in on the fun with your fellow conspiracy realists, why not head over to Facebook and join our group? Here's where it gets crazy. Easiest thing in the world. Just name 1, 2, 3 of us, a super producer or 2, all of us. Make a joke that makes Ben laugh. Reference something that's in an episode, whatever. We're pretty easy, and you're in. A great place to share memes and just have conversation. Couldn't be a cooler group of folks on there. Here's where it gets crazy on Facebook. And hey, while you're at it, while you're on the internet, why not go over to Apple Podcasts and leave us a glowing review, because it really does help kind of bump the show up in the rankings, and also helps people discover. And as we're entering this brave new world of our 5 days a week thing, let us know how you dig it, and do it in a public forum so others will follow in your path.
And if you are one of the people out there who says, I listened to your Facebook episode, I don't know why I would be on that. Social media in general is a bag of badgers that's for the birds. But I do have a phone, and I have a story to tell you. Well, you are in luck, fellow conspiracy realists. You can call us any old time of day or night at 1-833-SGTWYTK. You'll have 3-ish minutes ballpark. We would love to hear from you. Let us know whether or not we can use your story on air. And then also, if you feel the pressure of that ticking clock for that 3-minute time window, why not just write down a couple things, talking points, and you refer to those. That made it easier for me when I called into our own show for some reason. But hey, Noel, a lot of times people don't like social media or telephones, which we totally get. If you are one of those folks, you are still in luck. You are trebly, Trebly, in luck, because you can send us a good old-fashioned email anytime the spirit moves you. We are
conspiracy@iheartradio.com. Stuff They Don't Want You to Know is a production of iHeartRadio. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
Did you know Geico's now offering an extra 15% credit on car and motorcycle policies? That's 15% on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Your teenager to help around the house?
Okay, Mom, I emptied the dishwasher, vacuumed the basement, and folded the sheets out of the dryer.
Wait, what?
Oh, and next, I'm gonna clean Mitten's litter box.
Are we in some kind of prank show or something? That's a camera, isn't it?
There's never been a better time to switch to Geico. Save an extra 15% when you switch by October 7th. Limitations apply. Visit geico.com for details.
Would you like a simple way to lower your blood pressure and stress, ease your headaches, and improve your immune system? On the Gratitude Diaries podcast, I'm spending a full week exploring how gratitude can make you healthier and even get you exercising more. It sounds like a magic drug, but don't worry. You'll hear the impressive research behind the findings, like the study of college students who slept better after just 2 weeks of keeping a gratitude journal. By changing your perspective, gratitude can make you happier and healthier. Plus, it's free, easy, and has only good side effects. You don't want to miss these practical, down-to-earth tips for feeling better no matter what's going on in the world. So check out the Gratitude Diaries podcast with me, Janice Kaplan. Every weekday you'll get a quick idea, new insight, or inspiration to make your life better and healthier. Listen now on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, folks, finding a new home that fits your family's needs can be pretty tricky. Luckily, when you need a mortgage that fits your family's needs, a great agree with. So, stuffworks.com.
Stuff You Should Know is a production of iHeartRadio's How Stuff Works. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
Presumptive former President Joe Biden says he was surprised and delighted to find out that his pick for running mate was Kamala Harris. At a virtual gathering in the meeting hall of his imagination, Biden said, quote, "Come on, man. We're talking about a woman who's going to be a heartbeat away from the presidency. For all I know, it may have been that last heartbeat right there. So I thought for sure it was going to be that Cherokee woman, or maybe one of those black girls. But instead it turned out to be this chick. Who knows what she is? Not that it matters. As long as she's clean and her hair smells good, then I'm all for it," unquote. Former somebody, Barack O'Hara, whatever his name used to be, said Biden, quote, "nailed it" with the selection of Harris, though former San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown issued a correction saying, quote, "No, that was me," unquote, in an apparent reference to Harris's pathway into politics, for those of you who need your dirty jokes explained to you. Harris happily accepted the vice presidency spot, saying, quote, "I'm absolutely delighted to become, let's face it, the next president of the United States, and I pledge to you, I will say anything I have to, whatever my personal beliefs are, and at this point, even I can't remember. I am proud to stand next to a man I accused of sexual harassment and bigotry, just as I would be proud to stand next to a cinder block, as long as it had that stupid look on its face, so I could be sure it was going to keel over or quit within 6 months of taking office," unquote. Harris then climbed onto a gigantic globe-shaped gas tank and shouted "Top of the World, Ma," before exploding in a fiery ball of her own ambition. The New York Times, a former newspaper, said the speech was pragmatic and moderate with great special effects. Trigger warning, I'm Andrew Klavan, and this is The Andrew Klavan Show. I'm the hunky-dunky, life is tickety-boo. Birds are windy, also sing hunky-dunky. Ship-shape-dipsy-topsy, the world is zippity-zing. It's a wonderful day, hurrah, hooray, it makes me want to sing. Hurrah, hooray, hooray, hurrah. All right, we are back laughing our way through the fall of the Republic. Go on YouTube and subscribe to the Andrew Klavan channel, not the Daily Wire channel, because screw those guys, but just the Andrew Klavan channel. You will get all my openings without censorship, and you'll get some extra content we will put on there. And if you leave a comment and it's particularly stupid and therefore raises the level of conversation on the show, we will read it on the air just because we need the material. We have one today from Magicians for Christ saying, "Dear Klavan, my Tumblr has been running a little low lately. Could you please talk about how a woman could not beat up a room full of men, or how you married your wife for her legs?" In advance, I did marry my wife for her legs, and the woman can. You know, what I love is I talked about how women couldn't win a sword fight in a battle in Middle Ages, and everybody attacked me for it, but I was right. And now the left says, "Oh, we just owned him, we destroyed him, we really showed," but I was right. So yesterday I spoke a little bit about one essential difference between the left and the American way. The left believes that if we just give them enough power, they in their wisdom can impose utopia from above. And the American way is to let each person live his life and seek to better himself so that the whole nation rises on the force of individual decisions. The left believes that everything will be great once those annoying human beings can be silenced and controlled. And for Americans, the human beings are the point, what the philosopher Immanuel Kant called an end, not a means. But the left, because it always sees utopia right over the hill of that next 5-year plan, or the controlled economy, or enforced relocation, or racial quotas, they can't follow Kant's imperative. And eventually, as normal human nature, normal human morality, normal human gender feelings, and normal human desires keep getting in the way of the plan, they start to hate normal people. Normal people are the roadblock to paradise. You can see this not just in the things they say, calling normal folk most deplorable, racist, sexist, and so on. But in the actual results of their policies, they let radicals riot in their cities, and then they tell normal people it's their fault because of their horrible normal values, which are secretly racist. They litter their cities with homeless and then tell normal people it's their fault for caring more about property values than they care about the schizophrenic alcoholics defecating on the sidewalks outside their house. Sure, they've turned your city into a hellscape, but you're supposed to take it and like it, not block utopia with your stinking normalcy. Technically, I'm not even a normal person. I'm an eccentric artist, but I never forget the house I live in is built by normal people. I don't just mean this house I'm in, but this country. It's built by the people who live and work jobs for the sake of their home and family. The freedom I enjoy is preserved by their good behavior. My life is made possible by their labor. This country is first and foremost theirs. They deserve better than a utopia that looks almost exactly like hell. Let's talk for a minute also about censorship on social media, a big, big problem. The left wants to silence and remove any voices they don't agree with. Twitter, for example, was supposed to be an open platform, but I don't need their content moderators acting like the op-ed section of the New York Times. So instead of letting social media sites revoke your right to free speech, how about revoking their right to your data? Now, you could just deactivate all your social media accounts, but that would be giving the left just what they wanted in the first place. Instead, use ExpressVPN. That's what I do. It's on all my computers. Ever wondered how free to access social media sites make all their money? They do it by tracking your searches, video history, and everything you click on, and then they sell your valuable data. When you use ExpressVPN, you anonymize much of your online presence by hiding your IP address. That makes your activity more difficult to trace and sell to advertisers. And ExpressVPN couldn't be easier to set up. You just tap one button on your phone or computer, and you're protected. ExpressVPN also encrypts 100% of your data to protect you from hackers and internet bad guys. It's finally time to say no to censorship and take back your online privacy at expressvpn.com/Klavan. By visiting my special link, you'll get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN service for free. Again, that's expressvpn.com/Klavan, expressvpn.com/Klavan to protect your data today, and don't let them find out how you spell Klavan, because then they'll get that deal. But for you, just between you and me, it's Klavan. There are no E's. Klavan. I just make it look easy like this. We got not just Jen Ellis, who's great in and of herself, but we also have John MacArthur, the pastor who is defying the LA lockdown orders by holding church, no matter what they say. Speaking of this normal thing, there is an article in the Wall Street Journal today that really moved me because it's about a neighborhood I know well. It's by a lady named Julia Vitula Martin, obviously a liberal. She's living on the Upper West Side, where you have to be a liberal. I think you have to have a card, I am a liberal, to get in the Upper West Side. She was talking about what a great neighborhood it is. And I lived in the Upper West Side at its worst in the 70s. And it was beautiful even then. I mean, it was dangerous as it's getting dangerous again. And when she talks about the fact that there were, everybody was liberal, but they had these wonderful restaurants. They have Lincoln Center is over there, and they have libraries and bookstores and markets. It really is a nice urban neighborhood if you like urban neighborhoods. And she says there were problems, but we worked them out amicably. Then COVID-19 hit, and the streets emptied, people sheltered in place, retail stores started shutting down, and at the same time, vagrancy, homelessness, which is a big problem, got worse and worse and worse. And basically, the government started using the flu lockdown to start moving homeless people and vagrants into the neighborhood, housing them in this neighborhood, so there were more and more and more of them. So they had a Zoom call organized by the Office of the Manhattan Borough President and participants from the Department of Homeless Services and advocacy groups. And this is what they told the parents whose children could no longer go to the playground and enjoy the playground, couldn't feel safe. They couldn't sit in restaurants because all the restaurants, even normally a lot of the restaurants are out on the sidewalk. And this used to happen. I remember back in the 70s, you used to sit on the sidewalk and people would come while you were eating dinner and panhandle and sometimes just scream at you and do all this terrible thing. My wife had her purse stolen back in the day. And so now this is what's happening. And so this is what the Manhattan Borough President and the Department of Homeless Services tell the parents. They say, they told them, use non-stigmatizing language when referring to what they call the West Side's new residents, who are our brothers and our fathers. One argued that photos of drunken men sleeping on sidewalks and the Broadway medians strip these people of any shred of humanity. What about the humanity of parents, the writer says? What about the humanity of parents frightened for their families and residents worried about their neighborhood? She talks about how the neighborhood is falling apart. She says now moving vans are a frequent sight as families simply pack up and leave. A neighborhood psychiatrist attributed this in part to annihilation anxiety. Not only is paradise lost, so is basic civility. And this is what I'm talking about. These are normal people. They're liberal people. I like these people. I'll be honest with you. I've always liked normal liberal people. They're charitable, they're civil, they're nice, but they don't understand that compassion is an individual attribute. Compassion is something that they do. It's not something the government does. When the government says it's being compassionate, it's really just stealing power. And a government that becomes so compassionate that it's leftist is actually going to destroy normalcy. And that's what they're doing in the Upper West Side. They took it away from the normal people. It's the normal people who make things work. And the left has always hated normal people. They've always hated their suburbs. They've always hated their homes. They've always hated their values. And now they think this is their moment and they're going to destroy them. And they're trying to convince you that your normal values are the problem and spreading homeless people and crime on your streets is a good thing. It is a very, very sick philosophy. And it's about time. I hope these people who are leaving the Upper West Side will go to a new place and remember what they learned. So let's talk more about Kamala Harris, because there's something really important about this. Yesterday she was introduced to the nation because the nation had already rejected her, so they had to bring her back and say, well, you didn't like her the first time, but we're going to bring her back. And they had this they went to a gym and all this stuff, and they had this speech that she gave. My favorite part of this also was they released this video of Biden offering her the job, and Biden sitting with the computer and talking to her. Let's play this little clip. This is cut 9.
Hi, sorry to keep you.
That's all right. You ready to go to work?
Oh my God, I'm so ready to go to work.
First of all, is the answer yes?
The answer is absolutely yes, Joe, and I am ready to work. I am ready to do this with you, for you. I'm just deeply honored, and I'm very excited.
What I love about it is on the screen of the computer, he's got a script. He can't offer the job of vice president without a script. What were they afraid he was going to say? It's like, you're a clean African-American woman with great smelling hair, so I'd like you to be... What the hell? He can't even talk to her. Anyway, the push from the Democrats and media is she's a moderate. Here's just a couple of clips. This is cut 1.
Harris comes from the middle-of-the-road moderate wing of the Democratic Party, not the first choice of progressives.
She is not far to the left, despite what Republicans are going to try to say. There is a certain circuitous route to her position on issues.
Not just likable, as they talk about, as they, people cover campaigns and talk about temperament, but she cares about women's issues. She cares about equality deep within her soul, from her own experience. We've had a great time knowing her so far, and it's kind of exciting.
There will be those that employ racism and sexism. Look at Donald Trump yesterday, calling her nasty. He would have done that to any person that Joe Biden selected on the ticket, and that's the undertone. There are those who will not retreat from that kind of divisiveness and hatred, and Donald Trump exemplifies it.
The argument here, because Kamala Harris is a careerist with no values, and because she was a tough pro-cop prosecutor until she became a defund the police leftist, right? They're going to say, well, the stuff she did that we hated means you can't call her a leftist, and the stuff that she does that we like, that she's now a far leftist, does not make her a leftist because she did stuff we hated, and then she became a leftist. Because she has no values. In other words, Trump is going to have a hard time pinning him. But I think they have a point in that it's all because of her record. It's all a little complicated. The thing he should do is pin her for the fact that she's corrupt. She is dirty down to the ground. She has always been dirty. She is a dirty, corrupt politician. And the thing is, they're going to strike back and say, well, what about Trump? Well, what about Trump? Trump has been investigated by the FBI. They tried to bring him down, the biggest law enforcement agency in the country. The CIA has investigated him. The New York federal prosecutors have investigated him. They've been investigating Donald Trump for millions and millions of years at this point.
point with all the things they've gotten. What have they gotten? A couple of, deals that he put his name on that he shouldn't have put his name on. They haven't got anything on Donald Trump. If there were bodies buried behind Donald Trump, we know about him, all right? But this woman is openly corrupt. Just the fact yesterday she was talking at the speech she gave. I mean, Joe Biden, first of all, brought back the old lie about Trump saying that there were great people on both sides of the Nazis and the white supremacists. Just a total lie. He said, I'm not talking about those people. It's in the transcript. And then Harris accuses him of crashing the economy. It's cut 13.
Trump is also the reason millions of Americans are now unemployed. He inherited the longest economic expansion in history from Barack Obama and Joe Biden. And then, like everything else he inherited, he ran it straight into the ground.
First of all, he inherited this sluggish economy with Obama's foot on its neck, and he turned it into a supercharged economy. And what happened is the lockdowns, which he wanted to stop. He wanted to stop at Easter, or what has harmed the economy. And now things are coming back. Does anybody think for a minute? I mean, jobless claims are under 1 million for the first time in March. The stock market is doing really well. Does anybody think that Joe Biden is going to do better with the economy? It's unbelievably ridiculous. Speaking of economy, by the way, you got to protect your home. I'm sure a lot of you have a lot of your money invested in your home. You want to make sure your home has got a warranty, and America's most preferred home warranty is American Home Shield. It's the nation's largest provider. They paid more in home warranty claims than any other company. That's added up to more than $2 billion in the past 5 years. American Home Shield members get more coverage options and fewer exclusions, from HVAC systems to kitchen appliances. Their plans help protect components of up to 21 essential home systems and appliances from damage caused by everyday wear and tear. Coverage available for an unlimited number of eligible electronics like tablets, flat screen TVs, and more. Get local help no matter where you live, and it helps protect your home and plan for the cost of unexpected repairs. We have an exclusive deal of $50 off for listeners. Go to ahs.com/Klavan today to save $50 and start protecting your home budget from inevitable breakdowns. ahs.com/Klavan. That's ahs.com/Klavan for $50 off any plan. American Home Shield. Be sure with the Shield. Limitations and exclusions apply. See plan for detail. And I know what you're thinking. How do you spell AHS? No, that's not what you're thinking. You're smarter than maybe you're not. I don't know. I'm looking at you. It's K. How do you spell Klavan? It's KLAVAN. But the thing, there are no E's in Klavan. The thing about Kamala is she is dirty, and she has been dirty from the beginning. And that's why I just want to play this one clip, and then I'll get into more detail about this. This is something they dug up, what she said about young people. Is cut 14.
What else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid. That is why we put them in dormitories, and they have a resident assistant. They make really bad decisions.
And then that's what she said. And then she was asked later during the primaries, should they be given the vote, these stupid people? It's cut 2.
Given that policies passed now will affect the younger generation for years to come, do you believe that Americans should have the right to vote at age 16?
I'm really interested in having that conversation. I have to tell you that. I think that there is no question that if we are looking at what is going on in our country, we are putting more responsibilities on people at a younger age, and the larger number of people that we can involve in the electoral process, I think the more robust it would be.
So they're stupid, and we want them voting. Why would that be, do you think? Why would that be? Well, it's because her story is a story of corruption. That is what it is from the very, very beginning. I mean, she got into, they're going to attack you for being sexist no matter what, but she slept her way into politics. There's just no question about it. Willie Brown was the mayor of San Francisco. He was an assemblyman in San Francisco. He was also a fixer in San Francisco, and he was a famous gad about it. I don't know what you call him. He was a famous womanizer. He was a womanizer, and he was married, but he was always had a girl on his arm, and one of those girls was Kamala Harris, and he was 60. She was in her 20s, and he helped her get elected DA in San Francisco. While this was going on, sometimes he would show up at parties, Willie Brown, with his wife on one arm and his girlfriend on another arm, one of them, Kamala Harris. And then, when she became DA and they said, well, aren't you connected to this major fixer? She just basically threw him overboard. She said, his career is over. I will be alive and kicking for the next 40 years. I don't owe him a thing. So she's a tough character. He was the only DA. This is from Peter Schweitzer, Profiles in Corruption, Abuse of Power by America's Progressive Elites, is his book. She was the only DA in the top 50 metropolitan cities who did not bring charges against Catholic clergy for sexual abuse. I mean, this was a major, major scandal. It was going on everywhere. It was going on all over the country, and in every major city, they were bringing charges against these people, but not Kamala Harris. I mean, this is really her history, and it goes on, and I'll keep talking about it, because this is the way I think Trump should go. You know, they've come after Trump with everything, and seriously, they have nothing. They have absolutely nothing on him. The Russian thing was a hoax. The Ukraine thing was a nothing burger. Everything they've brought against him has turned out to be untrue, you know, and it's really interesting about him, because you know how I feel about Trump. I'm not sure I would, trust him with a lot of business deals, but apparently he plays by the rules. He's always played by the rules. He's never gone around a judge. As president, he's never gone around a judge. He's never violated the Constitution. They don't really have anything on him, and God knows they've tried, whereas Kamala Harris is openly dirty, and that's the tack I think Trump should take. He should pile up the evidence and really bring it to her, because I think he can beat them with that, since she is, of course, going to be the president if they get elected. You want to know about your past? There are many paths to finding your family history. Whichever way you choose, tracing your family generations back with a family tree or uncovering your ethnicity with Ancestry DNA is easy to get started with Ancestry. An Ancestry DNA test tells you where your ancestors are from, and Ancestry's billions of records and millions of family trees let you discover their personal stories. It really is fun, by the way. You know, you get all this crazy information, and it's really easy, and you could find a famous relative. Maybe you could find a photo of your great-grandmother as a little girl. Whatever you find is sure to change the whole way you look at your family history and yourself. After all, the story of your family is in some way the story of you. Ancestry DNA doesn't just tell you which countries you're from, but also can pinpoint the specific regions within them, giving you insightful geographic detail about your history. Start exploring your family story today. Head to my URL, ancestry.com/Klavan, to get your Ancestry DNA kit and start your free trial. That's ancestry.com/Klavan. You may even find out how to spell Klavan. It's Klavan. So this goes on. The stuff about her corruption goes on. She was California Attorney General. And this is kind of a complicated story. I don't want to get too much into the deep weeds, but there were a chain of hospitals, 6 hospitals that were insolvent, that had been run by the Catholic Daughters of Charity, and a new healthcare place wanted to come in and buy them up and keep these hospitals open.
Your lab team's crying out to break down a tank for parts, so you're going to deliver for them. Make the collect and make the drop and fill in all the details in between.
The problem was that Prime Healthcare it was the only bidder that agreed to assume the hospital's $300 million liability. I don't want to get too much into this, but the point is, they were the only ones who were going to do it, but they wouldn't agree with the Service Employees International Union, United Healthcare Workers West. They wouldn't agree to let them come in with a free hand and unionize. So the union went to Kamala Harris, and she pulled all this dirty stuff. She put all these poison pills into the deal. She wanted to require 24-hour nursing, surgery, anesthesia, laboratory, stuff that hospitals couldn't afford. And she exploded this deal so that California lost the hospitals in service to her friends, the unions, right? And was she getting money for this? Was she getting, obviously, this is the thing that's happening. The to Planned Parenthood organizations. She had received Operation Rescue, a pro-life organization. It's got documents that showed that she received over $81,000 into her Attorney General campaign coffers. And so instead of investigating Planned Parenthood selling body parts, she went after the lighter. She went after blood. Here he is on Fox talking about this, cut 6.
While she was running for U.S. Senate, while Planned Parenthood in California was contributing to her political campaign, did she recuse herself from the Planned Parenthood investigation? No, she didn't. She consciously and willfully involved herself directly and personally in the Planned Parenthood case. She had an in-person meeting with 6 Planned Parenthood executives from California in Los Angeles 2 weeks before the raid on my apartment.
Then he talks about the way she came after him. Let's cut 7.
Kamala Harris, in my experience, I've been on the receiving end of her abuse of power and her pattern of targeting Americans who have viewpoints that disagree with her own, targeting them and using her powers of office to try and punish them for viewpoints that disagree with hers. If you were an animal rights activist, you could do undercover video to expose how animals are being treated, and Kamala Harris praised those activists and used that video for her agenda as Attorney General. But if you were an undercover journalist investigating Planned Parenthood and investigating the abortion industry, trafficking baby body parts, then Kamala Harris wanted to silence you, wanted to intimidate you, and wanted to make sure that your message was punished and didn't get out there to the public.
So she slips away into office. She doesn't prosecute corrupt priests. She doesn't prosecute police officers either who stepped over the line. She goes after, she scotches a deal that would keep hospitals around for a union, to serve a union, and then she goes after a journalist, essentially, who gets the dirt on Planned Parenthood, because she's getting $81,000 in donations from Planned Parenthood. This is a dirty bird, as we used to say. This is a really soiled person, and you can talk about, oh, she's a woman, and oh, she's this color or that color, but you can't defend against corruption. Corruption is the worst thing in politics, because it trumps policy. You know, policy can't do what policy is supposed to do if the organization that's running it is corrupt. If the politicians are corrupt, it doesn't matter what policies you have. That was the thing. That's how Giuliani transformed New York. And Mayor Koch before him helped transform New York. Not as much as Giuliani, but they did it because they were both incorruptible. Koch was more of a liberal, though he became more conservative over time. Giuliani was a conservative, but they were both incorruptible, and that's a big deal. This is a corrupt person. You know, it really is important, more important in some ways. I mean, obviously, far leftism is really bad and destroys the country, but this is a dishonest person, and Trump should go after her for that, and they should pile it up. His campaign should pile up the information on it. Meanwhile, of course, talking about corruption, you have got the press. I have to just play this wonderful coverage of CNN.
That's unfortunate, but I'm sure you'll make up for the losses in no time.
Building her up. But this is CNN attacking Fox for their coverage of Kamala Harris's cut 4.
I also think it's the reason that the Trump campaign and the president himself has had a little bit of a hard time figuring out how to handle this pick. She is not the easiest pick for Donald Trump and the Trump campaign. I think that is just a fact. And you could see it play out overnight in the Trump campaign and on Fox TV,
the supplies are
which is, I guess, not the Trump campaign, but sometimes
vehicle with a minigun bolted to the back. Get them off the Lost Motorcycle Club and bring them to the bunker.
The Trump campaign and Fox News is a distinction without a difference, right? Here's the way, a montage from our friends at Newsbusters of how CNN covered Kamala Harris's speech, right? Because this, just remember what you just heard. You just heard a guy on CNN saying there's no difference between Fox and the Trump campaign. Here's CNN covering Kamala Harris. Montage is cut 5.
Kamala Harris gave a fantastic speech. She absolutely nailed it. I think this is one of the finest performances I've seen her deliver.
It's as though she was saying them from the mountaintop, as opposed to, just a high school gymnasium there.
She gave a very powerful speech. These were two extremely strong, pointed speeches.
It was a beautiful speech, both of them.
She's incredibly warm and funny and light. She's talking about spending time with her nieces and her stepkids.
What we saw here today was the passing of the torch.
She was, I thought, fabulous.
That was such a beautiful thing to see.
There was a relaxed quality to her and delivering, some blistering lines of attack.
It's medicine right now.
It's a lady who used to be the New York Times White House correspondent and who did the famous, asked the famous question of Barack Obama, what enchants you, what delights you about being president of the United States in his first interview? That guy has no shame. He literally has zero shame. What were they criticizing? Fox News for? Why were they accusing Fox News of being at one with the Trump campaign? The entire segment is about this. The entire segment that I played the opening of on CNN is about this. It's about the fact that Tucker Carlson mispronounced Kamala Harris's name as Kamala Harris, okay? So here's our comparison of Tucker Carlson, how Tucker Carlson pronounces it, and how Joe Biden pronounces it.
When I agreed to serve as President Obama's running mate, he asked me a number of questions, as I've asked Kamala. The most important was he said to me, he asked me what I wanted, most importantly. I told him I wanted to be the last person in the room before he made important decisions. That's what I asked Kamala.
It's Kamala, you know. It's like, this was the entire 10-minute segment on CNN was about the fact that Tucker Carlson, who wonderfully calls Don Lemon Don Lemon, I always love that, called her Kamala instead of Kamala. And then they go on about how this is what women of color have had to put up, people mispronouncing their names. This is, you know, so they're going to go do this full court press. But the thing is this woman is dirty. And she has got no backbone, no integrity. She really doesn't. I shouldn't say she has no backbone. What I mean is she has no backbone of integrity. She has no authenticity. And I think she is a fair target for Trump to really take her apart. I do not think, by the way, that she's a good pick. I mean, just politically speaking, latent aside who she is, I don't think she's going to add to their numbers. I think one thing I just want to mention, we don't have time to talk about it today, but it just happened, was Trump has just engineered a peace treaty between Israel and the United Arab Emirates, which, if he were not Donald Trump, would win him the Nobel Prize. So Trump is on the warpath. This is going to be a very, very tight election, I think. It's not going to be anything like the people who are predicting a blowout for the Democrats think it is. I'm pretty sure of that. I can't predict who will win because I think it's a toss-up, but it is going to be really, really close. All right, let us talk about NetSuite, because you got to know, when you're running a business, you got to know your numbers. You got to know where the money's going. You got to know who's doing what. What you need is NetSuite by Oracle. It's the world's #1 cloud business system. This way, with NetSuite, what you can do is you can put your finance, your HR, your inventory, e-commerce, everything you need all in one place, so you save time, money, and headaches. Whether you're doing $1 million or hundreds of millions in sales like myself, NetSuite, I believe that. NetSuite gives you visibility and control so you can manage every penny with precision. Join over 20,000 companies who trust NetSuite to go faster with confidence. NetSuite surveyed hundreds of business leaders and assembled a playbook of the top strategies they're using as America reopens for business. This is the important time. This is the time when you really have to know what you're doing. NetSuite can help. And you can receive a free guide, 7 actions businesses need to take now, and schedule your free product tour at netsuite.com/Klavan. Get your free guide and schedule your free product tour right now at netsuite.com/Klavan, netsuite.com/Klavan. They even will tell you how to spell Klavan, but we'll tell you first. It's Klavan. It's just so true. I just make it look like this. Also, while you're over at dailywire.com, subscribe to dailywire.com and get their all-access level, which is their top level. You get to join All Access Live, our exclusive live stream Q&As hosted every night by each of the hosts, including me. That's the top. That's a really top tier. That's if you're really top tier. You get to talk to me. All Access membership also features exclusive access to live online discussions with our hosts, writers, and special guests. Plus, you get 2 Leftist Tears tumblers, which if things work out will be exactly what you'll need. Head over to dailywire.com/Klavan right now to get 20% off All Access with coupon code ACCESS. That's dailywire.com/Klavan, coupon code ACCESS to get 20% off your All Access membership. But you got to know how to spell Klavan, because otherwise you're going to subscribe under Knowles and you don't get any of those things. Sorry. All right, we got John MacArthur and Jen Ellis coming right up. All right, we have John MacArthur with us. You heard me singing his praises. I think it was before I left on vacation. He's the pastor of Grace Community Church. He's a best-selling author, featured teacher with the Grace to You media media ministry, and he opened his church in despite of the flu rules here in California, and he's filed a lawsuit against the state of California after restrictions were placed on indoor worship. It was, in my opinion, a heroic act. Now he needs a good lawyer. Who to get? Our old friend Jenna Ellis. He couldn't do any better. I'm really glad to have you guys with us. Thank you for coming on.
Great to see you, Drew.
Oh, glad to be with you. Yeah, thank you.
Pastor, explain your reasoning for opening the church.
Well, the first and primary reason is because we are commanded by the head of the church, the Lord Jesus Christ, to come together, forsake not the assembling of ourselves together, as the manner of some is, and all the more as you see the day approaching. In other words, the closer you get to the return of Christ, the more vital and important it is to have fellowship. The church is, by definition, an organism, a body, a fellowshipping group of people who stimulate one another to love and good works, and who act as a shining light in the world, both by their virtuous lives and by the proclamation of the Word of God and the gospel. The church is the most essential thing in the world because only the church holds the truth that saves eternally from final and everlasting judgment. We are the most essential. Secondly, because the Constitution says essentially to any form of the government, you have to recognize the inalienable rights that the church has to meet. We have freedom of religion to do that, and all government in this country is to protect that right. And thirdly, because we were told things about the virus that were not true, have proven to be untrue, and our people have decided that they don't have any fear of the virus. It's far more important for them to gather together as the Church of Jesus Christ, and that's what they've been doing more and more every week.
I have to tell you, I was shocked that every church didn't do this. Mine didn't. Mine is still closed down, and I thought every church should have the exact reaction you have. Can you explain, Pastor, how the state of California reacted to this, especially on site?
Well, they sent us a letter saying cease and desist, or you're going to be fined up to $1,000 and up to 90 days in jail. Since then, Jenna and other attorneys have been interacting with the county and with the health department to tell them we're not going to do that. We're going to meet. We feel we have constitutional protection to meet. We also understand, again, as I said before, that our people don't buy the narrative about the disease, but more importantly than all of that, we're commanded by the Lord to meet. And look, throughout the history of the church, those churches, those Christian people, and those pastors who kept the church alive when a monarch or a sovereign told them that was illegal have become church history heroes. All of a sudden, we've reinvented this kind of day for the church, and what's coming out is, well, if you do that, you're not a hero. You're violating the law of the government. It shows the weakness of the church as compared to the strength that manifested through its history of persecution.
Yeah. Jenna, he's certainly got himself a good lawyer. I got to say that for him. And, explain this to me. How is it not a violation of the First Amendment? How is it not a violation of the First Amendment for a state to say, well, you can have a protest, but you can't meet in church? How is it possible that the governor is allowed to pick which parts of the First Amendment are in play here?
Well, that's exactly, Drew, why we filed this lawsuit, because LA County needs to answer that very question and answer why they have put these arbitrary and capricious rules onto the church that has heightened protection under the First Amendment. Pastor John is absolutely right. Our founders, in their wisdom, understood that the church is targeted by tyrants throughout world history, not unlike Gavin Newsom, who is a tyrant here and targeting the church.
Before
And
we resupply,
that's why the
there's some business
founders
to take care of.
specifically
A little
protected
stateside
freedom of
op
speech,
financed by
freedom
a
of association and assembly, and free exercise of religion. So we can come together to speak the truth about the things of God. That's what the church is called to do. That's what it does every day. That's what Grace Community Church has been doing for the 63 years since it opened its doors. And so for LA County to enforce and try to enforce these unconstitutional mandates that have no basis in rationality, much less a compelling government interest, which is the constitutional analysis and the requirement for any sort of infringement on free exercise of religion. They have to answer that question, why they are trying to close Grace Community Church, yet they didn't try to enforce any restrictions whatsoever on all of these other political protests. So I thought it was so amazing, and I was sitting front and center. I've been welcomed to Grace Community Church for the last 2 weeks. I've been there, able to worship. I'd invite you, Drew, come and worship with us this Sunday. And Pastor John opened with a wonderful statement. Welcome to Grace Community Church's peaceful protest.
I saw that. I thought that was great. I was shocked that lawsuits like this didn't spring. I'm at my naivete. I was shocked that lawsuits like this haven't sprung up all around the country. Just as you guys were coming on, I heard that the state is seeking an injunction against you, Jenna. Is that right?
Yes, so we just got notice from the county attorney that the LA County is now seeking a temporary restraining order for 2 things. They're trying even this Sunday, so the hearing is going to be tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Pacific time. They are seeking to restrain Grace Community Church from allowing any form of indoor worship and also outdoor worship that does not comply with its ridiculous mandates. So they are now, rather than, even though my co-counsel and I spoke with them yesterday, we said, please have the health department read our lawsuit. We feel that we have really good arguments under the Constitution. Maybe this will help them understand our position more. Well, no, they didn't even care. They just went out there trying to restrain Grace Community Church, and we, of course, will defend their constitutionally protected rights. The most important thing you have to consider, Drew, and everyone listening, this is not Pastor John and Grace Community Church defying the law. The law in America and the state of California is the Constitution and those protections. This is Grace Community Church standing on the side of the law against these overreaching tyrants that are defying their oaths of office when they are mandated by the Constitution to preserve and protect our right to free exercise of religion.
Pastor John, one of the things that I've heard from churches, including my own, was that the loving thing to do, the Christian thing to do, is to keep everybody safe, to not let people come to church where they're going to get sick. What is your response to that? What's your response to people who say you're not doing the loving thing by letting people sit next to each other and so forth?
Well, basically, we can start with a statistic. You have a 99.98 or 9 chance of surviving COVID in the state of California. 0.02 people, and the average age of those who die is 78, but that can affect them because they have comorbidity. So 99.98% chance of surviving. But let me say this, you have no chance of surviving death, ultimately. And the Bible says, it is appointed unto men once to die, and after that, the judgment. The church does not exist to protect people from flu. It exists to protect people from eternal punishment and hell. And we will continue to preach the gospel because that is the message the world must hear. We are the stewards of the only saving message that rescues men and women from eternal judgment. That is a far higher calling than trying to protect a few people from the flu, realizing that all are ultimately going to die. And our message alone provides, through faith in Christ, eternal life.
Again, I'm really surprised and disappointed that I'm not hearing this from every pastor in America. Is it paranoid to think that this is specifically targeting Christianity, that there is as they say, a war against Christianity? Are people who believe in this in America, are they paranoid, or do you find this in your own experience, that the government is openly hostile to the Christian faith?
Well, I mean, there's a basic theological truth in this, Drew, and that is this, that Satan and all of his forces work constantly against the kingdom of God. So we're not surprised by that. The Apostle Paul said we don't wrestle against flesh and blood. It's not primarily human, but against principalities and powers and the rulers of the darkness of this world and spiritual wickedness in the heavenlies. Satan and all his agents, all his spiritual agents and all his human agents work against the kingdom of God. The Bible says the devil goes about like a roaring lion seeking whom he may devour. The Bible says we shouldn't be ignorant of his devices. So we get it. The whole world says the Apostle John, lies in the power of the evil one. So is there a massive supernatural conspiracy against the kingdom of God? Of course. But that doesn't mean every person is violently against the church. Satan works with those who will acquiesce to his leadership at whatever level they will acquiesce. But yeah, there's a spiritual battle. The church is always going to have to fight that. The enemy will find all kinds of ways to try to silence the church. And let me just pivot a little bit to say this. The church in America has been so caught up in pragmatism. It has drunk the Kool-Aid of trying to devise a religion that non-religious people will like and accept, that it's afraid to be courageous because it might offend somebody.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very refreshing to talk to you both. I have to tell you, Jenna, I hope you'll keep in touch. I'm out of time, but I hope you'll keep in touch and let me know how the case is going. I have personal reasons why I have to quarantine for a couple of weeks, but after that, I'll be there. Especially if you guys are going to get arrested, I don't want to miss it. Thanks so much for coming on. God bless you both. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Again, I do complain about the emptiness of the church. What Pastor John said in there, the pragmatism, it is so true. The church in this country has had it so good for so long. They've forgotten that there is, as he says, a spiritual war against the church, which some leaders decide to join. However, now, even worse than that, even worse than Satan prowling like a lion, it's the Clavenless weekend. I mean, it's like you thought things were bad before. You had the fall of the Republic, you got Satan prowling like a lion. Now it's the Clavenless weekend. But survivors will gather here on Monday. I'm Andrew Klavan. This is The Andrew Klavan Show. Hey, if you enjoyed this episode, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to help spread the word, give us a 5-star review. Also, tell your friends to subscribe, too. We're available on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, wherever you listen to podcasts. Also, be sure to check out the other Daily Wire podcasts, including The Ben Shapiro Show, Matt Walsh Show, and The Michael Knowles Show. Thanks for listening. The Andrew Klavan Show is produced by Robert Sterling. Executive producer, Jeremy Boring. Technical producer, Austin Stevens. Our supervising producer is Mathis Glover. Assistant director is Pavel Wadowski. Edited by Danny D'Amico. Audio mixed by Robin Fenderson. Hair and makeup, or head and makeup, Mika Geneva. Animations are by Cynthia Angulo. Production assistants, McKenna Waters and Ryan Love. The Andrew Klavan Show is a Daily Wire production. Copyright Daily Wire 2020.
If you prefer facts over feelings, aren't offended by the brutal truth, and you can still laugh at the insanity filling our national news cycle, well, tune in to The Ben Shapiro Show. We'll get a whole lot of that and much more. See you there.
Asshole.
Well done. Now the real work can get started in the lab.
Okay, I'm sending you cords for some seriously next-level shit. It'll blow your mind!
I ain't doing nothing here. People might see. Can we go somewhere a bit more private? Let's go somewhere a bit quieter, okay? So what am I gonna do for you? Oh, fuck it, right there, right there, right there. That's it, baby. Oh, give it, give it, give it, give it. Oh, give it there. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck, yeah. Oh. That was so good. Do you want me to do something else? Hello? Wendy! Oh!
all right, sale time. This buyer's being a little sketchy. Doesn't want to give us too much information. Head out to that general area, and more details will be forthcoming. You there? Right. This guy, he's around here somewhere. 2 seconds. Yeah, okay, yeah. He's in a yellow, maybe an orange Camacho. Start looking and I'll see if I can get an exact location on this end.
Fantastic carro, que carrazo. Ha, dumbass messing with me? Gracias.
Okay, looks like you're done here. I will fiddle the accounts and send you the money. Just another day in the life of...
Special cargo ready for collection. Go get it and bring it to the warehouse.
The Trump administration brokers a massive peace deal in the Middle East. Joe Biden calls for a national mask mandate, and President Trump opens a can of worms on mail-in ballot. I'm Ben Shapiro. This is The Ben Shapiro Show. The Ben Shapiro Show is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Protect your online privacy today at expressvpn.com/Ben. So, y'all remember that time when Barack Obama won a Nobel Peace Prize for existing? Like, literally for breathing. He won the presidency of the United States in late 2008, and by 2009 he was being handed the Nobel Peace Prize for literally being a breathing human being. That was his only claim to fame. That was the only reason he was given the Nobel Peace Prize. Even when he accepted it, he was like, I'm not sure why I'm here. What did I do? Okay. Well, I mean, I am great. I am kind of a messianic figure, but aside from that, I have no idea what I'm doing. It was very, very weird. Well, what would you say if there was a president who brokered a peace deal between Israel and one of its heretofore Arab nation enemies, and that peace deal provided the basis for many other Arab nations to start making peace deals for normalization of relations with Israel? Wouldn't that be considered like a big win, like a Nobel Prize winning sort of thing? I mean, Jimmy Carter won a Nobel Prize based on brokering a peace deal between Egypt and Israel. Bill Clinton was nominated for a Nobel Prize. It was Yitzhak Rabin and Arafat who won the Nobel Prize, bizarrely, for the Oslo Peace Accords, which turned out to be a complete disaster area. Every single American president tries to make some sort of deal in the Middle East. But only Trump has been able to make a successful deal in the Middle East for the first time since, like, 1994, when Jordan normalized relations with Israel. So it has been full-on almost 3 decades since there was a solid peace deal in the Middle East, and President Trump got it done. He got it done because all of the interests aligned. Now, to be completely fair, the reason the interests aligned is because of President Obama, but because President Obama was a garbage president who was terrible in the Middle East. Because Obama decided that he was going to forward the aspirations of the Iranian mullahs, try to make them a regional power. He was going to legitimize their nuclear program over time. He was going to try to open up their economy. He was going to look the other way on their terrorism and their attempts to spread their power via regime changes all over the Middle East. Because he did that, a coalition of forces formed against the Iranian rising power, and that included Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, the UAE, and yes, Israel. It turns out that the common interest of all of those countries was in not seeing the Iranians rise to regional power. And so the UAE looked at Israel, and Israel looked at the UAE, and they said, okay, well, we're on the same page. Not only that, the UAE and Egypt and Jordan and Saudi Arabia, all the countries in the region looked at the Palestinian government, which has allied itself with Iran, and has for decades pursued terrorism in conjunction with the Iranian regime. They looked at Hamas, which is funded by Iran. They looked at Hezbollah, which is funded by Iran. They looked at Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which is funded by Iran. And they said, we don't want a state run by Iran, another state in the Middle East run by Iran, that threatens a country that is helping us fight Iran. And so they made clear what has always been true, but which the stupid conventional wisdom on the Middle East suggested was false, which is that the center of gravity in the Middle East was never the Israel-Arab conflict. See, there's been this pervasive, idiotic notion that if you just solve all of the problems between Israel and its enemies, then peace blossoms across the Middle East. All of the sectarian violence that, by the way, has plagued the Middle East in far larger numbers all over the Middle East than between Israel and its neighbors. All of that would simply go away. Like all of the problems between Turkey and Iraq would simply disappear. Between Turkey and the Kurds, that would disappear. All of the problems between Syria and Iran would simply go away. All the problems between Jordan and the Palestinian Liberation Organization, all of that would simply alleviate. All the problems between Iraq and Kuwait, everything would just go away if you just focused in on the Jews. Right? This was the moral equivalent of everybody saying that white woke liberals in the United States, if they can only get things together, they'll heal all the problems in the United States. Like, no, none of that's real. Okay, none of that's real. The notion that if you force a peace on Israel, that was somehow going to alleviate all the tensions in the Middle East and somehow all the sectarian violence was going to go away was always a chimera. It was always an act of Western arrogance. It was always stupid. And it's why the conventional wisdom had suggested for years that if the United States moved its embassy in Israel from Tel Aviv, the non-capital of Israel, to Jerusalem, the capital of Israel, then war would break out everywhere. And then Trump looked at it and he said, nah, that's not real. He did it. And nothing happened. Nothing happened. Because it turns out that there are many interests in the Middle East, and very few of them have to do with Israel. It turns out there are economic interests in the Middle East, something the Trump administration recognized. It turns out there are geopolitical interests in the Middle East that simply trump the existence of Israel, which is not going away. And it turns out that the foundation for any peace in the Middle East is a recognition of reality. That the durable peace in the Middle East has to come with recognition of realities on the ground. Recognition like Israel is not going away. Not only is Israel not going away, the areas that Israel controls that have largely Jewish populations are not going to be ceded to the Palestinian Authority. Recognition of the reality, the baseline reality, that the Palestinian Authority is in fact a quasi-terror group that is enthralled to terror groups, that it is a dictatorship, a non-democratic dictatorship, that the transformation of that terror dictatorship into a state in control of weaponry and its own borders would be a threat not only to Israel, but to surrounding countries like Jordan, and yes, like Lebanon, and yes, like Egypt. Right? Those are the baseline realities on the ground. The Trump administration recognized those baseline realities on the ground, and Arab nations now facing those looming realities because Iran was rising and Iran was continuing to fund the Palestinians and the problems in Syria and the problems in Lebanon and the problems in Iraq. The rest of the Middle East looked around and they said, okay, I guess we better just recognize reality here. And the reality is it's better to be friends with Israel than enemies with Israel. That's all that happened here. Now the media are trying to spin the peace deal as though Barack Obama created it, or that this is all about pressure on Israel, because they have to keep fitting a deal that completely goes against the entire grade of what they've been suggesting for years, right? That only a left-wing, conciliatory, submissive Israeli government was going to make peace. They have to keep pushing that line, and so Thomas Friedman in the New York Times has a bizarre piece today where he argues that Bibi Netanyahu was somehow pushed into a peace deal with the UAE, which is just pure absurdity. Thomas Friedman has his head so far up his butt, it is coming out his face again. He's been wrong on everything to do with the Middle East. So is everybody in the Obama administration. They've been wrong on everything. Everything. We'll get to that in just a moment. They're trying to claim credit for a deal that they themselves only made possible because
so these supplies came in with bigger shipments.
The Trump administration
You're going to have
credit for the deal when it was the Trump administration that did the deal. And shout out here to the assistant to Jared Kushner, Avi Berkowitz. I know Avi. Avi was very, very instrumental in these talks. Really, Avi did hard work to make this happen. It is a breakthrough peace agreement. Everybody acknowledges it is a breakthrough peace agreement, and it will be the basis going forward for many more peace agreements in the Middle East as people recognize that basing peace on the complete fiction that Israel is going to disappear, or that Israel making territorial concessions is what causes peace in the first place, that entire model is broken. That peace for peace is the actual model here. Not land for peace, not Israel giving up its own safety and security, but peace for peace. Namely, Israel says, we're going to leave you alone, and everybody else says, we're going to leave you alone to Israel, and then they normalize economic relations, which, by the way, has always been the basis for every durable peace. It's always been peace for peace. It has never been land for peace. Land for peace is called blackmail. Peace for peace is simply acknowledging that the other person exists. And that has always been the predicate for anything that remotely approaches a durable peace. So good for the Trump administration. We're going to get into more details here because this really is a major thing. And the media are going to play it up for a moment, and then they're going to downplay it and pretend it was Obama, which is insane. That's insane. Okay, to pretend that Barack Obama somehow facilitated this peace deal through pressure on Israel like 5 years ago, and hatred of Bibi Netanyahu, pure hatred of Bibi Netanyahu, it's totally crazy. We'll get to that in just 1 second. First, let's talk about the fact that you are paying too much for your cell phone bill. So you can't afford to be paying too much for your cell phone bill right now. You can't afford to be paying too much for anything right now. So why would you be spending tons of money on unlimited data that you're not even using? Right now, who's your wireless providers? AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile. What if I told you that Pure Talk USA uses the exact same network as one of those carriers? Same towers, same coverage, same quality, but literally costs you half. How do they make it so affordable? Well, no retail stores, so low overhead. You're not funding their billion-dollar ad campaigns, and you're only paying for the data you need, which means no contract, no excessive fees. You'll enjoy unlimited talk, text, and 2 gigs of data, all for just $20 a month. The average person using Pure Talk USA is saving $400 a year on their wireless bill, which is a lot of money. Grab your mobile phone, dial pound 250, and say Ben Shapiro. When you do, you get $250 off any iPhone. Wow, including the brand new iPhone SE. You get a discount on an iPhone SE of $250 when you go to dial pound 250 and say Ben Shapiro. Again, that is pound 250. Say keyword Ben Shapiro, pound 250. Say keyword Ben Shapiro to get that special deal from Pure Talk USA. Cut your cell phone bill and you get a discount on any iPhone, including the brand new iPhone SE. Again, pound 250. Say keyword Ben Shapiro to get started. Okay, so the New York Times reports this. Israel and the United Arab Emirates reached a landmark accord sealed by President Trump on Thursday that could presage a broader realignment in the region as the two agreed to full normalization of relations in exchange for Israel suspending annexation of occupied West Bank territory. Okay, so let's be clear right here. Bibi Netanyahu, the Israeli government, under the Trump peace plan, there was an opening for the Israeli government to basically declare that all Israeli territory, meaning territories that were largely populated by Jews, like Efrat, like areas outside Green Line, Israel Green Line, is the line that was established pre-1967. In 1967, Israel wins the Six-Day War, and Israel conquers the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, the so-called West Bank of the Jordan River. That's what it was called by Jordan. It's actually Judea and Samaria historically. They conquered the Gaza Strip and all of that. Okay, and the basic idea is that there are a bunch of Jewish population centers that are across the so-called Green Line, right, including East Jerusalem, all the historic sites. Jerusalem, by the way, will never be divided. Israel will never divide Jerusalem, nor should they, because Jerusalem, when it was controlled by Jordan, was closed to people of a variety of different religions, including the Jews. With that said, there are a bunch of huge population centers. Efrat is one that comes to mind, but there are many, many others. And Israel was thinking about simply annexing those areas and saying those belong to Israel for all time. It wouldn't have made a big legal difference, honestly, because other nations that didn't want to recognize it just would not have, nor would it have taken off the table any of those areas as quote-unquote land swaps in future deals. So it would have been kind of a declaration of war. It wouldn't have meant a whole hell of a lot. It's not like declaring the Golan Heights sovereign Israeli territory, because that is in opposition to, for example, a Syrian claim on the Golan Heights. Israel doing that and being recognized by the United States was pretty important. It was unclear whether if Israel, quote-unquote, annexed the territory, which, again, is not going to fundamentally change things on the ground, whether that gets recognized by anybody, including the United States. Okay, bottom line is that Israel traded a pledge not to annex, which is basically a nothing. They basically said to the UAE, it's a fig leaf, okay? That's the reality. Israel granted a fig leaf to the UAE. The UAE wanted to normalize relations with Israel. They said we need something in return to make it look like we give a crap about the Palestinian Authority, which we actually kind of don't. And Israel said, okay, well, we just won't formally annex all this territory we know is going to end up in Israeli hands under any peace deal in the future anyway. And the UAE was like, good, done. And because in reality what this deal really is about is a mutual defense alliance against Iran. That's really what the deal is about. In a surprise announcement at the White House after a three-way phone call with Israeli and Emirati leaders, Mr. Trump said the deal would lead to greater cooperation on investment, tourism, security, technology, energy, and other areas, while the two countries move to allow regular direct passenger flights, open embassies, and trade ambassadors for the very first time. This has been a long time in the making. Now, the political media, the idiots like Thomas Friedman will suggest, it was a window that opened, and the UAE and the Israelis took advantage of it. Nonsense. We've been in negotiations on this thing a very, very long time. The UAE and Israel were warming in relations for at least the last several years, and that was specifically due to the backlash to the Iranian regime that was created by Barack Obama being a full-on kowtower to the Iranian mullahs. If fulfilled, the pact would make the Emirates only the third Arab country to have normal diplomatic relations with Israel, along with Egypt, which signed a peace treaty in 1979, and Jordan, which signed a treaty in 1994. President Trump announced the deal yesterday. Here is what President Trump had to say.
This is a truly historic moment. Not since the Israel-Jordan peace treaty was signed more than 25 years ago has so much progress been made towards peace in the Middle East. By uniting two of America's closest and most capable partners in the region, something which said could not be done, this deal is a significant step towards building a more peaceful, secure, and prosperous Middle East.
By the way, it's also apparent that Oman and Bahrain are going to follow UAE in normalizing Israeli ties, and Saudi Arabia cannot be far behind. So this means a complete opening of the Middle East in many, many ways. It's a very, very good day for peace in the Middle East. Now, that is not stopping people who hate peace from being very, very angry about this. Of course, the Palestinians have decided they are going to withdraw their embassy from the UAE, to which the UAE is like, what do we care? You guys are supported by Iran. And good luck to you. Enjoy yourselves. Ahmad Majtalani, a member of the PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization's executive committee, remember, that's a terrorist group, said in an interview shortly before the Palestinian ambassador to the Emirates was recalled in protest, this agreement is a total departure from the Arab consensus. The Palestinian people have not authorized anyone to make concessions to Israel in exchange for anything. To which the UAE says, well, good news, we don't give a crap because we're not the Palestinian government. We are the government of the UAE. To which the Egyptians say, right, and
how about this? The supplies we need just got confiscated by the cops.
Yeah, so? And Saudis are like, why would we give a crap? You guys are taking money from the Iranians to pursue terrorism. Israel and the Emirates have long maintained a thinly veiled secret relationship over mutual interest. The idea of formalizing it has come up several times in the past year. The two sides essentially took it into the open after 6 weeks of indirect talks. From Jared Kushner, here was Jared Kushner, the much maligned Jared Kushner, ripped up and down as a dolt. How could he do anything in the Middle East? The stupid Trump peace plan. Jared Kushner doesn't know anything. We need experts like Susan Rice and the Barack Obama anti-Israel super team to go in there and cram down a deal on Israel. Here's Jared Kushner announcing the deal yesterday, smarter than any of these dolts. Here was Kushner yesterday.
The president takes untraditional approaches. He does things in different ways, but he uses common sense and he tries to unite people by focusing on common interests as opposed to allowing them to focus on their common grievances. And what happened was here is we were able to achieve results that others were not able to achieve, and this will advance the region and this will advance the whole world. I would like to say to the people of the region, Muslims, Jews, Christians, that this does give hope, that the problems of the past do not condemn you to a future with conflict.
100%. This is exactly right. Why? Because the deal, again, was predicated on the notion that the United States was going to back Israel's claims to defend itself, that Israel is not going away, it hopes that Israel will go away, using the Palestinians as a sort of tip of the spear in destroying Israel, but those are foolhardy hopes. They are dumb. And that economic relations provide a better way out for many nations in the Middle East than simple continuation of religious warfare. Okay, so this is what happens when you take a proper relationship with the Middle East. This is what happens when you take a non-anti-Israel view of the Middle East. Peace breaks out when you say that Israel will continue to remain and will never go away, and that Israel has a right to defend itself. When you don't undercut Israel, peace becomes more possible, not the opposite. The view of the left has always been, if you undercut Israel, then the Arabs will be more likely to make peace. That is such a lie. It is such a lie. When you undercut Israel, what that leads to is the belief that simply taking an intransigent line against Israel will lead to more concessions by Israel. By the way, that's a rational response by Arab states. That'd be a rational response by the Palestinian leadership. The more that America forces Israel to make concessions, and the more intransigence the Palestinians display, which leads the left to make more concessions, why would you ever make peace? Ever. Instead, you will simply continue to pursue terrorism. By saying, no, peace for peace, not land for peace. It's up to Israel to make concessions. It's up to you to recognize that Israel is not going away. And then later you can work out all of the territorial issues that you got on the table. But the reality is you first have to normalize relations. You first have to recognize realities on the ground. Reality is a good basis for a peace deal. Fantasy garbage pushed by the Obama administration is actually a bad basis for a peace deal. And you can tell that it's a good deal based on who opposes it. We'll get to who opposes the deal in just 1 second. By the way, Bibi Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, said this is a historic evening. Today, a new era begins in the relations of the State of Israel with the Arab world. He tweeted out, this is the greatest advancement toward peace between Israel and the Arab world in the last 26 years. It marks the third formal peace agreement between Israel and an Arab nation. So there's the story that is going to be told by the press, which is that this is all about Israel foregoing annexation. And then there's the real story, which is this is all about an anti-Iranian alliance and a recognition of realities on the ground. And that's the real story. So don't believe the press's lies that this is all about Israel's willingness to make concessions. That is not what happened here. Okay, in the left, we've been told that only if Israel gave up the Golan Heights, gave up East Jerusalem, gave up settlements, and pledged to go back to the Green Line, would there be any sort of surrounding peace in the Middle East, an outside-in peace where other nations made peace with Israel. Israel annexed the Golan Heights, claimed the Golan Heights, has not given up a single settlement, and has not pledged to do so, by the way, and has never given up East Jerusalem. And outside nations are not making peace with Israel. So it turns out that all of the conventional wisdom is a bunch of crap, and it always was a bunch of crap. We'll get to the enemies of this peace deal. And you can call them enemies of peace because they are literally enemies of a peace deal. We're going to get to that in just 1 second. First, you hear stories in the news in which a good guy uses a gun to protect his family from criminals, and then he is the one who is arrested. The legal system is not fair. A responsibly armed American may often become a political target. We saw this in St. Louis, where there were a couple of homeowners who walked out front to protect their property from people who had broken into a private gated community, and then the prosecutor tried to prosecute them. It's It's not right for good, responsible Americans to wind up in jail or embroiled in a lawsuit for defending themselves or their family. In this day and age, you need a gun to protect your family and yourself. Here's how you can take a simple, powerful journey to firearms and self-defense confidence. It's called the Complete Concealed Carry and Family Defense Guide from the United States Concealed Carry Association. It is 100% free. You'll learn how to detect attackers before they see you, how to survive a mass shooting, the safest and most dangerous places to sit in a restaurant, how to responsibly own and store a gun, especially if you have little kids, and a whole lot more. It's 164 pages. It comes with bonus audio version so you can listen whenever you want. Just text Ben to 87222 to get this indispensable guide. Text Ben to 87222. You'll get instant access and a chance to win $1,000 so you can buy a gun to protect your family in legal fashion. Text Ben to 87222 right now. Again, text Ben to 87222 and join my friends over at the U.S. Concealed Carry Association. Right now, text Ben to 87222. So, who opposes the deal? Well, Iran hates the deal. Turkey hates the deal, which is not a shock. Iran is, of course, run by radical Islamic terrorists. Turkey is run by an Islamist, Erdogan, who has transformed what was once a democracy into a thriving hotbed of Islamism. The historic UAE-Israel deal, brokered by the United States, considered a major foreign policy triumph to make UAE the third Arab country behind Egypt and Jordan to establish full diplomatic relations with Israel. But Iran is very, very mad. According to Fox News, Iran's foreign ministry called the agreement a dagger that was unjustly stuck by the UAE in the backs of the Palestinian people and all Muslims. See, if you're going to talk about like daggers stuck in the back of Muslims, you probably have to go with, you know, the hundreds of thousands of people murdered in Syria with the help of the Iranians, or perhaps the complete destruction of Lebanon at the behest of Iranian-backed Hezbollah. Maybe you'd have to go with the complete breakdown in Yemen, with the Houthis backed by Iran creating the problem. There are lots of things you can talk about when you talk about Muslims being murdered. The UAE making a deal with Israel, that's not even the top 200 problems for Muslims in the Middle East. In fact, it's a solution for a lot of Muslims in the Middle East. Meanwhile, the Turkish foreign ministry claimed the UAE had no right to negotiate the deal on behalf of the Palestinians. They didn't negotiate any deal on behalf of the Palestinians. They negotiated a deal on behalf of the UAE. So, the fact that Iran and Turkey hate it means it's a good deal. But inherently, that means it's a good deal. Who else was angry about this? Well, Ben Rhodes, the ridiculous, failed novelist, national security advisor to President Obama, whose claimed Middle Eastern knowledge was predicated on sitting in an apartment in Brooklyn writing bad fiction while watching a bum piss into a trash can. That guy, he had some words. He says this agreement enshrines what has been the emerging status quo in the region for a long time, including the total exclusion of Palestinians, dressed up as an election achievement from two leaders who want Trump to win. So, in other words, this is not a triumph. It's not a good thing. This is the exclusion of the Palestinians. It's mean. It's bad. Well, what's weird about that is that Ben Rhodes, while trying to undermine the deal, is so bad that not even Obama's Assistant Secretary of State for Democracy and Human Rights is buying it. Tom Malinowski, he tweeted out, "This is a breakthrough deal for Israel, for peace, and for U.S. diplomacy. It affirms that Israel has far more to gain from normalization with Arab states than from annexation of the West Bank. A win-win we can build on." Again, recognize that the failure to annex Judea and Samaria, that does not change a single
That's what we were looking for. LJT over.
It is a fig leaf. It is a complete political fig leaf, so that the UAE can pretend that it got a concession from Israel, when in reality all that happened was a normalization of relations that the UAE and Israel both wanted in opposition to Iran. Rashida Tlaib, resident anti-Semite in the American Congress, congresswoman who prioritizes above all else
good news, we located some supplies.
She tweeted out, "We won't be fooled by another Trump-Netanyahu deal." Okay, it's not a Trump-Netanyahu deal. It's a Netanyahu-UAE deal. It's an Israel-UAE deal. Like, UAE doesn't exist in Rashida Tlaib's universe. We won't celebrate Netanyahu for not stealing land he already controls in exchange for a sweetheart business deal. The heart of the issue has never been planned formal annexation, but ongoing devastating. Oh, really? Is that what the issue has always been? Not the Palestinian refusal to recognize the existence of the State of Israel, the continued education of children to murder Jews as often as possible? By the way, the same day that Israel made a deal with the UAE, Hamas was floating balloons laden with explosives over the border. That's been their new fun game. Now, you ask yourself, why would they send colorful balloons laden with explosives into Israel? Why would they do that? It can't do that much damage. The answer is, who's attracted to balloons? Guys, who's attracted to balloons? Oh, that's right, small children. Because Hamas is evil. Hamas has always been evil. The Palestinian Islamic Jihad is evil. The Iranian government that backs them is evil. The Palestinian government that backs them is evil. But those are the people who are being backed by large swaths of the American political left. And the second we're going to get to, the most ridiculous spin on this thing. The most ridiculous spin on this thing is Joe Biden trying to claim primary. So, again, there's this split in sort of Democratic circles. Some of them are like, it's a terrible deal. It's a terrible deal. We hate the deal because Israel actually got something good, which is really what it comes down to. They don't want Israel and the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Egypt and Jordan to normalize relations because they love Iran and they despise Israel. There's no other way to read that. There's no other way to read that. It is good for the region. It's good for economic normalization. At least Joe Biden is recognizing it's a good thing. But then Joe Biden's like, and I did it. And you have to be absolutely high on your own parts to believe that. You know, I mean, that's a crazy statement. That is a crazy statement. It's like Bull Connor suggesting that he is responsible for desegregation. Like, no, pretty certain not. The Obama administration is as anti-Israel, pro-Iran as any administration in American history, not as any, far more than any administration in American history. Them claiming the basis for an Israel-UAE deal is patently crazy. We'll get that in just 1 second. First, let us talk about the fact that you need wireless earbuds these days. You're spending an awful lot of time with media. You're spending an awful lot of time on the phone. Many of us are working from home. You gotta be on the phone a lot, listening to your favorite shows, listening to your favorite music. But you don't want to spend a fortune on wireless earbuds. Well, what you need are a great pair of wireless earbuds from Raycon. You already know that Raycon earbuds start at about half the price of any other premium wireless earbuds on the market. And they sound just as incredible as other top audio brands. You do know their newest model, the Everyday E25 earbuds, those are the best ones yet. 6 hours of playtime and seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, more compact design that gives you a nice noise-isolating fit. Raycon's wireless earbuds are so comfortable, they are perfect for conference calls or binging podcasts. Unlike some of your other wireless options, Raycon earbuds, they're stylish and clean, no wires, no stems to distract anyone during video calls. My favorite thing about my Raycon is that I can customize them to fit my ear. They are not one size fits all. They come with a little metal card. There's a variety of fits on it. You can customize them, put them in your ears, they will fit perfectly. Now is the time to get the latest and greatest from Raycon. Get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Ben. That's BUYRAYCON.com/Ben. Buyraycon.com/Ben for 15% off Raycon wireless earbuds. Buyraycon.com/Ben. Again, that's buyraycon.com/Ben for 15% off. Okay, so Joe Biden tried to claim credit for this, which is just patently great. It is nuts, man. That is crazy town. Here's what he said. Today, Israel and the UAE have taken a historic step to bridge the deep divides of the Middle East. The UAE's offer to publicly recognize the state of Israel is a welcome, brave, badly needed act of statesmanship. It is a critical recognition Israel is a vibrant, integral part of the Middle East that is here to stay. Israel can and will be a valued, strategic, and economic partner to all who welcome it. The coming together of Israel and Arab states builds on the efforts of both administrations to foster a broader Arab-Israeli opening, including the efforts of the Obama-Biden administration to build on the Arab Peace Initiative. I personally spent time with leaders of both Israel and the UAE during our administration, building the case for cooperation and broader engagement and the benefits it could deliver to both nations. I'm gratified by today's announcement. Okay, Joe Biden trying to claim credit for this is... Okay, it's great. Okay, it's fully nuts. My favorite here, one of my favorite things, is him trying to claim that it builds on the efforts of the Obama administration to build on the Arab Peace Initiative. So what the hell is the Arab Peace Initiative? You may recall that the Arab Peace Initiative, if you have familiarity with these issues, was a proposal created by the Saudi Crown Prince Abdullah at the 2002 Arab League Summit in Beirut. It was later endorsed at a 2007 summit in Riyadh. It called for, among other things, full Israeli withdrawal from the Golan Heights, withdrawal from all of Judea and Samaria, withdrawal from East Jerusalem, including the Temple Mount and the Western Wall. Okay, so he's saying that the focus on the Arab Peace Initiative led to this peace deal. How can you tell that he's totally full of crap, so full of crap that he's not proving ground? The way that you can tell that is that Israel did none of those things. Israel has annexed the Golan Heights. Israel has not withdrawn from Judea and Samaria. In fact, it strengthened its presence in Judea and Samaria. And Israel has not withdrawn from East Jerusalem at all and has no intention of doing so. So Joe Biden's like, remember that deal that we pushed that completely failed? That was the basis for this one. No, it was not. Okay, the real reason that this deal got cut is because of Obama, but it's because Obama was so radically anti-Israel and pro-Iran that he drove the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Bahrain, Oman into the arms of the Israelis. In 2014, the Obama administration delayed delivery of Hellfire missiles to Israel while Israel was trying to defend itself from the Gaza Strip and terrorism from Hamas. Obama was so anti-Israel that he signed an Iranian peace deal that didn't create peace, that only effectuated their pursuit of a nuclear weapon after 10 years, and gave them full ability to normalize their economic relations with the rest of the world and use the money for terrorism. Fully acknowledged, by the way, by Secretary of State John Kerry. Obama was so anti-Israel that as he was leaving office, he planted a time bomb at the United Nations, passing a UN Security Council resolution and abstaining. The Security Council resolution declared that all of Judea and Samaria and East Jerusalem were not Jewish territory, and that there was no historic tie. Okay, that as a matter of international law, Israel has no claim to the Western Wall, Temple Mount, the entire Jewish quarter of Jerusalem, and that they belong to the Palestinians. That's how anti-Israel Obama was. And so now we're hearing from Biden that he's going to take credit for the deal. The man's a damn liar. He's a damn liar. And the attempt by the media to create several competing myths, so they can continue to purvey their overall myth, which is that pressure on Israel creates peace. They have a few myths that they are purveying. One, Obama had anything to do with it. He did not. In fact, it's an unintended consequence of his garbage foreign policy. Two, the pressure on Israel results in peace. That's not what resulted in peace here. There was no pressure on Israel, and peace emerged because there was no pressure on Israel. Not in spite of, because there was no pressure on Israel. Three, there's nothing. Peace in the Middle East is not reliant in any way on Israel making concessions to the Palestinians. In any way. And finally, that Democrats and the foreign policy establishment
That's what we were looking for.
know what in the hell they're talking about. They absolutely do not. National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien said that Trump should be up for a Nobel Peace Prize. Okay, that is true. He should be. Okay, if Obama had cut this deal, he would be. Here is Robert O'Brien.
It's really remarkable, I think, when you step back and take a look at what this president has done on the peace front. And it wouldn't surprise me. It'll take some time in this environment, but it wouldn't surprise me.
It's sale day. Okay, we're throwing this stuff out with the trash. Pick up the product and get it to the drops.
Of why he would be rightly considered and should be a front runner for the Nobel Peace Prize.
Okay, people are laughing at that. He's done more for peace in the Middle East than anything Obama did. Obama was a horrible president for the Middle East. He set the Middle East on fire. Okay, how many regime changes happened while Barack Obama was president that resulted in more dictatorship, not less? How much violence broke out in the Middle East while Obama was president? Okay, that guy won the Nobel Peace Prize for existing. Trump, they all laugh at him. His Middle Eastern policy has been more successful than any president of my lifetime. It is not particularly close, by the way. Okay, meanwhile, all of this is the basis for a solid Trump campaign. Here, this is always the gap for President Trump. His achievements in many areas are quite good. The economy was stellar up until COVID hit. President Trump's appointed a lot of great conservative judges. Not so great to the Supreme Court. The President of the United States has cut some regulations, cut taxes, which is a good thing. On foreign policy, he's been significantly better than any of his predecessors in the Middle East, and it's not close. He's been harsher on China than any of his predecessors, and it's not particularly close. Okay, all of that is good stuff. So why isn't he doing better in the polls? Well, there's a poll out today, and it shows exactly why and what he needs to do to come back in this election. Plus, we'll get to Joe Biden and his central pitch, which is COVID. It's always going to be COVID. We're going to get to that in just 1 second. First, let us talk about a great watch that you can get without breaking the bank. I'm talking about Vincero. Check out this watch. This is a really, really nice-looking watch. I'm a huge fan of luxury watches, but luxury watches will cost you thousands and thousands of dollars. How about something that looks like a luxury watch and ain't going to cost you like a luxury watch? I'm talking about this Vincero. Vincero is giving you a big sale alert. You already know how I feel about Vincero watches. These are great watches. They're stunning. They're priced well under $200. These timepieces really do stand out. Vincero watches, they're dedicated to the craft. They put the time and effort into creating timepieces so you can wear them day after day. Right now, Vincero is running a site-wide sale to celebrate their 6th anniversary. Up to 30% off site-wide. No code required. Your discount will be automatically applied to checkout when you visit vincerowatches.com/Shapiro. Everything on site is on sale. Exclusions, including all 4 of their all-new collections, all of those are available. They're shipping all orders directly from local goods distributors. They're delivering all orders on time with no delays. They want to get your product to you as quickly as possible. With Vincero, no brand name markup, no big-time price tags. Their promise is simple: solid, well-made products you will enjoy wearing. I enjoy wearing Vincero. Vincero offers free shipping, 30-day returns, guarantees your watch for 2 years. It's not going to fall apart on you. Go to vincerowatches.com/Shapiro. That is Vincero/Shapiro for that special deal. Again, 30% off. Do not pay full price. You can make some timepieces. Take advantage of the opportunity. vincerowatches.com/Shapiro. Alright, it's that glorious time of the week to give a shout out to the Daily Wire. Today is William Sindlocker, who knows the truth will lead by example. William is taking a big swig out of the world's most elite beverage vessel while his young daughter looks on adoringly to capture reef. Breakfast of champions. Hashtag leftist tears tumbler. Hashtag real Daily Wire. Hashtag proud daughter. Leftist tears are indeed the most nutritious part of the food pyramid. Thanks for the picture, and thanks for being a Daily Wire member. You are listening to the largest, fastest growing conservative podcast and radio show in the nation. Okay, so President Trump has actually done very, very many good things as President of the United States. So why isn't he more popular? The answer is perfectly obvious. People don't like him personally. That is a perfectly obvious answer, perfectly obvious truth. Which means that if he can just cut it out, and we all know what it is, then he'll have a good shot at winning. Okay, the reason that I say this is the case, that nobody is voting for Biden based on policy, nobody is voting for Biden because they like his agenda, nobody's even voting for Biden because they like Biden. They're just voting for Biden because they don't like Trump. Pew Research Center poll. Okay, here are the top reasons for supporting Donald Trump. 23% say leadership performance, 21% say his issue or policy positions, 19% say he is not Biden, 17% he's for Americans, 16% vote for Republicans against Democrats, 11% he tells it like it is his personality. So only 11% of people voting for Trump are doing it because they like his personality. Hey, by contrast, Joe Biden, 56% of people who are voting for Joe Biden say they are voting for Joe Biden because, quote, he is not Trump. That's literally the only reason people are voting for Biden. There is not another statistic that breaks 20%. Leadership or performance, only 19% say leadership or performance. His personality and temperament, only 13% say that. Only 9% of Joe Biden voters say they are voting for him because of his issue and policy position. And only 7% say they are doing so because they're Democrats and voting against Republicans. So in other words, this entire election has been a referendum on Donald Trump's personality. And that continues to be the main factor militating against a President Trump victory, which is something that President Trump should take under advisement. Because that's something he can correct for. Stay on the teleprompter. Stay on the teleprompter. And because on the issue, the American people do not like the Biden-Harris ticket. They don't. And now yesterday, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris held a press conference at which they answered 0 questions. That was exciting. So they're just going to continue to maintain, because they understand that the media are not here to report. The media are here simply to drool over them and to rip into President Trump. So they have a massive advantage, which is they will never have to answer questions, and Joe Biden can be wheeled on a gurney all the way into the Oval Office. With that said, I am absolutely amazed at the lack of follow-up questioning from the media on broad-based policies proposed by Biden and Harris. So yesterday, they did this presser that wasn't a presser because they answered no questions, in which Biden and Harris sat 6 feet apart awkwardly and talked to experts on COVID. And then recommended silly things. So here was Joe Biden yesterday calling for a national mask mandate for the next 3 months. As I'm about to talk about, this makes 0 sense at all for a couple of reasons.
Every governor should mandate mandatory mask wearing. The estimates by the experts are it will save over 40,000 lives in the next 3 months. 40,000 lives. And people act responsibly. And it's not about your rights, it's about your responsibilities as an American.
Okay, so he's saying we need a national mask mandate. Okay, so a couple of things. One, he doesn't mean a national mask mandate. There's no constitutional power for the federal government to actually enact a federal mask mandate. It doesn't exist. Right? And also, I'm amused by folks on the left who keep saying the national government should institute a mask mandate. Okay, who are you going to have enforce it, guys? What's your plan? You going to send federal troops into the cities? So, I guess the left agenda on this is federal troops into the cities, not to protect federal property that's being burned by Antifa in Portland. Federal troops in the cities to yell at you if you're not wearing a mask while jogging. Yeah, but that's not even really what Biden is saying. He's saying, I think all governors should institute mask mandates. Oh, well, I'm glad for your opinion, Joe. Thank you for your useless, garbage, empty opinion that means nothing. I'm glad that you think things. Wow, so you mean as president you're going to tell governors to do a thing that they can completely ignore? Slow clap. Wow, you solved COVID, dude. Well done. Kamala Harris like, this is going to save lives. This is going to save lives. Okay, Kamala, sure.
We just witnessed real leadership, which is Joe Biden said that as a nation, we should all be wearing a mask for the next 3 months because it will save lives. And the thing about Joe that the American people know is that his role of leadership in our country has always been about doing what's best for the people of our country.
Except when he was trying to ban her from going to an integrated public school, guys. Joe's leadership has always been great, except when he was sexually harassing the help and or stopping me from going to an integrated public school, says Kamala Harris, the most cynical politician of the modern day. I love that. That was real leadership from Joe Biden. Did you know that? He said there and said mask. He said the word mask. That's leadership. We're done here. I mean, come on. We have solved COVID, guys. Sure. By the way, most Americans in hotspots are wearing masks. They're wearing masks without a mask mandate. Because most Americans are taking seriously the areas where COVID is spiking. Then Biden and Harris refused to take questions. It was really exciting stuff. Because remember, Donald Trump has never had to answer a hard question, but these people are willing to answer all the hard questions except when they're running directly off stage so Joe Biden can go get an oxygen tank. Here's Kamala Harris yesterday.
I'm honored to be with you, Joe. Thank you.
You close
knows that
deal. All right. Wiring the
than either Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, because he actually...
You bought the hanger.
Woohoo!
We're in business, baby. Wait. Who's that? Someone's here. Get over here quick. Get to the hangar. I need to show you some things.
The President of the United States, with the mere stroke of a pen, to order over 300 million American citizens to wear a mask for a minimum of 3 straight months. He does not identify what authority the President has to issue such a mandate or how federal law enforcement could possibly enforce it, or why we would be stepping on governors throughout our country, many of whom have done a very good job, and they know what is needed.
By the way, correct. By the way, California has mask mandates all over the place. California just became the first state with over 600,000 diagnosed cases of COVID. They have a higher death count than Texas or Florida, and the curve has not yet begun to bend, really, in California. Okay, so here's the thing. Again, when it comes to policy, President Trump is not wrong on a lot of stuff. Okay, I'm not saying that he's perfect, because no president is perfect.
From Russia.
There are a lot of things I disagree with, including his spending policy.
Russian hacker space weapon.
The real problem for Trump
and I'm going to liquidize you.
That continues to be the real problem for
Just
President
like
Trump.
I did to your friends.
Okay, so yesterday, during the press conference, President Trump was asked about this column from John Eastman, who's a law professor over at Claremont Institute. He's with a lot. And he wrote a column basically suggesting that maybe Kamala Harris was not eligible for the presidency. That's because his interpretation of the 14th Amendment is that in order to become a citizen, you have to have been naturalized. In other words, he doesn't believe in the idea that if you're born in the United States, you're a natural citizen. So yes, whether Kamala Harris's parents ever became naturalized citizens, there are questions about that. Therefore, the fact that she was born in the United States does not naturally make her a citizen. That's a legal theory. It's not accepted by virtually anybody. Virtually everybody understands that Kamala Harris is a natural-born citizen of the United States. She was literally born here. Her parents apparently were naturalized, as best we know. And so there's not a lot of credence to that. President Trump throwing out the theory is completely useless and counterproductive. Because again, the case against Kamala Harris is not her ineligibility. The case against Kamala Harris is that she's awful.
Because I thought it was going to be him.
So why does the president constantly stick his hand in beehives? And yesterday was a day where he cut a historic Middle East peace deal, the biggest Middle East peace deal in 30 years.
Hey, boss, is that what
and
I
today,
get?
when the Democrats
you're getting a sandwich, I'm getting killed. These two people came to kill me.
And here he was talking about Kamala Harris' eligibility for the vice presidency. Come on, come on.
Co-boss with me. This is Charlie. He was in the Air Force. He was accused of a crime he didn't commit. Innocent mistake. Planes crashed. He was the fall guy. You know how the deep state is. Charlie, get to work. Ignore the corpses.
Lawyer.
So,
I have no idea if that's
business
right.
is good and business is bad. Now that's a problem. On one hand, we've got more orders than we can possibly handle. And on the other, I'll be surprised if we're not killed in the next 48 hours. Come on, let me give you a tour. Then I can deal with this mess while you get to work.
In any way. Speaking of things that are not useful in any way, yesterday President Trump was talking about defunding the post office. So,
okay,
there's been a lot of talk about whether to pour more money down the rat hole that is the post office. The post office is awfully run, and has been awfully run for years. Because the post office mandate is to ensure that if you're in a far-flung area, you get charged the same postage as if you are in like a major American city. They run at a loss. Post offices run at a loss for years, which is why FedEx continues to be more reliable. And if you really want to make sure the mail gets there on time, you don't use the post office at all. Right?
Now,
so the case that Republicans have been making about
mostly
the
on
post
tax
office.
cigarettes,
Why are we spending more money on the post office when less mail is now being sent than ever before in American history? Why are we doing that?
Now back there is where you can store any aircraft that
the Democrats were trying to pour more money into the post office because it's giant government boondoggle. So why are we pouring more billions of money, more billions of dollars into the post office? President Trump then goes on national TV and he says the reason we should defund the post office
is that the post office does not have the wherewithal to handle mail-in voting. Workshop if we want. I mean, it was your call, of course.
Why, God,
and Charlie obviously would be grateful for the work.
Why?
Right, Charlie?
Why? Again, the point of not funding the post office is that it is a bad service and got to fix it.
He's an
it is not anything to do with mail-in voting.
Just strangely,
the problem with mail-in voting is that the U.S. Postal Service is not going to be able to get the mail there on time. Universal mail-in voting, people keep saying absentee ballots are the same as mail-in voting. They're not the same as universal mail-in voting. Universal mail-in voting is they send a ballot directly to your house before you even ask for one. They do so on a universal level. It doesn't matter if you've already moved. You might be receiving 3 or 4 ballots at your house. Right? It opens the door wide to people committing fraud. It does.
And I mean
just because not a lot of people have taken advantage of that doesn't mean you should loosen the laws or that you should make it easier. That is the point on universal mail-in voting. Absentee ballots you request because you can't make it to the polling station. Democrats are pushing universal mail-in voting this year on the back of the pandemic, but the suspicion is the real reason they are doing that is because they wish to have universal mail-in voting and ballot harvesting so they can deploy Democratic operatives to go house to house and pick up ballots on behalf of Democrats, which is exactly what they did in Orange County, California during the 2018 election and shifted 4 red seats blue. Okay, so that is the objection to universal mail-in voting. That is not an objection to funding the Postal Service so people can't actually send in anything, including absentee ballots. Here was Trump shooting himself directly in the foot yesterday.
They want $3.5 billion for the mail-in votes, okay, universal mail-in ballots. $3.5 trillion. They want $25 billion for the post office. Now, they need that money in order to have the post office work so it can take all of these millions and millions of ballots. Now, in the meantime, they aren't getting there. By the way, those are just 2 items. But if they don't get those 2 items, that means you can't...
Here we go. The maiden voyage of this new enterprise. Here's to new friends being better than old ones, old dogs learning new tricks, and this all being a computer simulation anyway. So who cares if we go to prison? The AI has already won. Our first target's a lost MC cargo shipment. Take out the guards and bring the plane to the hangar. Once there's some stock in the system, the app will go online.
He doesn't want an election, is what Joe Biden says. And that's the idea. So again, if President Trump wants to win the election, he's going to need to get out of his own way. Now, obviously, the media aren't going to help here. Right? The media are being fated as heroes for massaging the shoulders of the Biden-Harris campaign while simultaneously just trying to make a name for themselves yelling at Trump. Yesterday, a Huffington Post reporter got up at a press conference and just started haranguing Trump, which of course is not asking a question, it's just him being a jerk. But don't worry, he'll get a Jim Acosta book contract next.
Mr. President, after 3.5 years, do you regret at all the lying you've done to the American people? All the lying, all the dishonesties that you have done.
And then he just ignored it. Okay, but the media were like, wow, look at the heroism, so much heroing. Oh, heroing. The media are garbage. We need to understand the media are garbage. We need to not give them any sort of ammo. Deprive the enemy of ammunition is one of the electoral strategies Trump must pursue if he wishes to win. Okay, now, I want to make a quick comment on a story that is finally getting some national attention. So there's a story that got no national attention for like a week, and my compatriot here at Daily Wire, Matt Walsh, really pushed it into the mainstream. It's a story of a 25-year-old man, a black man, who shot a 5-year-old boy last week in Wilson, North Carolina. He's now been charged with first-degree murder. Austin Hinnant told CNN affiliate WRAL he was inside the home when his son Cannon was playing outside and was shot. Hinnant says he ran outside and scooped up the injured child and held him in his arms. I screamed, "Somebody help me, please help me save my son." Hinnant told the affiliate he looked up and saw his neighbor, Darius Sessoms, in the yard next door with a gun in his hand, pacing and frantic. I was looking at him as I was picking up Cannon. I was so full of rage, but I couldn't leave my son's side. I just wanted to be with my son. Hinnant's fiance called 911. Sessoms then drove away. Police identified him as a suspect and arrested him after he was found Monday in a Goldsboro residence about 30 minutes south. Okay, so the motive is not yet clear. The point that Matt Walsh was making is that if the races were reversed, there is no question it would be a national story. Now, do I actually think that this should be a national story? I actually don't think it should be a national story. I think it's a local crime story. I think it's horrific. I think it's an act of tremendous evil. The only reason that it should in any way be a national story is because the media have a double standard on what constitutes a national story, and this is worthy of comment. Okay, the Ahmaud Arbery story should not be a national story. It is a local crime story. When it becomes a national story, all stories are initially local. What becomes a national story is one of two things. Either a story that affects the entire nation, or a story that is indicative of a broader trend plaguing the entire nation. There's not a broad trend in the United States of white people hunting down black people, which is why the Ahmaud Arbery story should not be a national story. It is an oddity and a local crime story and a horrific, horrific story. It should not be a national crime story. Neither should Michael Brown. Neither, really, should George Floyd, because there is not a great spate of white cops murdering black people. It's just not happening. None of them should be national stories. They should all be local crime stories. The same thing holds true here. There is not a spate of black people killing 5-year-old white children, so that really should not be a national news story either. The only reason that it should be treated as a national news story is simply as a slap in the face to the media that have decided that certain narratives are worthy of promulgation and other narratives are not. And so if the media wants to pretend that any horrific crime story is now a national news story, then they do need to cover the Cannon Hinnant story. And if they want to claim that interracial crime is a national news story, then they need to cover it in a statistically representative way. And the statistically representative way on a population-adjusted level, more white people are killed by black people in the United States than black people are killed by white people in the United States. Now, the reason that's not a national news story either way is because the vast majority of white people, like 90%, 95, like a huge percentage of white people who are killed by other white people. The same thing is true for black people killing other black people. So if you actually wanted stories that are representative of broad national trends, what you would focus on are 5-year-olds being shot in the inner city in gang warfare. That's more indicative of a national trend that requires national attention. Right? That would be something worthy of national coverage. Or a white person killing another white person in an opioid-addicted camp. Right? That would be more indicative of a national news story. But our national news coverage is skewed toward a particular narrative. That's the point that Matt Walsh is making. So do I actually think that this Cannon-Minute story is deserving of quote-unquote national attention? Probably not. It's a local news story. It's deserving of attention just because it's a human tragedy, but that's not really why people want it to be covered. And exacerbating racial tension by claiming that certain stories are indicative of trends that do not exist on either side is a mistake. Okay, so later today, we have 2 additional hours of commentary and content. I still have a lot to get to, including, by the way, the fact that HBO Max is now putting a disclaimer on Blazing Saddles. They're putting a disclaimer on Blazing Saddles, an intro, to ensure that the film is put into proper social context. The proper social context, by the way, is that people didn't used to be jackwagons who wouldn't laugh at jokes. That's the proper social context. That you yourself, if you need a proper social context for Blazing Saddles, it's because you're an uptight prude. And this is coming from a guy who just got excoriated for reading lyrics on the air. Okay, get over yourself. Yeah, we'll see you here a little bit later today. Otherwise, we'll see you here on Monday. I'm Ben Shapiro. This is the Ben Shapiro Show. If you enjoyed this episode, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to help spread the word, please give us a 5-star review and tell your friends to subscribe too. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and wherever you listen to podcasts. Also, be sure to check out the other Daily Wire podcasts, including The Andrew Flavin Show, The Michael Knowles Show, and The Matt Walsh Show. Thanks for listening. The Ben Shapiro Show is produced by Colton Haas, executive producer Jeremy Boring, supervising producer Mathis Glover and Robert Sterling, assistant director Pavel Wydowski, technical producer Austin Stevens, playback and media operated by Nick Sheehan, associate producer Katie Swinnerton, edited by Adam Sayevitz, audio mixed by Mike Coromina, hair and makeup is by Nika Geneva. The Ben Shapiro Show is a Daily Wire production. Copyright Daily Wire 2020.
You know, the Matt Walsh Show, not just another show about politics. I think there are enough of those already out there. We talk about culture because culture drives politics and drives everything else. So my main focuses are life, family, faith. Those are fundamental, and that's what this show is about. I hope you'll give it a listen.
These are the forgotten men and women of the United States who are forgotten no longer. I know you've poured your heart into this movement. I know how hard you fought, and you're winners. When you fight, you win.
Okay, we're in business. The cargo's been logged and the system's online. Let's get to work, and let's hope maximum security jails are somehow more pleasant in computer simulations than they would be if this was all actually real life.
Narratives? Well, take a look at this. Over the last 3 years, while the establishment media was pushing false narratives and uncorroborated evidence, we investigated and shed light on some of the deepest government corruption.
Get ready to hear the truth about America on a show that's not immune to the facts.
Welcome, business partner. This is Ron Jakowski.
Damn,
I shouldn't say my name. Note to self, edit that bit out. Okay, I prepared this recording to talk you through the basics of our new operation. You'll find all the information you need about stock levels and our holdings on the homepage here. Then, when you're ready to make an acquisition, you hit the source button. Now, you're able to choose what cargo we're hitting here. Now, the deep state doesn't like this. The shadow economy, it's taking tax money away from their pals, the globalist conglomerates. But they make some work harder than the rest. Poisonous, untaxed alcohol and tobacco is easier to go after than Big Pharma's worst enemy. The mind-focusing and totally harmless narcotic stimulants, for example. Once you've got some stock, we can look at making a sale. We're a market-driven business. There'll be good deals for what the buyers out there want at any given time. But the real edge comes when we unload a particular cargo in bulk to a big buyer. They tend to throw in a sweetener. That's it. Now, source some stock, and hopefully the program I wrote will erase this audio file from your hard drive. If not, see you in court. Jury, I've got mental problems. I'm a fantasist. I'm running for president. Epsilonists, Ponzi scheming sadists playing on the sad and desperate, or helpful folks who've actually met our alien overlords? That's an exciting debate for another day. The cargo's loaded into one of their aircraft at the Rockford Hills Center. You get past security, you get it, and you get back.
Federal immigration laws on the books. Laws, written laws on the books. They can't enforce those. You're not allowed to do that. We should be a sanctuary country. But the Harris-Biden campaign said the same federal government should enact a national mask mandate. You must wear a mask outdoors, or I'm just trying to get my arms around this one. Today's show brought to you by our friends over at ExpressVPN. Ladies and gentlemen, protect your online activity from prying eyes. Get a VPN today. ExpressVPN.com/Bongino. ExpressVPN.com/Bongino. Welcome to the Dan Bongino Show on this Friday. Producer Joe, how are you today?
Well, it's Friday!
Yes, it is. It's a busy
so
one at that.
I'm doing well.
Very early, as you can see. A little early. The show will be up early because we've got a lot to do today. We will be up at Attila's Gym in Belmar, New Jersey, backing up the people who fight the good fight. We'll also be down in North Carolina, down at Apex, getting a tattoo. So I told you that yesterday. You can check that out on live stream, some of it on my parlor. Joe's going to help me out with that a little bit. Joe's also a photographer. He's going to take some pictures, too. Joe, I just told him that on the air, so thank you very much. And Drew will be with us, too. Thank you. That show will air on Saturday after Joe works his magic and Drew works his magic.
For letting me know there. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just figured I'd throw that out at you. Like I said, we always break down the fourth wall. So, yeah, I want to get to the new Harris-Biden proposal that's going to probably infuriate 51.6% of America. Yeah, we're all going to have to wear masks, according to Joe Biden now. Outside. Yeah, maybe inside, too, when you're alone in your apartment. And in your car, too. That may be next. All right, let's get to it. Today's show brought to you by our friends at My Patriot Supply. Listen, the coronavirus is driving markets up and down. Very volatile. Demand for basic necessities has gone through the roof. According to My Patriot Supply, they have older customers with health conditions petrified to go out and living off their emergency food supply. Others are under self-quarantine. Some just don't want to face the mob for a loaf of bread. Do what I do. Go to preparewithdan.com. Reserve your 2 or 4 week emergency food kit today. Ladies and gentlemen, it only makes sense. You insure everything in your life. Everything. Your health, your deed, your car, your house. How do you not insure your food supply? Throw all that other stuff out if you don't have food. PrepareWithDan.com. They will send you a 2 or 4 week emergency food kit. The meals include breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They last up to 25 years in storage, so you're prepared. My Patriot Supply has been a trusted partner of this show for years. They've been working around the clock to keep up with your orders. The current wait's 8 to 12 weeks because demand has been 80 times normal. We have no idea how long this crisis will last, so it's important to be self-reliant. It's not too late to prepare now. Go to preparewithdan.com. Go to preparewithdan.com. Pick up your emergency food supply today. All right, Joe, let's go. All right. Ding, ding. So, yeah, I'm sitting here yesterday, watching the news, and the Harris Biden ticket comes up. And I know it's the Harris Biden. That's what it is on this show. So please, I get it. I even got a few emails. It's not Biden. I refuse to do that. It's the Harris Biden. And Joe Biden decides it's time to talk again. Takes no questions at a press conference, which really isn't a press conference. It's just Joe Biden afraid to take questions. And he decides to come out with this gem. Apparently, Joe Biden thinks you're too stupid to make the decision yourself about when you need to wear a mask and don't. So we got this gem from Sleepy Creepy yesterday. Check this one out.
Every single American should be wearing a mask when they're outside for the next 3 months at a minimum. Every governor should mandate mandatory mask wearing. The estimates by the experts are it will save over 40,000 lives in the next 3 months. 40,000 lives. The people act responsibly. And it's not about your rights, it's about your responsibilities as an American.
Not about your rights. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's the Democrats summed up in one soundbite right there. It's never about your rights. It has never been about your rights. Now, for the dopey liberals, not all Democrats, but for the dopey ones who listen, and believe me, we have a lot. I get your death threats on Facebook. I put them out on social media and Parler and stuff all day. I actually screenshot them and send them out with the line, he seems nice. Yeah, some tough guy, pseudo-fake bodybuilder guy said to me, we're coming for you, I'm going to find you. Sure, bro. Sure, you got muscles, we got that. So we get that a lot. But you're all, it's never, ever been about your rights. They don't care about your rights. He summed up everything right there. Now, there was something else that came out in their proposal. They want to hire 100,000 contact tracers. 100,000 contact tracers, meaning this. If you test positive for the coronavirus, they're going to come to your house. So we're going to see a situation like we've seen in Melbourne, Australia, that I've been covering on this show. Enforced quarantines with fines and potential arrest if you leave your house. And then they're going to find everybody else you say you were in contact with and quarantine them to the house too under penalty of law or arrest. Have they thought any of this through? Joe, what's likely to happen if, let's say, you hire 100,000 contact tracers, government bureaucrats, to come to people's houses, and these people, Joe, know that anyone they say they were in contact with, regardless if they're showing any symptoms or not, that they're going to be enforced on a quarantine too, potentially under the penalty of law, under the police state Harris Biden administration. Joe, do you think it's possible, not a trick question, do you think it's just possible that people would not cooperate and refuse to say who they've been in contact with? I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of fibbing going on. Yeah.
Like what's happening everywhere else. They've tried this dopey contact tracing on a mass scale scheme. It doesn't work, ladies and gentlemen. Contact tracing works very well at the onset of a viral outbreak. Very well to contain it. Ladies and gentlemen, the time for it to be contained is over. The time right now is to develop treatments, to develop good quality testing that's quick and fast, and to develop vaccines. Contact tracing can be useful in certain places where you've yet to have a widespread outbreak. In places where it's widespread, ladies and gentlemen, it's useless. You're going to quarantine everyone. This is what they want. Now, another point I brought up at the beginning of the show before I move on here. So just to be clear, Joe Biden, it's not about your rights. It's never about your rights. Democrats don't care about your rights are meaningless to them. Don't you get that? This is the bizarre, just upside down, dipsy-do flipperooski the Democrats pull all the time. The same Democrats complaining right now that President Trump sent federal agents, not federal troops. Please don't be a moron and say federal troops. I'm just begging you not to take the imbecile path. There's a fork in the road. Who sent federal agents to Portland to defend a federal courthouse on federal property that rioters and criminals and terrorists wanted to burn to the ground. You know, the Antifa terrorists, the anti-First Amendment crew. They don't think that's in the realm of President Trump's federal constitutional power. Hilariously. No, he's not allowed to do that. They also don't think that the federal government can enforce immigration law. No, the states should be able to do it. It's federal immigration law. The same people who believe that, the government has no power to stop you from burning down a courthouse. It's open season on courthouses. It's also open season on our borders. The federal government definitely doesn't have the power to enforce federal immigration law. The same people who tell you that think the federal government has the power, according to the Harris-Biden ticket, to mandate mask wearing outside across the entire United States, regardless of the local conditions in your area. I was glad during last night's presser, Trump fought back against this and was very clear. Again, I'm not anti-mask, folks. I'm not. Despite the massive volume of death threats the liberals send me, I'm not. I listen to the show. They mischaracterize what I say. I don't believe they're particularly effective. If you believe it does and it puts you at ease, I'll wear one for you. That's okay. It's your business. I don't wear them in my house. When I don't have to, I definitely don't wear them outside, especially when no one's around me, because that's idiotic. If you think this works for you and I'm in your house, that's fine, or I'll leave. I'll wear it. I'm not looking to hurt your feelings. That's okay. But I was glad at the Trump presser yesterday, he made that exact point, that I'm going to leave this up to locals who can figure it out. We don't need a national mandate. Good for President Trump fighting back against this just nonsense from the Harris-Biden ticket. A national mask mandate, regardless of any conditions on the ground. This guy's just pandering now. He wouldn't take questions, which shows you what a mess his entire camp has become. There's been no energy from the announcement of Kamala Harris as the VP. None. They expected this big celebration on the left. Meanwhile, nobody can stand Kamala Harris. But Paula was laughing about it today. She has a friend who shall remain nameless. She chats with sometimes, who's relatively nonpartisan, not super political, but votes. And she always goes to this friend for where the, you know, Joe, where the population at large is, because not everybody's involved in politics as me and Joe and Paula. It's my life, what I do. So she goes to this friend because she's only partially involved. And the friend was like, and I quote, I can't believe we picked Kamala Harris. We were like, all right, this is a loser. It's a loser. The pick's a loser. It's a loser. I'm telling you, it's a loser. The friend is pretty much a loser.
And then picking up the goods when you find them.
I am. Again, they just think you're too stupid to figure this out anymore. Because that's how Democrats think. What I tell you yesterday, lies and language prisons, right? That's the Democrats' tactic going forward. To lie to you repeatedly, PP tapes, collusion. You've seen Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen. Joe, he's coming out with a book with another PP story. Why are the Democrats so obsessed with PP? What's the deal with PP stuff? What you guys are really sick. They're out with it again. So just constant lies, regurgitate the lies, dossiers, Russian collusion, PP stuff, just making stuff up all the time, lies, and in language prison. So when you counteract the lies, the Democrats accuse you of being a racist, misogynist, Islamophobic, phobophobic, homophobic. You know the whole drill. And they create language prisons. What do I mean by language prisons? You're not allowed to say certain words because they'll recategorize those words now. Especially if you use them, but talking about Kamala Harris, they will. If you use any of these list of words, Joe, and by the way, Joe, the list is expanding rapidly. Any of these words, you definitely are racist, and you definitely hate women like Kamala Harris. Why is the list of words you cannot use expanding rapidly? Because they don't want you to be able to say anything to counteract Kamala Harris's massive litany of lies coming out every day. You heard yesterday after Joe Biden's mask mandate speech? That's real leadership, isn't it? She wouldn't know real leadership if it smacked her in the back of the head. Are you kidding me? It's an embarrassing focus group tested talking point. He trotted out in front of the country yesterday and didn't even take a question on. That's your idea of leadership? Oh my gosh, the revolutionary generation is turning in their graves right now. The language prisons. The list is expanding. You don't believe me? You thought I was messing with you yesterday, right? Look what came out after we were done recording. Oh, there it is, right there. MSNBC, MSDNC on their Twitter feed. Joe, phony. We can't use phony now. Phony is a very gendered term that we use to present women in power in an unfavorable light. There's something fake about them. Jennifer Palmieri says about a Trump campaign attack on Senator Harris. It's a very old trope. Ladies and gentlemen, this is never going to stop. It doesn't matter what you say about Kamala Harris. Whatever word you use. Disingenuous, fraudulent, phony, fake, liar. Every one of them will be added to the growth. No list. Right there about Jesus. He said, no, he said fraudulent. Oh, that's on the list. Do we have the list or not? Give me the list. Fraudulent. Yes. List of misogynistic, fraudulent. What else did Dan say? Dan said Kamala Harris sometimes comes off a bit disingenuous. Disingenuous on the list? Not yet. Hold on.
Yeah, it will.
Okay, there everything's going to be on the list. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, you know the drill. Double-barreled index finger. We'll try to keep the video version family friendly. Ignore it. Just ignore it. Call it out. Mock it like we do now. Isolate the idiots who say this stuff and move on. Make the joke on them. We isolate these people. We steal the Alinsky's rules from them, and we make fools out of them. Kamala Harris is a phony. Is a big phony. A huge phony. And she's always been a huge phony. Oh my gosh, that word's on the list. Don't care. Thank you. Paul is worried, by the way, because it's an early show. I didn't have enough content. I always have enough content. I've got plans for today's show. She was a little worried today. I didn't send her a lot of stuff. But I got a big topic coming up on wokeism. One of the best articles I've read in a long time. I'm finger wagging, but it's true. At the Daily Signal, explaining wokeism and social justice movement. It's written. Sometimes we have a hard time understanding the social justice words after this argument. All right, I got that coming up in a minute. Let me get to my second sponsor. We're going to do sponsors today. Traveling to Achilles, so it'll be a busy day. Then I want to get to just a quick topic I neglected to discuss yesterday. I promised you yesterday I wouldn't forget it, and I forgot it, because that happens to us. Folks, today's show also brought to you by our friends at Allform. Listen, if you've been a listener for a long time, you know I love Helix Magazine. You know it. Two of them are bad. One for me, one for my daughter. So I have great news. Helix has gone beyond the bedroom when they started making sofas too. They launched a new company called Allform, and they're making premium, customizable sofas and chairs that ship right to your door. So what makes an Allform sofa really cool? Well, for starters, it's the easiest way to customize a sofa using premium materials at a fraction of the cost of traditionals. Pick your fabric, spill, stain, scratch resistant. The sofa color, the color of the legs, the sofa size, and the shape you need to make it perfect for you and your home. They've got armchairs, love seats, all the way up to an 8-seat section, so there's something for everyone. You can start small. You can buy more seats later if you want to add even to your Allform sofa. They're delivered directly to your home with fast, free shipping. In the past, you want to order sofa, take forever. You need someone to come to your house and assemble it. Allform takes just 3 to 7 days to arrive in the mail, and you assemble it yourself in a few minutes. No tools needed. It took me longer to break down the boxes than it did to put the sofa together. Not even kidding. There's ours right there. If you watch it on YouTube, you can see it. My daughter just chilling on it. I have an Allform sofa. It took Paula. She wants that clear. It took Paula 10 minutes to set it up. It can read actually says it took 10 minutes. Paula wants it always know it took her 10 minutes. She's not lying. Check it out. You have 100 days to decide if you want to keep it. If not, there's no risk. It's more than 3 months. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free, give you a full refund. They have a forever warranty. You're going to leave forever. Check out allform.com/Dan to find your perfect sofa. Allform, ALLFORM.com/Dan. Allform's offering 20% off all orders for our listeners. Allform.com/Dan. So yesterday I mentioned something about the transactional nature of politics, and I didn't really follow up, so I just want to quickly because I always say I'm not going to forget anything. I was talking about lies, the endless litany of lies from the back, and how all politicians say things that aren't true. Democrats, Republicans, Trump, Bush, Obama, Clinton, everybody. They say things that aren't true. Now, the reason some people are hesitant to use the word lies is because sometimes they massage the corners on it, if you know what I mean. Is it a lie? Sometimes it is a lie. It's an outright lie, and they say, and believe me, everyone does it. I'm not giving any party a pass. I documented yesterday through that National Review piece how in the Harris-Biden opening speech a couple days ago, the endless litany of lies that are easily documented falsehoods. That Ebola was a pandemic. It wasn't. That President Trump is keeping your kid out of school. He's actually doing the opposite. It's the teachers' union. It's just a lie. But I said to you, I don't think it's going to hurt Harris-Biden. Just like some of the things that Trump has said left untrue, some of them. Haven't heard him much either. And here's the reason. It's not meant as an attack on Trump either. Joe, if you think I'm wrong, I'd love for you to challenge me. No one actually thinks politicians. You know, Joe's a little older than me. Paul is younger. Like the younger man. Nobody thinks that. You know, before social media, 24-hour cable news, I know when Joe was growing up, and to an extent some of my earlier years as well. Ladies and gentlemen, if things didn't happen on the nightly news, the nation didn't see it. It was your local news that mattered. If Walter Cronkite, David Brinkley, Peter Jennings, later on Tom Brokaw, if they didn't cover it nationally, it didn't happen. It happened, but you get my point. It wasn't a national story. There was very limited real estate in a half-an-hour nightly news broadcast to discuss the story. Before, say, JFK, nobody really talked about presidents' personal lives, no matter what kind of shenanigans they were doing on the side, if you know what I mean. That old Clinton stuff would have just gone right by the wayside. With the advent of 24-hour cable news, social media, the internet, constant, literally constant 24-hour news coverage, and access to iPhones, everything about every politician now is fair game. Politicians haven't changed. For the 200-plus years our country's been around, most politicians, many of them, have been total slime bags. Yeah, some are good, very few. Most have been slimy. Most have been terrible. Most are mercenary. And most do whatever they want to get power and to keep it. It's just more obvious now because you're bathed in it every single day. My point is that the whole Camelot mystique, the John F. Kennedy Camelot mystique, it's all gone. Everybody understands right now that politicians, when they go to the bathroom, it stinks. That when they show up and they don't wear deodorant, that stinks too. And that they lie. They have to comb their hair and brush their teeth and eat just like you do. There's no Camelot. There's no Knights of the Round Table. They are just men and women. And they do a lot of things. They lie, they cheat, they steal, they do a lot of bad things. My point here about why the lies Harris told, because I laid out that whole thing, are probably not going to damage her, is because nobody takes anything they say seriously anymore. So you may be saying, Dan, if you're saying everybody lies all the time, politicians, then what's the point? No, there isn't. Now comes the serious part. We as conservatives have become very transactional, smart. We don't really care anymore about your speeches about immorality. We don't. Tell us you go to church. Every politician says that. I actually go to church. Like people see me there in my neighborhood. I'm not bragging about it. You should go to church. Reminds me of Chris Rock. Remember who was that? Chris Rock. You're supposed to take care of your kids. You're supposed to go to church if you're a Catholic. I'm not asking for a cookie here. But politicians will talk about that like they deserve a reward. Look at me, pat myself on the back with the sticky thing. Look, I go to church on Sunday. I'm so wonderful. Vote for me. Great. Good job. You're supposed to do it. We're tired of it. We've heard all the speeches about how you go to church. We want you to save lives. We want you to stop the plague of abortion. We want you to grow the economy so kids everywhere, listen to me, everywhere have a chance. Baltimore, Cleveland, St. Louis, LA, New York, Broward County, Florida, just south of me, Palm Beach, everywhere. Every kid has a shot. Every kid. We want you to do something. We want you to give every kid a shot at education. Stop telling me about going to church. That's great. You should go to church. Be a good person. Why? Because being a good person matters. But that's your issue with the Lord. I mean it. It's not mine. Don't engage in criminality. Don't do grossly immoral things. But if you got your issues with your personal picadillos, whatevs, man. Save lives, grow the economy, get kids an education, and fix the healthcare system in this country so people can have access to good healthcare and live fruitful lives. We are entirely transactional. You want to understand the Trump phenomenon in one sentence, that's it. Political lies don't hurt candidates anymore because nobody believes politicians are telling the truth. Conservatives want one thing now, and liberals want the same thing. Conservatives want big R God-given rights, economic freedom, education choices, healthcare choices, and big, bold liberty. And you know what? Donald Trump has delivered on many of those respects. On the appointment of federal judges, on deregulation, on tax cuts, on economic growth. He's delivered. You can cite all you want, fake PP stories and all this nonsense. He was on Howard Stern once and said, listen to me. I'm just, to the media people who watch this show, and I know you do because you comment on it, you will never understand the Trump phenomenon until you understand that. How can so many evangelicals vote for Trump? Because we've heard the story for decades. This guy's so nice. He volunteered for a charity once. Yeah, when he found out he was running for office, he goes to church. Great. But he does nothing on abortion, doesn't cut taxes, and craps all over school choice. Are we supposed to vote for him because he goes to church? We're entirely, completely transactional now. And whereas the media will never understand about how we rely on Trump because he did it. We don't care about his tweets. He did it. He did it. He cut taxes, cut regulations. He spoke at the pro-life rally in D.C., the March for Life. He spoke, the first president to do it. He's appointed pro-life judges. This matters to us. You will never understand us because you make no effort. But I will not make that same mistake with you. And this is where I messed up on yesterday's show and didn't tell you this part. They don't care. We will continue to point out the lies because there is a small portion of the population that still cares about the facts. Voting-wise, my audience cares about the facts because we should know. We're informed voters. But for your voting decisions, let's be honest, most of you are locked in on Trump, and the other side's locked in on Harris. There is a small sliver that the facts matter. That's why we covered what we did yesterday. But I'm telling you, don't make the mistake they make with us. Make an effort to understand why they are going to vote for Harris and Biden. They don't care how much they lie. They don't care what they do.
This shipment won't be stolen.
They don't
for
care.
once.
These guys
in fact, we're going to be
given
it if we can protect another outfit's shipment. So you take the weaponized plane and you fight off anyone who attacks.
Don't make the mistake of not
when the run is over, they'll give up the cargo we want.
We are talking to that small sliver of the population that's going to decide this election. But by talking to them, that's what we do. That's why issues like this Fox News story that I missed yesterday, I commented this by the great Brian Flood, by a lot of respect, FoxNews.com. Health questions for Biden, off limits for media. Unlike when it was Reagan, McCain, and Trump. Again, folks, this is a transactional election. The health questions are not off limits. We will talk about them regarding Joe Biden's obvious cognitive issues because it matters. He's going to have the nuclear codes in his hand, and he's going to have the power to destroy your business in his hands, too, if he thinks he can enact a national mask mandate he has no constitutional authority to do. Health questions are not off limits. But I bring it up in light of this transactional conversation. We want results. In other words, we're looking for a transaction from Trump. No one wants, we're not looking to date him. You know, we're not going to have him over for dinner. Trump produces results. It's a transaction. We vote for you, you save lives, cut taxes, and give my kid education choice. That's why this article matters, though, because, you know, we can keep bringing up, and we should, Biden's cognitive capabilities, which are disappearing by the minute. That doesn't care. Ladies and gentlemen, they don't care. Joe Biden's IQ could drop 40 points tomorrow. I promise you the left will still vote for him. They don't care. Don't make the same mistake. Don't make the mistake they made with us. You need to understand that so we don't say, oh, listen. You may say, why? Why do we need to understand that? Because I hear from a lot of people, Trump's got this, no big deal, as if they're not going to vote or they're not even anxious about it. No, get anxious right away. They're like, no one's going to vote for Biden. He's crazy. He can't even talk in a complete sentence. Huge mistake. Huge exclamation point mistake. Don't make a mistake they made with us. It would be a strategic miscalculation of the highest order. So, I saw this story yesterday in the Wall Street Journal, and it reminded me that a lot of my listeners out there, not by any fault of your own, you don't have time to sit down and study all this stuff, really don't understand the left, and it kind of follows nicely my last segment. Don't make the mistake they make with us. They make no effort to understand us. We will understand them. Wall Street Journal. So Yale, the university, discriminated by race in undergraduate admissions, DOJ says. It's a huge story, folks. It broke last night. The Department of Justice is going after Yale University for discriminating. Basically, they have them look like a secret against Asian Americans and white Americans. Yale's in a lot of trouble. Now, when you see this story and you read the details of the allegations, listen, we'll give them their day in court, as we should. They are allegations. But the allegations are trouble. The allegations are that Yale systematically discriminated against Asian Americans and white Americans who had to score dramatically higher on tests to get into the university than other students who happened to be either Hispanic or white. Obvious discrimination. Joe, correct? The very definition of discrimination. We will treat you differently based on your skin color. Not hard to figure out, right? Just checking. Want to make sure I'm not crazy here. If you're white, you have to meet one set of standards. If you're black, another set of standards. That's called racism. You read these articles, though, just like the mistake we make with the transactional left, who failed to understand us as the transactional right? We're making a transaction. Trump delivers. The left is making a transaction after Biden's going to get Trump out of office. That's the transaction. They don't care if Biden's not all there. Don't mistake that for a minute, for anything other than that. The same thing's happening here. I got a bunch of emails on this story. And some of the tones of the emails by people were like, I don't get it. This is so obviously racist. Why wouldn't the left just call it out? And I thought, man, I got to find a good piece on this. And, perfect. Serendipity beyond belief. I'm searching through social media accounts, all of them, and I got a lot of them, and I find this just spectacular piece by Jared Stepman at the Daily Signal. I can't recommend highly. I put it on BonginoReport.com too, our aggregate. 3 key concepts that woke anti-racists believe. Let me unconfuse the title of this. It's a very good piece. Confused by crazy social justice warriors? Read these 3 things. That's the title. That's the damn Bongino version. You think SJW s'mores roasting social justice warriors living in their mama's basements are all crazy? Read this article. I'll translate it. It's great. But please read it. It's up in the show notes. Bongino.com/newsletter. My newsletter is the show notes. I use the term interchange. Please read this piece. It's so good. It's like a book in a 700-word article without a lot of excess words. So here are the 3 tenets of wokeism, crazy lunatic left moonbatism, that you need to understand to translate stories like the Wall Street Journal and why such an obvious act of racism and discrimination. White kids, Asian kids, you have to do this. Black and Hispanic kids, you guys got to do that. Or women got to do that. Obvious discrimination. The left doesn't care. It's so good. So good. Screenshot number 1. The number 1 rule of wokeism you need to understand. First, the number 1 rule of wokeism that the social justice warriors believe in, you must acknowledge you're a racist, and if you deny you're a racist, you're a bigger racist. Kind of creates a problem, no? Let me read from the piece, because this is so good. Joe, right? Is that a problem? Right. You're a racist. No, I'm not. You denying it makes you more of a racist. It does. What's your only choice? Admit you're a racist when you're not? Here's from the Daily Signal piece. This piece is, I can't say it's so good. It's so good, I can't say that. Essentially, quote, if a white person is uncomfortable talking about race or denies his fundamental whiteness, Joe, as well as his racism, then he is guilty of white fragility. Oh no! Oh no. In fact, according to the arguments of D'Angelo and Kennedy, these are two authors, even a denial of racism can be construed as evidence of racism. Hold on. I know you want to come back to me, because of the gesticulate. Do not leave this up for everyone to read, because it's so good. As several other writers, including the great, by the way, Mark Hemingway, the Federalist, Molly's husband, who is really the best, as several have noted, this is what's called the Kafka trap, based on Kafka's book, The Trial. It's a rhetorical device where the more you deny something, the more it's proof of your guilt. I'm not a racist. You're definitely a racist. You denied it. These two authors, D'Angelo and Kennedy, promote a racial variation of common oppressor versus oppressed narratives, seen mainly in traditional left-wing ideologies. Yes. Marxist economic ideology revolving around classes more or less replaced by race in a scenario where there are only yes. You know, one of the best books I've read in my life is David Horowitz's book, Unholy Alliance, where he addresses the question why gay, bisexual, and trans activists would ally up with radical Islamic ideologues in many cases, and would be allied for some of the same causes, when in some of these countries, run like Iran, they'll throw people who are gay off the building, literally off the building. You know, kill them and stuff. Like, that's what they do. So a lot of sane folks would say, well, that doesn't make sense. If you're an activist for causes that involve the gay community, why would you ally with a radical Islamic fundamentalism in some places that kills people who happen to be gay? Like, that doesn't make sense. No, it makes perfect sense when you read David's book, Unholy Alliance. And when you never forget the fact that the real enemy with the people who use identity politics, and you're a racist, folks, the socialists who hate capitalism, the fundamentalists, the Islamic fundamentalists that hate America, the real enemy is us. Freedom, the United States, a constitutional republic, representative democracy, that's their enemy. Horowitz has always described them as the anti-communists. We're anti-communists. We fight for liberty. Communism is the very essence of non-liberty, collective choice, not individual choice. There's no such thing as collective choice. It's a fabrication. They are the anti-communists, meaning their common cause is fighting us. The anti. Ladies and gentlemen, this all makes sense now, and it explains why this concept now of white privilege and white fragility, and the very essence of denying racism, making you a racist, it explains, again, what a weapon, what a powerful tool this becomes through the Kafka trap. If you deny the crime, it's more evidence you committed the crime. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, you have no way to escape it. None. You are a racist, and if you deny it, you will in fact be accused of producing more evidence that you are definitely the racist they accuse you of by denying. It also comes down to the zero-sum theory here, that there's winners and losers. In other words, that your success is attributed solely to your whiteness and your white fragility, whatever it may be, and that your success came at the expense of others. Ladies and gentlemen, this is pure socialism through and through. This has nothing to do with race. It's the simple transplantation of race onto a socialism argument. Socialism, the very essence of socialism, the proletariat, the bourgeoisie, the whole nonsense about these zero-sum economics, is that if you became rich at the expense of the working poor. You took it from them. That somehow Bill Gates is a billionaire because he stole billions of dollars from other people. Not that he actually invented a product billions of people used to enrich their lives and paid him to use, which is what actually happened in, like, sane people's heads, like us. In irrational lunatic heads, Bill Gates stole billions of dollars from people. You understand how this white fragility, acknowledge you're a racist or you're an even bigger racist? Do Do you understand how that same zero-sum winner or loser socialism ideology is just transplanted onto a racial background? There's a winner and a loser. You're a winner because you're white. If you're black or Hispanic, you lost. And the person who is white is only successful because of that whiteness, which somehow took something from you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's pure socialism. It is the unholy alliance between identity politics, racial warriors looking to divide the country, socialists, and anyone else who hates Americans. One more point. I'm only on screenshot one. I will get through this, I promise you. This is so worth your time, this one. So 2 takeaways. It's a trap. Acknowledge you're racist or you're more racist. The second takeaway. This is strict zero-sum socialism transplanted. Winners and losers only. There are no collective winners, like living in the United States, where the poorest people here are richer than the richest people in some third world country. There's none of that. Everybody's a winner or a loser based on race or based on if you own capital. It's the same ideology. Does that make sense, Joe?
Yeah, it does. Easily to me. Yeah.
You sure?
No, I got it.
Are you messing with me?
Sure
Sometimes the audience thinks you don't
man.
get it, and they think you say you get it because you're trying to make me sound.
No, you know how I talk to you about this stuff all the time.
Yeah, you tell me. Yeah. It's zero-sum stuff. Yeah. Throw it in the garbage. One final point before I get on the screenshot. Do you notice how the concentration and focus of the identity politics racial warriors who want to make everything about race is never ever focused on eliminating obstacles for minorities who are suffering in bad schools and bad cities and rundown cities with bad police forces and bad terrible economic opportunities? Do you notice the focus is never on eliminating those obstacles for schools, bad policing? Do you notice that, Joe? That the only focus is on creating new obstacles for people who happen to be white or Asian? Did you notice that? When I get to point number 3, you'll understand. They don't care about eliminating discrimination. They want new discrimination, thinking it's going to solve old discrimination problems. The real solution is to eliminate obstacles for everyone and let everyone have a pathway to honest, hard-earned success. They don't want that. They just want to put new obstacles in front of you. And if you deny that, you are definitely a racist. All right, screenshot number, spit it out, dude. Screenshot number 2. Color blindness is the problem, and that's racist too. The concept of equal opportunity is fundamentally rejected by the doctrines of D'Angelo and Kenton. Again, these are just 2 articles, these 2 authors behind these ridiculous concepts. They argue that in a deeply racist society, conditioned to white supremacy, equal opportunity under the law only perpetuates more inequality. Wait, what? These 2 authors rebuke the idea of colorblindness and how we treat race. D'Angelo does so more in a cultural sense. She argues that colorblindness is essentially a sign of white privilege, a manipulation of the message of Martin Luther King to perpetuate more racism. Wow. I know you may need to take some fish oil after maybe some foundation, some breakhouse. Free plug for them. You may need some ATP to refresh your neurons because you may say, gosh, that sounds kind of dumb. So if we're colorblind and you would think, right, if we treat people based on their character, their actions, and how they treat us, and we ignore the color of their skin, that is in fact racist. If you're sitting there trying to pull out your hair or hair plugs and, well, in some people's cases, well, you should be, because it's clearly the mark of a moron. That judging people without respect to the color of their skin is in fact racist, is logic turned on its head. Why do they do it? I always do why, just for your sake. In part 1, we compared socialism to identity politics. In part 2 here, we're trying to figure out why the constant focus on the melanin component of your skin, no matter what, even if people live by, generally in the United States, of course we still have people who have racist society, this is the tautological, sad but true. But the United States has come a really, really long way. Why the relentless focus on the melanin component of your skin? our skins. Because, ladies and gentlemen, you need it. Remember the unholy alliance. The Democrats, Antifa, the liberal activist groups, the Marxists at BLM, they're the anti-communists. If you believe in the United States, the constitutional republic, economic freedom, liberty, and a representative democracy, you are their enemy. And they will ally with anyone they need to ally to and say however big the lie they need to say and repeat it to take you down. In order to take you down, they need a weapon. And one of the most potent weapons in a non-racist society is to call people racists. Think about it, folks. Why is being tarred a racist, if you're not, so damaging to your career, your friends, your reputation? If we're the racist society, these two left-wing authors with these lunatic ideas want you to believe we are, then why is being called a racist such a career end, such a death sentence for your social circle? You think you'd be celebrated in your social circle, right? I mean, just a common sense question, isn't it? If we're all racists, then wouldn't racism then be celebrated? Because we, in fact, if we're all racist and we believe that the color of your skin is a determinant of who you are, and you speak out and say something racist publicly, why would it be a social death sentence? You should be celebrated, right? Well, you're not. You say racist stuff,
Cargo delivered. Oh, look at us, running like clockwork, a well-oiled machine.
And pretty much everybody hates you.
I've been oiled before, but I've never been a machine.
But they need you to believe everyone's a racist, so they have to weaponize skin color. So when they say things like colorblindness, is in fact racist, they're doing it because it's counter to their strategy to make everything about color. So when you don't make everything about color, you are in fact a racist too. Are you getting the circular reasoning? No matter what you do, you wind up at the beginning of the Monopoly game, back to square one, which says, quote, you're a racist.
Take a plane and
there's no get out of jail free. No matter what you do,
cargo and bring it to the hangar.
Let's go to takeaway number 3 from this excellent piece. The solution to discrimination is discrimination. You're like, wait, what? I'm not kidding. So Kendi, again, one of these authors, leans more strongly into creating laws that specifically promote anti-racism. To be effective, he says, they must be discriminatory.
Oh, dude.
I know you've had enough. I know you're reaching for the Pepto here, but just roll. We're almost done. I know it's infuriating. I know. Discriminatory laws, Kendi argues, can be desirable and in fact necessary as a way to promote equity. Folks, again, here we get back to no matter what you do, you will be a racist. So if you speak out against discrimination, but you don't promote additional discrimination, back to the opening article about in the Wall Street Journal about Yale being alleged that they discriminated against Asian Americans and white Americans based on their college admissions, that's considered to them anti-racist because it's using discrimination against white and Asian students to combat discrimination. So it's in fact anti-racist. You see how the socialists play the same game? The socialists play the same game with words? Language prisons? You're like, wait, that's discrimination. To discriminate against Asian students and make them have to subscribe to a different set of standards to get into university? Isn't that discrimination? You're definitely a racist for saying that. I am! You didn't describe it correctly. It's not discrimination against Asian Americans. It's anti-racism through discrimination, non-discrimination, discriminatory non-discrimination. If you don't use that term, you're definitely a racist too. And you're like, I am. And everybody shuts up and lets it happen. This is a tool the socialists use. Orwell warned us in 1984 about it. All history will be erased, language codes, speech codes. You'll have to agree that 2 + 2 = 5. You'll have to agree. And if you don't, you won't be let out of prison. And not only will you have to, this is important, not only will you have to agree that 2 + 2 = 5, you will have to demonstrate that you let me get to my final sponsor. I got a couple more stories. Major foreign policy victory for Trump that even Reuters had to acknowledge was a success. But I promise you, the mainstream media largely ignored and finally blamed Trump for this major revelation. Some Omaha Steaks. Hungry. It's really, this is a rough spot for me right now. I may have to stop. My mouth will start watering. I know. Right now, Omaha Steaks is offering a steakhouse grilling package with an exclusive offer just for my listeners. Go to omahasteaks.com, enter promo code Bongino in the search bar, and this week Omaha Steaks will get 4 burgers and 4 gourmet jumbo fries free. It's called the Grand Summer Grill Out Package. It's just a hit home run. We're talking Omaha Steaks, bacon wrap, plus pork chops, chicken, kielbasa, smoky sweet bacon, fruit, tender filet mignons, all for much less than you would have to a restaurant. Visit omahasteaks.com, type Bongino in the search bar to get this deal today. It's not just steaks, it's the best steak of your life, guaranteed. And don't forget, when you order the Grand Summer Grill Out package, you'll also get 4 jumbo franks and 4 Omaha Steaks burgers free to complete your steakhouse experience. Visit omahasteaks.com and type Bongino in the search bar to shop for the Summer Grill package. Every Omaha Steaks order is flash frozen, vacuum sealed, and safely delivered. You know, over and try it. It's fresher than fresh. The stuff is delicious. Quality, crazy. omahasteaks.com. Type Bongino in the search bar and get your summer grill pack today. All right, folks. So huge news of foreign policy. We don't do a lot of foreign policy on the show. We wait for the big stuff, and yesterday was huge. While we were on the air, the story came out that even Reuters had a huge foreign policy victory for President Trump. Reuters. You know, if I'm using Reuters, it's a big victory. Reuters. With Trump's help, Israel and the United Arab Emirates reach a historic deal to normalize relations. Folks, this is huge. A lot of left-wing media types are trying to downplay it. The Obama administration hates it. There's 2 reasons this happened. One is, a lot of the Gulf states are starting to realize right now that the Iranians are a real threat. Not just a threat to Israel, but to them too. The Saudis, the UAE, Bahrain, they're starting to come to that realization real quick that the Iranians, the mullahs, not the people, but the mullahs, are crazy. And that this could really mean the end of them if they get a nuclear weapon, the Iranians, which they probably are on the road to right now. The United Arab Emirates is probably figuring out, along with a lot of the other Gulf states, that, you know what? Arabs in Israel have more freedom than Arabs elsewhere. I think we should get alongside these Israelis and not the Iranians, the whole death to America crowd. That's number one, which is driving, by the way, Joe, the Obama acolytes like Ben Rhodes and the other clown show from the last administration crazy because they love the death to America.
To your location.
The second thing this is about is a growing terror threat from the Muslim Brotherhood. Listen, these countries are starting to figure this out. You cannot live in an international global economy anymore. You're going to need tourism and business when there's a constant threat of terror in your country. They don't want it. I'm not apologizing. I'm not suggesting these people...
Okay, I'll get us out of here.
People who lead these countries are going to turn tomorrow into a constitutional republic, but they're starting to wake up to the realization very quick that this system isn't going to work forever. You're going to need international trade. The Iranians,
sometimes I wish I was a pirate or someone they took prisoner. No one would pay my ransom, so all the pirates would have their way with me.
The Obama administration is losing their minds. You may think, gosh, it's a 3-pager there, you're going to another page. No, it's not. It's actually, sometimes I go back and forth as I do the show out. It's just one page, I'm just flipping back. All right, let's try to power through the messages. I got some good stuff. April, what was it, CNN stuff?
Here you go. Thanks for using our nautical escort service.
I want to play it. It's important. CNN, which of course, you know, it's going to be something crazy. But to get back to what I was talking to you about before with the Daily Signal article, how you can never win with the racial identity politics left, how everything with them is about labels. I want you to watch what happens when identity politics warriors attack each other because they're not woken up. Remember the whole thing with wokeism is it needs to constantly find new victims, right? And you eventually run out of victims because people are like, hey, my life's okay, I'm not a victim. No, you're definitely a victim. So they eventually cannibalize and turn on each other. This is from a while ago. when Kamala Harris was running for president. But this is April Ryan, again, who happens to be black, and Don Lemon, who happens to be black, only relevant to this topic because they're both fighting with each other about what the essence of Kamala Harris's blackness is. If anything ever sums up the nonsense of hyphenated Americans, this is it. They can't figure out how to hyphenate. How about we're all just Americans? Can we just try that sometime? Check this clip out.
She is a black woman. She's a mixed race woman. When you see her, you see her blackness, but she is also South Asian. Her mom is South Asian, and her dad is Jamaican.
April, let me listen. Yes. More power to her, and I think it's great. That should be enough. Listen, it is enough that she's a black woman.
We are not a monolith.
No.
They did the same thing.
No. I think you're not hearing what people are saying. The people who are saying is she black enough, that's bull. That's BS. But to want a distinction to say, is she African American, or is she black, or is she whatever? There is nothing wrong with that. There is a difference between being African American and being black. Latino people are people of color, but they're not black. They're brown people.
She is a woman of color, but she is a black woman.
Okay, that's why I agree with that. But is she African American? No. But is she African American? There's a difference. There's nothing wrong with that. No one is trying to take anything away from her.
Let's go down into her lineage.
I think you're falling into the trap of that. All she had to do was say, I am black, but I'm not African American. That's it.
John, I think that's actually... I'm not falling in. Let me finish. Hold on. I'm not falling into a trap by that. When she goes down her lineage, many Africans landed in Jamaica and all these other Caribbean islands, so she could indeed be African American mixed with others. But she is
Jamaica's not America.
But she is a black woman. She was born here. Okay, well let's go into Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz was born in Canada. His father was Cuban. This is not about Ted Cruz. You're changing the subject.
By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, if you haven't, please watch this on YouTube, youtube.com/Bongino. Joe, did you see the two white dudes on the panel sitting there? They're like this.
Yeah.
By the way, that clip goes on for another, 30 seconds? I had to cut it for Joe. That goes on for I had it because folks, I don't want you banging your head off your desks or your steering wheels if you're listening in the car. I wanted to make sure you don't go insane, so I had to cut that up. That goes on. The two white dudes. Stone, they didn't even blink. I think Matt Lewis is one. I don't know who the other guy is. They don't know what to say. Two white dudes. They don't want to get in between April Ryan and Don Lemon, who happen to be black, arguing over what black means. If Jamaica's in America, if she's African American, she's not African American. She's Jamaican and Indian. Do you see what? Do you see what happens when you judge people exclusively by their country of birth and the color of their skin? Do you see the nonsense that ensues? Instead of just saying she's an American citizen running for president, can we just judge her on what she does and says? Can we just try that? That quote, I saw that on social media. That clip is just fantastic. Fantastic. It sums up the left in one clip. And the two white dudes, the two semi-woke
what
white
it's for, as you know. Because, of course,
in a panic. They don't know what to say. Can I inject your... No, you can't. Shut your pie hole. Oh, my gosh. All right, a couple more things I got to get to. Important stuff. So, jobless numbers came out Wednesday. Sorry I didn't get to them. Just, again, been a busy week with this. We're going to have the longest day ever today. Jobless claims fell to below 1 million for the first time. So, again, nothing to celebrate, 963,000 jobless claims. But, ladies and gentlemen, the trend line for jobless
I've rented you out as a stunt pilot to an oligarch. It's his daughter's bat mitzvah. And if you can impress the horde of shrieking tween guests watching on relay by showing very little regard for your own life or anyone else's in the city, he'll give us the location of what we need.
The economy's reknitting itself, so leave it alone. Folks, the American entrepreneur is the most powerful business mind in the world. The American economic engine will not be stopped. Not by a virus, not by terror attacks, not by war. Nothing. It won't. That's not pseudo-patriotism. It's not me, saluting the flag for the sake of it. I do salute the flag because I love it. But that's a fact. The American entrepreneur and businessman will not be held back. We are really hardworking people, and we are figuring it out. There's an interesting part of that second piece I just want to read to you. That entire industries are now retooling themselves and figuring out ways to operate in the middle of a pandemic. Again, liberals will never give American business any credit because they think, what, Joe? That they stole their businesses from all the poor people. Everything was zero-sum. You see how I tie that in? Quote, these are the people who previously ran restaurants and are now operating food trucks or takeout businesses. Some are people who work with diverse service providers that now contract with businesses to provide cleaning and decontamination of premises. Others who previously worked in offices and managed construction projects are working from home and using drones to provide daily work progress reports. Rather than re-knitting, some are knitting a replacement economy from new balls of yarn while finding ways to get costs down and profits up. Yes. Yes. A little note of positivity on this Friday. We will not be held down. We're going to figure it out. It sucks, I know it. It does. That's why we're getting out there and getting our hands dirty today and traveling around a little bit. We want to support everyone that's making it happen. You're never going to keep us down. It's not zero-sum. These American entrepreneurs who are figuring out ways with drones and takeout and all kinds of ways to operate in the middle of the pandemic, they didn't steal anything from you. They're feeding you, they're building your houses and your buildings in the middle of a pandemic, and they're figuring out a way to do it. You know why? Because it's not zero-sum. We all benefit from it. Nothing was taken from it. It's only being given in the form of effort. All right, one last story today. It's an important one. You know, I focus a lot on media gaslighting, and I'm trying to avoid overwhelming you with it because there's just so much media nonsense that people wasting time showing it. But this was important because this was a particularly offensive piece of media bias. I'm not kidding. Can we do the tweet first? I know I said it. Let me show you the tweet first. This is one of the worst reporters I've ever seen in my life. Yamiche Alcindor, who will just make an incident out of anything. She tweets out on her Twitter feed, one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. She says, a moment to behold. This was a question to Donald Trump. A question was asked of him at a presser. What do you mean by an invasion in the suburbs if VP Joe Biden is elected? The question was about the AFFH, Joe Biden's plan to build low-income housing in the middle of the suburbs.
Right.
Well, she quotes Donald Trump's answer. Or does she? So she puts the quote, she says it's a moment to behold. In other words, this is really bad. Trump says, they're going to destroy suburbia, and 30% of the people in suburbia are minorities. They say 35%, but I like to cut it lower. What? Not messing with you, I read that and I was like, Trump, there's no way in Hades Trump said that. No way. And knowing it was from Yamiche, who again, I'm not kidding, I know it sounds personal, I promise you it's not, is seriously one of the worst reporters, totally incompetent. I knew she was making this up. So I decided to go on to my social media accounts and find the clip, and luckily Benny Johnson had it up. And here's what Trump actually said. Did he say he wants to cut minorities, the population of minorities in the communities in suburban? Is that what he said? Maybe if you put the whole quote, you'll understand.
You have warned several times that if Joe Biden is elected president, that there will be an invasion in suburban neighborhoods. It's a sentiment that you expressed in a tweet again this morning. What exactly do you mean by an invasion?
What I mean is people are going to become, they're going to be opening up areas of your neighborhood, which they're doing, and now they wanted to expand it, and they will expand it. If for any reason they're going to,
mutual operators are on
destroy
call right
suburbia.
now. Please try again later.
And just so you understand, 30% plus of the people living in suburbia are minorities. African American, Asian American, Hispanic American. They're minorities, 30%. The number's even higher. They say 35, but I like to cut it a little bit lower. You know why? That way I can never get myself in too much trouble with fake news. But 30% plus are minorities.
What a disgusting, filthy thing Yamiche Alcindor did. She cut the quote off. President Trump wasn't saying he wants to reduce minorities in the suburbs, you dunce. You know exactly what you did. What he was saying was, he was making the point that he was proud of the fact that suburban residents are largely 30 to 35% minorities. We have the most diverse suburbs in the world. He said he wants to cut the number lower sometimes because he's afraid if he gives the higher number that the fake news media will accuse him of lying about the number of minorities in the suburbs he was proud about. He was making the opposite point, the exact opposite point. But again, if you're listening to fake news specialists like the completely incompetent Yamiche Alcindor, who cut that quote off right there for a reason, you actually believe President Trump, rather than saying and making the point he was proud of the number of minorities in the suburbs that live there, you would believe he made the point that he wanted to cut minorities out of the suburbs. Because you listen to dunces and incompetent buffoons like Yamiche Alcindor, who knew exactly what she was doing. Again, back to the beginning of the show. These people are totally transactional. They're different than we are, in that we have morals and we typically don't do that. We have some people on our side who screw up stuff, but we typically don't do that stuff, thank God. They are totally transactional. Yamiche will do anything and say anything to make sure that the incompetent Harris Biden ticket wins. She doesn't care if her credibility goes down the window. She doesn't care how many conservatives tweet back at her and indicate that she selectively cut off that quote. She doesn't care. Understand it, and you'll know how to win. Ignore it, and we'll lose. All right, folks, thanks again for tuning in. Don't miss my show. I'll be live streaming some of this stuff on my Parler account. We'll be putting out some pictures on Instagram as well. You can check that out. We'll maybe do some stuff on Twitter, too. Don't want to cut them out. But I will be up at Attila's gym, and I'll be down at Apex, the Jackson's tattoo place down there. So, like I said, tattoo time. Never thought that would happen again. But you got to rep the cause. You say you're going to do something, you got to do it. Something got in the way of me doing something else I wanted to do with Death of the Family, and I've regretted that ever since. You got to step up and do what you need to do. Thanks for tuning into the show. Please subscribe on our YouTube account, youtube.com/Margino. Don't miss the show on Saturday, tomorrow. We'll launch it when Joe and everybody get back and out Saturday. Thanks, folks. See you all tomorrow.
Good day, sir! You just heard Dan Bongino.
Fucking shit. Fucking shit.
The boss is on deck.
MMI, we expect the unexpected. Okay.
God damn it.
Okay, well, the supply... That's what we were looking for. LJTO. All right, these drops are only accessible by seaplane. The product's loaded up and ready to go when you are.
Today on the Matt Walsh Show, there's an update to the story of the black man who assaulted a white Macy's employee, and it's outrageous, so stick around for that. Also, 5 headlines, including the cancer-stricken 2-year-old who was stranded at a cancer center while it was being attacked by rioters in Chicago. And in our daily cancellation, we'll talk about the feminists who claim that, you know, normal human interactions are sexist microaggressions. We're going to discuss that, all of that on the way, and more. There's actually a lot to cover today, so bear with me. But we'll start with this. If you are in the unfortunate habit of relying on the national media for your news and information, you probably didn't hear about the brutal assault of a white Macy's employee by a black man in June. The attack happened at the Genesee Valley Mall in Michigan on June 15th. Here it is, if you haven't seen it. Watch this.
Oh! Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. It don't hurt. Don't hurt. No, it hurts. Don't touch me.
The assailant there is an 18-year-old man named Demir Palmer. His brother filmed the attack, reported it to the media, which happily ran with the story, uncritical as always. Reported that the employee had used a racial slur. At the time, the brother, an alleged rapper who goes by the name F.T. Quay, said that they were innocently shopping for a new shirt when the employee, in full hearing of the two brothers, referred to them using the N-word. This is what the brother told the New York Post, quoting now from him. He said, "I just want people to know the real story of what really happened and what's in the description of me and my brother just walking into Macy's, just minding our own business. And yes, we made a petty joke and asked the guy, was the shirt too little, when he could have asked me. He was just being funny. And just the fact of the remark that he said that we all heard, and just what else were we supposed to do in this age of time? He didn't know what else to do. That was just his instinct." Of course, it shouldn't matter if the employee said a bad word or not. That would in no way justify felony assault. But it was obvious to anybody with 2 brain cells rubbed together that the story from the brothers was bogus. And I said as much right away, right after this happened. I guarantee you, the word was not actually said, and indeed, what do you know? It was bogus, it was made up, it was a lie. He never said the N-word. But I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit. We'll get back to that in a second, all right? Let's back up again. Remember, this happened on June 15th. The local prosecutor, David Lighton, did not file charges against Demir Palmer until June 26th. That's over 10 days later. It took 10 days to decide that pummeling a man while he's crawling on the ground begging for mercy is, in fact, illegal. Here's Lighton on June 26th announcing the charges. Listen to him.
He shook off me. He's emotionally upset. Well, at this point, he's emotionally upset to think that if anybody would think he said the alleged vile, racial, provoking slur, because instead he didn't say it, and his history suggests he didn't say it. We're charging Demir Palmer with count of assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder. It's a felony assault charge punishable by up to 10 years in prison. This was an unprovoked attack. The internal video from Macy's shows the suspect approaching from behind. The victim, the store manager, appears unaware that he's even there. The suspect then sucker punches him from behind, knocks him to the floor, continues to punch him while he's on the floor. There is no evidence of provocation whatsoever. Even if there were verbal provocation, which we have no evidence of, violent retaliation is not permitted by the law.
Vile, racial, provoking slur. That's what Lighton is focused on. You see how, in the context of announcing charges against the man who committed a barbarous assault against another human, he feels the need to begin by denouncing a word that there's no reason to think anyone even used. By the way, no charges were filed against the brother who filmed it. Okay, so fast forward 2 months. That was about 2 months ago. 2 months forward, and the obvious has now been confirmed. The racial slur was not said. It was a lie. It was a hoax. Yet again. But Demir Palmer blames his brother. So no honor among thieves, or in this case, among people who randomly assault retail employees. Palmer said that his brother told him the N-word was used, And that's what led to the assault. Now, here's where we get to the inevitable and yet no less outrageous part. Palmer's brother still has not been charged with any crime. And Palmer himself is looking at quite possibly getting off with probation. Probation. And not only probation, but he won't have a criminal record in this scenario. This will be expunged from his record, like it never happened. Palmer pleaded guilty to assault with intent to do great bodily harm, but the assistant prosecutor, Patrick Holmes, says that he'll be sentenced under something called the Holmes Youthful Trainee Act. The Holmes Youthful Trainee Act. Now, I had to Google that, and it took me to a website of Canis and Schultz, Michigan-based lawyers. Here's what they tell us about the Holmes Youthful Training Act. It says, the Holmes Youthful Trainee Act, more commonly known as HYTA, provides individuals between the ages of 17 and 24 with a second chance. Under the Act, the individual charged with a crime may petition the court for status as a youthful trainee. The Holmes Youthful Trainee Act states, if an individual pleads guilty to a criminal offense committed on or after the individual's 17th birthday, but before his 24th birthday, the court of record, having jurisdiction of the criminal offense, may, without entering a judgment of conviction, and with the consent of that individual, consider and assign that individual to the status of youthful trainee. If the court grants the individual status under the Holmes Youthful Trainee Act, he or she will be placed on a probationary term. If he or she successfully completes the probationary term, the criminal conviction will not be entered into his or her record. The court will dismiss all charges, and his or her criminal record will remain clean. Dismiss all charges. That's where this is very likely headed. Official sentencing is not until September. Technically, Palmer could still get 10 years in prison. And at the conclusion of that sentence, then his record is wiped clean. But I think we all know that's not going to happen. The sentence can be anything from probation to 10 years, and all signs are pointing to probation here, or something much closer to that end of the spectrum. And then clean slate, like magic, like it never happened. Until it happens again. Which it will, because men who pummel other men for fun don't just wake up one day as decent human beings. That doesn't happen, except maybe in fairy tales. Now, according to the ABC 12 report, a local affiliate in town, much of the court hearing over this case had to do with the issue of the phantom N-word and how upset that made poor Demir Palmer. Reading from the AP report, it says, after pleading guilty to the 10-year felony against him, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder, Palmer shared with the judge what led to the assault inside the Genesee Valley Mall on June 15, 2020. And then this is Palmer now. He says, I asked him a question about some clothes. Palmer said, I asked him about the jacket type that I was about to get. Palmer said the man answered him. They laughed. And then his brother told him the store manager had called him the N-word. He admitted that he since learned his brother lied to him. Big shocker there. Now we continue. The assistant prosecutor questioning the brother says, why would your brother do that? And he says, I wouldn't know. I honestly wouldn't. Palmer replied. The assistant prosecutor, okay, now listen to this part. The assistant prosecutor told Palmer he understands the anger that would fuel the assault, but he said the store manager has asked that the charge does not stay with Palmer further. Okay. He understands how a person might be so mad about a bad word that he would beat another person senseless in the middle of a Macy's. He understands. And yes, the victim in this case apparently has expressed his consent to the lenient sentence, and that's the human shield that the prosecutors are hiding behind here by saying, well, it's what the victim wants. But the fact that the victim, who'd already been attacked once, didn't want to come out and demand a harsher sentence is completely irrelevant here. We can think of many reasons why he might express that point of view, even if it's not how he really feels. All right. So a lot needs to be covered. First of all, once again, who gives the slightest damn whether he said the bad word or not? It is, in fact, not understandable for an adult to commit felony assault in response to a word. Not understandable at all. The implication from the way this sentencing is working out is that felony assault is legal, or at least not very illegal, if a black man even so much as believes a racial slur was said. I mean, what if the slur had been said? What then? Would they have simply let him walk, no questions asked, not even probation? Second, and I'm sounding like a broken record here, but you know, we have another incident in this case that if the races were reversed, would be headline news. The assailant would be looking at hard time behind bars on federal charges, hate crime charges. Now, I don't think that the hate crime designation should exist at all. I think the whole category as a matter of law is absurd. But if we're gonna have it, then it ought to be evenly applied. And this is a hate crime. In fact, Demir Palmer admits as much. He told on himself in his excuse. He admits that it's racially motivated. Think about it. He assaulted the store clerk because he thought that the clerk had said a word. Now, side note, I don't actually believe him about this. I don't think that he thought that a word was used. I think that this was something both brothers decided to do for fun and for viral fame. That's my theory. But in any event, going based on his testimony, he assaulted the Macy's guy because he thought that the Macy's guy had said a word. We can assume that Demir Palmer would not have assaulted a black man for saying that. In fact, we know he wouldn't because he himself uses the word he's supposedly mad about the employee allegedly using while he's assaulting the employee for using the word, which he didn't actually use. If you're following. In other words, he assaults the employee because the employee is a white man who he thought used a certain word. He assaulted him for being a white man using a certain word. This is not an argument that the word is the same used by white people.
I knew we should have paid him off.
That's not my point.
We got corrupt
It's an
cops
argument
in
that this
business.
assault
Get over
was
there and save the staff.
undeniably motivated by the combination of the alleged word and the race of the person who said it. That is, by definition, a racially motivated attack, a hate crime. He should be going to federal prison for this. But we know that everything is in two tiers in this society. The media puts black on white assaults and murder on one tier, a low tier, white on black on another, and the justice system does the same. Third point, speaking of the justice system, we see here the actual type of reform that is necessary. Put aside all the racial stuff and double standard, all of it. Think about this youthful trainee nonsense. The justice system in Michigan, home to Detroit, one of the most violent cities in America, considers adult violent criminals to be trainees and will release them back into society without even any indication that they're actually violent and dangerous. There's no justice here because there's no punishment. And they're failing to protect society on two levels. First, by releasing violent criminals back into communities, and then by refusing to tell the communities that these are violent criminals. So a law like this fails in every conceivable way to ensure that the justice system does what it's supposed to do. You know, we don't have a large-scale problem in this country of the justice system coming down too hard on the bad guys. There's some examples of that, sure, but there are many, many, many more examples of the justice system putting on, you know, its kid gloves and slapping violent, dangerous people on the wrist, and then patting them on the head and sending them on their way, practically inviting them to continue committing crimes until they've finally done something so heinous that even the most lenient and impact prosecutor has no choice but to take the book and throw it at them, rather than doing what they normally do, which is to take the book and throw it out, allowing criminals to continue along in their criminal ways. The streets of our cities are overrun by dangerous, violent people who are known to the system, known to be dangerous and violent, and yet are permitted to stay out on the street, free, unencumbered. And the story often has a predictable, infuriating, and tragic ending. And something tells me that the story of Demir Palmer very may have the same sort of ending. Let's go to 5 headlines. You know, there are a lot of occasions where you might need a nice watch, whether you're going on a date, you're going out for an interview, you're going for a wedding, a night out, whatever it is. That's an occasion where you might want to class it up and actually have a nice watch. And big sale alert from our favorite sponsors. You already know how I feel about Vincero watches. I've been telling you about them for months. A long time sponsor on the show. Seriously, watches that are stunning and well under $200. Okay, it's incredible how much these timepieces stand out. And they, just how good you feel when you wear them. Vincero watches is dedicated to the craft. Timepieces, so you can wear them day after day. Extremely durable as well. Like I said, I've had these watches for a long time. I can tell you, they're durable also. Right now, Vincero is running a site-wide sale to celebrate their 6th anniversary. This will not only be the biggest sale of the year, but the biggest sale in Vincero history. Up to 30% off, site-wide, no code required. The discount will be automatically applied to checkout when you visit VinceroWatches.com.
Bad news, my friend. Your stocks took a major hit. LGT logging out for now.
4 of their all-new collection. All of that is available Now, with Vincero watches, there's no brand name markup, that is. No big time price tag. Their promise to you is very simple, solid, well-made products that you will enjoy wearing. These guys know just how important it is to shop from brands you can trust. Go shop their anniversary sale right now, Vincero watches. You know, I've been wearing my Vincero watch for a long time. I love the watch. Makes me feel classy when I wear it, which I need a lot of help with the classy. I mean, as you can tell from the way that I normally dress, flannels and everything. Usually dressed like a lumberjack, but which of course nothing wrong with that. But then I put the watch on, feel a little bit more classy. And you know what else I like? When someone asks me the time, I can do this rather than having to pull my phone.
Everybody's got to start somewhere, kid.
It feels very old school.
And that somewhere is usually an empty room and a long line.
Go to Shop Vincero's 6th anniversary sale. The deal is really too good to pass up. Go to VinceroWatches.com/Rush. Vincero Watches /Rush. All right. Let me tell you about 2-year-old Owen Buell. And you can see him right there. Owen has cancer, stage 4, neuroblastoma. Owen, along with his family, has been staying at the Ronald McDonald House near Laurie Children's Hospital in Chicago. Ronald McDonald House was targeted by looters and rioters during the riots a few days ago. Yes, a place with cancer-stricken children was attacked. The glass was shattered, door was shattered. To make matters worse, Owen was supposed to go home to have his birthday, and he just turned 2. This little guy has earned his birthday party more than certainly I've ever earned a birthday party. And he apparently is a big fan of llamas. Who isn't? I'm a big fan of llamas too. And so his mom had a big 3-foot tall stuffed llama shipped to the house as part of the birthday celebration. She was looking forward to bringing him home so you can see that. But the party had to be canceled because of the riots. They couldn't discharge any children in the middle of this. So Owen missed his birthday party. Meanwhile, as Owen's mother describes it, they could hear, just imagine these children, they could hear the noise, they could hear the